important housekeeping points. Please ensure your cell phone is silent. Please use the SOT app to scan the QR code for session feedback. Share your thoughts on social media using the hashtags. Hashtag co-creating tomorrow with hashtag SOT 2021. If you need assistance, our ushers are here to help. We are delighted to have you with us today for a story circle, which promises to be insightful and engaging. AI is the new co-founder, dreamers and doers, brings together thought leaders, experts, and practitioners to share their unique perspectives, inspiring action and innovation. The session will last for about an hour. Today, we have with us three storytellers, Mr. Moons Rayman, Ms. Margaret Khalid, and Mr. Omar Dean, who will share their experiences with innovators one by one. We will begin the story circle with Mr. Moons Rayman, who is a pioneering Pakistani entrepreneur and one of the most influential figures in the country's digital ecosystem. He is the founder of Rosie.pk, Pakistan's largest online employment platform, connecting millions of job seekers with over 65,000 employers. Mr. Moons co-founded Finja, which introduced Pakistan's first smartphone mobile wallet, Symptom, and helped advance digital lending solutions. He also founded deepen, empowering MSMEs through e-commerce, digital payments, and financial access. His ventures have significantly shaped Pakistan's tech, employment, and fintech landscape. I now invite Mr. Moons Rayman to share his story with us.
I'm glad to be here. We all hear about AI hallucinations, and I think it's a great example of overly flattery. But thank you very much to the SOT team for inviting me. आज जो panel है very important because I'm the father of 3 children and I've gone very deep into AI. Artificial intelligence, AI, has changed our lives forever, irrevocably. It's a massive disruption that has already happened. But many of us don't realize it.
YouTube के ऊपर मैं
It's almost like
YouTube पे फिर मेरे
a
पीछे
frog. So they put a frog in cold water with a frog. Ice, the water gets warmer. The frog never jumps out. He just happens to gravity and doesn't realize what's happening around him. The frog before she goes to death. Now we're going to AI, we're playing with it, we're used by it. We don't know if we should allow our kids to use it or not use it, or our employees to use it or not use it. One question is, while we're doing that, the frog is going to death because the world has changed forever. As an entrepreneur, as a young entrepreneur, I've been at the possible disruption. This is how I built my career, identifying the opportunities that are changing and trying to find ways to solve them with new tools, which give you unfair advantage. Rosie.pk is the largest job platform for us. We have about 10 million professionals, we have about 65,000 organizations who use the platform. We have about 40,000 people apply for jobs every day. And this was created on the back of dissatisfaction with the way America used to have its jobs. Used to have in newspapers. Folks had a newspaper, login, you have to wait till Sunday because that's the newspaper issue where people read. Wait 4 or 5 days, finally do the paperwork, you get your ad, application will come, a lot of people will come by mail, some will come by email, some will post it, and then the hiring process go back and start very efficient. You get a lot of money for it. So now you can move back from the US and see
issue क्या
we launched Rosie, and it was all about informed newspapers. And I remember reading the owners of all the major newspapers saying, "We not paying and so Pakistani, but there's disbelief that we can never be, so fast." And eventually, happened was the newspaper those businesses have been strong forever. And if you see the operation going right now, it's changed. But the signs were there 20 years ago. And there were people 20 years ago saying, hold up. I used to go around and give talks at, various schools, speaking of the age and saying, look young, they go, ha. They didn't see going, black hair, they go, ha. And all those humorous watching organizations, there's, go ahead. They used to make film. We talk about this. These people were so stupid, they didn't see this destruction.
वॉइस क्यों नहीं क्लियर आ रही?
And now,
सर जी वॉइस देखें यहाँ पे मेरे पास ओनली सा ऑडियो सेक्शन आप कर रहे हैं.
The only difference is that I'm paranoid about being there. And I think all of you should also.
वो ना सॉफ्टवेयर
So I'm going to share a very quick story with you, because that's what I'm supposed to do. But I'd like to say a few words at the end for the educator in this. I'm sure I have a great audience of people who are the future leaders of the country. When Rosie started, it grew very, very quickly. It grew almost organically. And we felt over a million full-time jobs, employers would use us. And it was an exhilarating life. As a business, as an entrepreneur, as a social entrepreneur, as an entrepreneur, we made a difference in people's lives. Very rewarding. We fought a lot of battles against the incumbent industry. We saw it grow. And then we saw something started changing a little bit. We did social media, apps, lots of things started changing. And I started to look around and I said, we're going to get good at very soon. I mean, they decided we just want to find teachers that are young and I said, no, we just look at what's happening. There's disruption. The business model that we're on the cusp of is about to be disrupted. So when you're in that situation, it's very difficult because when you shift to something different and new, you often end up cannibalizing your bread and butter, what you're doing. That's very difficult. You have a large organization running, you have a field, you have salary, sparring, sales. All of a sudden, you're saying, future gain. But how do you make that shift? It's very difficult, even if you know what's happening. But being a student of this strength, we often see as a young entrepreneur who got Pakistan. Well, 3 years ago, when the ChatGPT first came out and we saw it and started playing with it, I'm a software programmer here at Lahore. I started doing programming and I started to connect to these models, I started learning more and more and more. Watching all the lectures I could find, watching Stanford classes, and learned an incredible amount. When I learned about it, very quickly, that sitting in a room, I could write software that would improve the matching between jobs and individuals in fewer than eggs. And I have been working on this all my entire career. I can do it very quickly. We decided to launch a parallel job platform without disrupting our existing job platform. We call it Rosie GPT. We didn't tell anybody. We didn't want to disrupt what we were doing. We wanted to build something new without the baggage, without the intellectual competence that हमारा process ये है तो हम इधर थोड़ा सा चलो This is what I was trying to do, because when we do that, we have value loss. And what we don't see happen is those organizations that are able to go AI first, and think AI easily, think the entire processes of AI in mind, those individuals that have learned how to use AI natively, usually very quickly, whether it's making a video or making a diagram, or making a PowerPoint, making a presentation, doing analysis, those individuals are going to move forward in their career much faster than people who thought making AI easy and succeeding, learning AI, and kids won't use AI with manual. There's going to be a massive gap of talent between the people who use AI and people who don't use AI. Why? Because the most valuable commodity on earth, which is intelligence, the most scarce hard to train, time-consuming, very economy, which we all struggle to create for our children in the future years. We succeed sometimes, we don't succeed sometimes. Guess what? This is now the moment to create honesty in the way of and organize your pocket. Ask any question on it. My truck driver can tell you more about anything than I can when he's using ChatGPT in order to voice. Our intellectual ability is quickly becoming equal. So the value lies in being able to use your brain and your mind at the same time to move forward. So realizing this is not Rosie with an AI first platform. We didn't disrupt Rosie and our whole what used to be a very innovative flow, and now I go back and it's still outdated for some of what we can do. We launched this AI first platform, we have a few more plans on it, a few more with the job seekers looking platform. And we have done something that I'm extremely proud of. I'm going to show you in a video in a second. But the basic concept is, before we had to use complicated web forms and laptops for people joining this online kind of revolution. And we excluded a very large portion of the workforce. There are 20 million white collar workers in Pakistan. 2/3 of the workforce is outside our net. And they're leaving the economy. We're talking about the driver, the clerk in the store, the waiter at the restaurant. Because they didn't have the means to communicate with something that had online. Well, now we're just about to launch Rosina AI chatbot, and it seems to do fluid voice, chat English, fantastic English, and Rosina now not only is going to help the white collar educated workers improve their resumes, their CVs, and apply for jobs and learn jobs.
नहीं मैं समझ गया मसला क्या है
You can never do. You can't always people as in order to ask the question, building Harvard MBA style resumes for them that accurately reflect the and matching them to unstructured jobs. Also, people understand what they need
job description. And the matching that we can do can create tremendous prosperity and tremendous empowerment. So this is where Rosie is going. We really believe that we have a shot at uplifting a very large portion of our labor force, which is excluded, which is not matched efficiently, and which is frankly very lost for how to upskill. And the last message I want to leave you with, and I hope this will inspire you because the thought has inspired me, is what is happening today. We have realized, I'm sure you have realized, that you can do things that are beyond your skill level with AI. I have a A-level student who is in my office for 4 days using our AI. After 4 days, he used these AI tools to generate a mobile app, Android and iOS, for ordering coffee from a cafe nearby. He made a back-end website to allow order tracking. A-level student, 5 days. My team has been building software like this for the past year with a team of iOS programmers and Android programmers and back-end developers. This A-level kid with a lot of grit did this essentially in 5 days. What this means is that we have, for the first time in human history, the ability to take somebody of lower education, lower intellect, lower language skills, and give them superpowers that they can rival the work of a consultant at McKinsey. So what's going to happen to jobs? Jobs are going to move from very expensive, super specialized MIT PhDs, which may not be needed for all of those tasks, to lower level skills. And those lower level jobs are going to move lower level. So if you look what's happening, majority of the jobs are going to be pushed down to relatively unskilled workers. Because those unskilled workers, if you can speak Urdu in a voice chat, can generate incredible English through it, can allow you to understand the thought behind it, and you can interact with it. Pakistan has 2 million people that enter the labor force each year that we cannot ever hope to educate. They don't have the education. We don't have enough educational institutions to teach them. They don't have the background, and we consider this a liability. This is our biggest opportunity. Because the world's jobs are going to come down to cheap labor that's able to navigate AI and do skills that we never thought would be able to be done by these people ever. And this is the amazing opportunity we have before our country. We must all embrace AI. We must teach our children to embrace AI. Please don't tell them don't use AI. They will be left behind. With that, I would like to just show a video. It's only 3 minutes, but this shows you the transformation journey of what we did personally in our business because we felt a disruption coming, moving from Rosie to Rosie GPT. Welcome everyone. Greetings from Rosie. Assalamu alaikum everyone. Greetings from Rosie. We've gone back to our pioneering roots to launch Rosie GPT, our state-of-the-art AI-first recruitment system. We're very proud of it, and I'm excited to show you what we can do. Let's get started by posting a job for an HR performance manager. First, enter the job title for the position. Then, select from the AI-generated skills that are likely to be relevant to your role, or you can add new skills on your own. Let's fill in some extra information about our requirements so the results can be tailored to our needs. You can paste or add any thoughts or requirements in simple English or paste extra information about the job from other documents. Don't worry, our AI will organize and clean it all up for you. Enter the maximum budget for the position. This can be hidden in the job description, but allows us to identify great matches in your price range. Instantly, our AI generates a world-class job description for you. You can download it as a PDF document or share a link to the job across all social media platforms in one click. All components of the job description are editable if you want to make any changes. To help you later evaluate the selected candidate once they join, we also generate suggested key performance indicators and evaluation matrices based on the job description. Let's click this button to see the suggested key performance indicators for this job. You will also see an evaluation matrix, which helps you score the employee against these KPIs for their performance reviews. I'm now going to upload a batch of 65 CVs and let Rosie GPT do its magic. Instantly, Rosie GPT analyzes the CVs based on the job description. The CVs have been categorized according to how good of a match they are for the job, along with the skills that match the requirements. You can see a comprehensive evaluation of each candidate based on the specified requirements. Now, let's test our candidates by creating a multiple choice question. Our AI generates test questions based on your job description. Select the questions that you would like to include in the test. I'm also going to add an AI video interview so I can assess their interpersonal skills. This will also save you and your team massive amounts of time required to coordinate and conduct interviews with other team members face-to-face. Now, I can use AI to auto-generate behavioral or technical questions that apply to this role, and I can tailor the evaluation criteria, which is editable as well. Select the time you want for the MCQ test and then press Create Test, which will automatically send it to all the candidates. You can also create a live coding test and auto-generate questions in multiple programming languages. Since it's not required for our job role, I'm going to move ahead. Let's see how the candidates have performed. Press this button next to the name to see the AI calculated match score for this job. You can also click to watch how the candidate performed in the video interview with an AI-generated summary, a real-time transcript, and an overall analysis of how accurately they match the requirements. I like this candidate, so I'm going to click here and shortlist him. You can also chat with your CVs through our AI HR assistant to help you filter the candidate best for your role. As a bonus, click on Suggested Candidates to see matching candidates that we have identified from the Rosie database. Our intelligent AI chatbot searches through Rosie's extensive database, identifying top-ranked candidates that perfectly match your requirement. It's that simple. With Rosie GPT, you can do anything you can imagine. Well, almost anything.
Thank you, Mr. Munas Rahman, for sharing your insightful experience with us. Our next storyteller is Miss Maha Khalid. Miss Maha Khalid is a strategist, brand architect, and entrepreneur with nearly 2 decades of experience turning opportunities into momentum. She has shaped strategies for global brands such as Unilever, Coca-Cola, Nestlé, Dubai Parks, Resorts, and Barize. Her venture, 24/7, began as a D2C grocery model during COVID and evolved into a B2B retail platform supporting neighborhood kiranas through better pricing, financing, and data-driven inventory. Through initiatives like Apni Dukan, she has contributed to modernizing small retailers and strengthening retail ecosystems across Pakistan. I now invite Ms. Maha Khalid to share with us her experiences as an innovator.
Is this working? Hello, everybody. इतनी लंबी introduction मेरी दी है कि I'm this and that. I'm just a regular person. I want to start off by saying, and I see a lot of women here in the audience, which is amazing. In every founder's journey, you come to a point where you think, why do my ideas die? Why doesn't everything that I think of building and my ideas are great, why don't they really pick up from the idea stage to actually building it? And I had that moment too, as I sat with my laptop, staring into the screen, thinking, I'm full of ideas, I want to create impact, I want to do things, but somehow I keep failing. Is it me? And I came to the conclusion that it's actually not me. I work in tandem with other people. I work better when I work with other people. So every idea of mine has included having other people on board. So I'll just take you through my journey. At 24/7, we are actual human co-founders, 5 of us. And a couple of years ago, and this is pre-AI times, now AI has become very, very common, but back then it wasn't. One of our co-founders dropped out abruptly. He left the company because of mental health issues. And he was responsible for a very important function, which was extremely technical, and it had to do with our growth. For an established company, when something like this happens, it's just a gap and it's a delay. But when it happens in a startup, it's a death sentence. We could just crash. We can't meet our goals, investors are going to pull out, and we'll have to shut down. We interviewed people. By some miracle, we found a couple of people, but nothing worked. So we resorted to AI as a tool. And then we realized AI was doing more than just being a tool, it was being a co-founder for us. So the entire team, the growth team, started working in execution while the AI worked for the technical strategy, crunching the numbers. It was processing spreadsheets while we were asleep. Because AI does not need to shower, does not need to sleep, does not need to eat, has no mental health crises, doesn't have a family to go back to, has no emotions. Well, sometimes it does. And then this is something that we realized much later on, that we didn't need to replace our co-founder, and we're doing fine with AI. We developed the LLM, we made it a little bit better. And then furthermore on my journey, I was building another venture, and it was the second fastest growing industry in Pakistan. Obviously, I can't reveal a lot of details. I had a human co-founder again, who was in another time zone altogether. And I used to update him religiously. And we obviously had our functions defined, who's going to do what. But I realized from day to night, even waking up in the middle of the night with an idea, I was brainstorming with AI. I was crunching numbers with AI. I developed the pitch deck with AI. I was doing projections with AI. And while I was doing all of this, the grunt work, my co-founder was out there trying to raise funds and selling us for cheap. He had found some funds which were generated from sources that were unlawful and unethical. So I dropped out of that particular venture as well. Moving on, I again ventured out for a pilot of a really impactful, globally impactful idea, which had to do with women being able to earn while sitting at home and not in a job. And we were at our pilot stage. We even had investors line up wanting to fund our venture. And then my co-founder dropped out because of psychiatric problems. And this was another failure. But I would like to tell you that all this fancy schmancy introduction that I got from AI, that's not the real life of a founder. The real life of a founder is filled with a lot of failures. We second guess ourselves. We constantly are self-critical. We constantly think what is going wrong. We kind of laser focus on that. And there's a lot of failure in a founder's life. And I constantly thought, why does this keep happening? Is it me? Do I choose poorly? जैसे शादी होती है उसमें कंपैटिबिलिटी बहुत ज़रूरी होती है, उसी तरह को फाउंडर्स के साथ भी आपकी कंपैटिबिलिटी बहुत ज़रूरी होती है. आपकी कभी भी at some point लड़ाई हो सकती है किसी बात पे. You know how when you send messages on WhatsApp and sometimes people misunderstand you and you think to yourself, but I didn't even say it that way. You assumed a tone. क्योंकि WhatsApp पर वो इंसान जिस अपने माइंड फ्रेम में होता है वो वैसे ही परसीव करता है. तो अगर आपने चीज नहीं भी गुस्से में कही होती है गलत तरीके से वो उस तरह से परसीव हो जाती है. वैसे ही लाइफ में कंपैटिबिलिटी विद को-फाउंडर्स इज वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट बिकॉज कभी किसी को आपकी टोन नहीं पसंद आ रही. हम लोग इट्स सच अ स्ट्रेसफुल थिंग व्हेन यू आर बिल्डिंग अ न्यू वेंचर दैट अ लॉट इज हैपनिंग इन योर लाइफ. लोगों की फैमिलीज हो रही होती हैं, आपका मेंटल हेल्थ कहाँ जा रहा है. You together, you're spending too much time together and you're in this high stress environment. I have realized that I've avoided becoming a solo entrepreneur because I believe and have believed for the most part of my life that I work better in tandem with other people. लोगों के साथ काम करना इसलिए फायदा है क्योंकि I bring something to the table but I have certain limitations and they would fill those limitations. But when you're building in the early stages, you don't necessarily have to take on a co-founder. You can actually, these days, take the help of AI and build your pilot, get to the proof of concept, do your pitch deck, do your projections. It can fill in a lot of technical roles so that you can do the actual human grunt work. It can brainstorm with you. And once you've built your company, you bring on and start hiring people. Usme se you can choose to offer co-foundership and equity to a good person that you've hired, and you think, okay, they can be my human co-founder. But I think, and this is global statistics, 65% of startups fail because of co-founder conflict or disagreement or incompatibility. And now in this day and age, 40 to 60% of a lot of technical roles in the early stages of startup can be taken over by AI. So why not use it? So I think in my journey, I wouldn't say that AI replaced a human co-founder for me, but it definitely replaced my limitations and it helped me with my resilience. And it kind of confirmed every time I had doubts about where I'm headed and what I'm doing. So with that, I would love to take some questions because I see a lot of women in the audience. Anybody? Koi sawal? Also, it's incredibly hard when you're a woman. आप बच्चे भी पाल रहे होते हो, घर भी चला रहे होते हो, venture भी build कर रहे हो, तो वो भी आपका एक बच्चा होता है. Any questions anybody has to ask from me how I used AI? अच्छा मजे की बात. I would have multiple windows open when I would be talking to ChatGPT, Gemini, and other model. किसी में मैं birthday party plan कर रही होती थी, एक जगह मैं उसके साथ brainstorm कर रही होती थी business का idea. एक तरफ मैं उससे बात कर रही होती थी कि मेरी sleep जो है वो मेरा focus नहीं सही चल रहा. What should I do? Should I change my diet? So you know, ChatGPT, Gemini, and all of these models, they're not just there to help me with work, but they're also helping me as a non-human with other issues in my life, which I'm balancing out. So there's a question.
Okay, Miss, I have a question. that you are saying that you had conflicts with your co-founders, right? But you should work on resolving it instead of taking help from the AI, because AI can't replace human brains. And there are a lot of things that AI can't do, because I myself use in my professional life, in my career, a lot of ChatGPT, and even I'm asking personal questions as well, and it could really good answers, a really good response. But how can you replace human brain with AI? I know it's very easy, it's very easy, and you don't have to go through a lot of things with it. Like sometimes people go personal, or there is investment issues, or there is psychiatric issues, mental health issues, and I myself go through this, and I don't feel like I should be ashamed of it, but I work on it. But my question to you is, can AI replace human brain? I don't think so. I don't agree with it. So what's your answer?
So the irony of this is AI भी humans ने ही बनाया है और उसकी intelligence भी हमारे पर ही depend करती है. The more we feed into AI, the more intelligent it gets. So no, I'm not here to advocate for AI is going to replace humans or is replacing humans. And understand that I'm a millennial. मेरी generation में ज़्यादातर लोग डरे हुए थे हमारी नौकरियां गईं, AI आ गया है. And I will not say that I wasn't either. Not that it would replace my job, but I was a little hesitant because let's be honest, tech changes faster than we breathe, right? तो मैं एक ज़माने में जाके तो डायनासोर बन जाऊंगी, right? So yes, when AI came into our lives, we were all very, I think, hesitant कि पता नहीं क्या होगा. But I'm trying to tell you that I've benefited from it and how I've benefited. No, it does not replace a human co-founder for me. Like I said, I work in tandem. I work better with other people. मैं अकेले चीजें करने से बेहतर है किसी के साथ करूं. अच्छा लगता है. अकेले करने से मजा भी नहीं आता. बट जब आप बिल्ड करो तो शुरू वाली स्टेजेस के लिए जब आपको कोई चाहिए होता है टू शेयर द बर्डन ऑफ द बिल्डिंग व्हिच इज वेरी स्ट्रेसफुल थिंग बाय द वे इन द अर्ली स्टेजेस AI can help you. You don't need to go out and look for a co-founder, a human co-founder. AI will help you with the basics and the starting point. And then once you get the funding and you start raising money, तो आप जरूर co-founders ले लें. आप इनफैक्ट जो लोग हायर करते हैं उन्हीं में से co-founder उनको ऑफर कर सकते हैं equity, जो प्रूव करें अपनी लॉयल्टी और आपके साथ विजन शेयर करें. Does that answer your question? Thanks. So I think we've run out of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Maha Khalid, for sharing your experiences with us. Last but not the least, we have Mr. Omar Nadeem to share his experience as an innovator. As the founding partner at Tabard Lab, Mr. Omar Nadeem advises public and private sector organizations on technology, innovation, and policy. With over 18 years of experience across Pakistan, East Asia, Eastern Europe, and Africa, he has led large-scale transformations in governance, service delivery, institutional reform, and digital strategy. He has worked extensively with the World Bank and the United Nations. Omar holds a Master of Public Policy from the Blavatnik School of Government at the University of Oxford. I now invite Mr. Omar Nadeem to share with us his story as an innovator.
Can you hear me? Oh, perfect. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for listening. Fascinating conversation. Fortunately, Munis was talking about some of the schools and universities he went to when he started Rosie. I used to be in the audience then. And, you know, we've benefited from what Munis has created over the years. Quick poll. How many of you think AI is making your life easier? Show of hands. Oh, everyone. Must be teachers. How many of you think AI is making your life more difficult? Awesome. We have some realists here. This is going to be interesting. Because I think while it's making our life easier, it's also making our life difficult. And some of us are realizing it, and some of us will realize it. But that doesn't really mean that we can ignore AI. It's become what I call everyday tech. And whether we know we're using AI, whether we deliberately use it, whether we avoid it, it's still there. And it's going to become more pervasive and more widespread and more common. And the pace at which AI is evolving and how it's essentially now being embedded in things that we do, in processes that we run, in things that we don't even realize, it's going to increase exponentially. So we'll quickly start from what the Bad Lab is. I spend a lot of time consulting in Pakistan and outside. Whenever we think of a top-tier consulting firm, rarely a Pakistani entity comes to mind. And so back in 2018, when we started the Bad Lab, the idea was to create a local brand that could compete with international consulting firms. So governments and private sector organizations, when they want to hire people who can come and solve problems for them, they shouldn't always have to look outside Pakistan. And we should have local talent and local potential and local people who can solve for those problems. Because we understand the context a lot better than people flying in from somewhere, spending a few days here, and then flying out. And while that expertise is really key and essential and critical, we should be able to match it with what we have in Pakistan. And this happens in other sectors, right? We export products, we export tech, and there's no reason why we shouldn't be able to export knowledge services. And that was basically when we started the Bad Lab. I think we'll just ditch the slides and move on. And with that in mind, our focus was essentially how do we solve for some of the biggest problems that Pakistan faces. We always say system chalta nahi hai, system kharab hai, cheezein nahi hoti, infrastructure kharab hai, service delivery kharab hai. How do we fix it? And so we started focusing a lot on that. In the early days, we were a bootstrap small firm. We could fit around a small conference table, the 4 or 5 of us. And we were really focused on burning some sweat equity. Thank you, Ji. And we were really focused on producing reports and analyses and papers that would essentially help people understand our take on a number of things. And what we call our working papers used to be a good 40 to 60 page report with a lot of analyses with numbers and text and evidence and desk reviews and talking to people and processing those insights. And by the time in 2019, when I had gone through the 3rd report of editing, designing, analysis, I went to my co-founders and said, I think it's about time we start training our own algorithm. Because the amount of effort that it was taking to receive inputs from people, to write them out, to weave them, to stitch them, to present them in a certain way, it would take us 3 to 4 months to actually produce a document that we could hit publish on. And what we started debating was, should we train people or should we train an algorithm? And this is 2019. How many of us were actually using AI in 2019? Very few of us, right? If you can see that really small 2019 on the screen, that's how small AI was in 2019. It was experimental, it was in proof of concept stages. The total market size, and this too Gemini Pro 3 told me last night, was around $40 billion. Can anyone guess what the market size now is in 2025? This is how big it's become. It's now crossed $750 billion, right? The energy usage that powers AI has increased by 10 to 18 times. And so back in 2019, we got really excited. Oh, we're going to become the first AI-powered think tank and advisory firm in Pakistan and maybe in the region with our own proprietary algorithm. And we went to a few of our friends in tech and we asked them, what would it take to build this? And their first question was, do you have a few $1 million? Because that's the kind of infrastructure, training, resourcing that would take for an algorithm to do what humans were doing back then over 4 to 6 months. And obviously we didn't have the money, so we decided we're going to just focus on what we know best, use the great talent that Pakistan has, and build a firm that relies on people and processes, and we'll get to the tech part over time. But fast forward 2025, when we have new models and updates coming every couple of months, that's going to get faster. और जब हर कोई AI use कर रहा है, prompting है, generative AI है, agents हैं, all of these things are now becoming normal. People with no computer science background can actually develop a lot of these things. We're kind of ending up in a situation like this. Just take a moment to read this, but then take 2 moments to reflect on this, because this is literally the kind of situations we are ending up every day because of the use of AI. So essentially, someone puts in 3 bullets and produces 10 pages, and the recipient of those 10 pages asks AI to summarize it in 3 bullets. And that's the cycle we're in now. And that's the part where the AI starts making your life difficult, right? And so just like everything else, it's really important to think and go back to the intentionality and the purpose and how we plan to use these technologies for what we do, how we do it, but more importantly, what is it helping us achieve? And the simple answer is, it should help us do more, do better, do faster, do cheaper. And that's really the way we think about AI. How Tabadla is using AI right now? So again, thanks to the evolution that has now made all of this easier, we're focusing on 2 very specific use cases. One is, how do we try and use technology to reduce the literacy barriers in Pakistan? Our adult literacy is still at 60%, more or less, and this has been constant for the last 10 years. Now imagine a world where technology is fundamentally changing how we operate and our adult literacy stays constant for almost a decade. And so what we're building is a platform that can digitize and automate interactions with communities, but we don't create the barrier कि English में जवाब देना ज़रूरी है. And so what we're working on is, how do we use AI and technologies to technologies around natural language processing, कि हम WhatsApp के voice notes को text में convert कर सकें और numbers में convert कर सकें और competencies assess कर सकें. And then we use that to basically throw back something at the end user in their own language. And so we eliminate this asymmetry and gap that exists. The other thing that we're doing is we're building an economic intelligence platform. It's called Vaze. And the idea is, can we actually understand and predict the Pakistani economy and the regional economy and the global economy in a much more proactive and responsive way? Things that move very quickly need to be analyzed even quicker. And again, जो काम पहले लोग बैठ के करते थे, अब वो टेक्नोलॉजी बहुत आराम से कर सकती है. And so essentially we're powering the entire range of analytics through machine learning and AI. Back in 2003, when I was doing my first internship, it was about taking annual reports of companies in Pakistan. So itni moti report publish hoti at the end of the year, which has their fiscal performance. And the internship was essentially feeding the profit and loss statements, the balance sheets, and the cash flow statements in Excel. So I was literally key punching numbers by looking at printed reports, because PDFs for all of the reports did not exist, and I was putting them in Excel, and then two people used to sit and cross-check each of the numbers. This particular exercise is now being done by technology. So we're pulling in sources across the web which have published data on websites, on PDFs, on Excel sheets, and a coded machine algorithm is basically picking each of those numbers, slotting it in the right places, and then helping us understand the relationships amongst those. And so there's a fundamental shift of what would require us 10 people to sit 8 to 10 hours a day and get done in 3 to 4 weeks, what Ma and Monis talked about. It can be done while we're asleep and the data gets refreshed the next morning. And so that's really the power of AI. अब question ये है कि हम उसको अपने process में कैसे incorporate करें, and how do we use that? We strongly believe that human agency needs to be protected, preserved, and augmented, and technology should help us do it. So we're not trying to actually cut out the humans from the process. What we're really trying to do is get people to use technology and offload the tasks that they don't need to be worried about. And really focus on the part where their intellectual thinking and cognitive skills are triggered and stimulated because the grunt work is already done by the technology. And I think that's the really, really important part. If we start giving control to technology, that's the area where I become a little uncomfortable. And people would argue that giving control to people has not helped us a lot, and that's fair. But I think that's really the fine line, जहाँ पे हमें technology and लोगों का जो है वो balance or equilibrium define करना पड़ेगा. And that's going to vary across different segments and sectors and societies and industries and economies. And there's no formula that exists there. But I think जो सबसे ज़रूरी चीज़ हमारे लिए है वो ये है कि हम लोगों को कैसे elevate कर सकते हैं by using technology. How do we help them do things that they couldn't do, acquire new skills that they couldn't acquire, but more importantly, process at a rate that's much faster and evolved. That will lead to disruptions. There is no doubt about it. I'm sure everyone reads about the job cuts and the layoffs because of technology and automation. And everyone also reads about, oh, this is going to create more opportunities. Every revolution, agricultural, industrial, IT and tech, and now the fourth industrial revolution is going to create more jobs. But the key thing here is कि वो jobs खुद से create नहीं होंगी. And we have to be very deliberate and thoughtful about how we're going to reskill and upskill people to survive in this rapidly changing and evolving environment. And I think the one thing that we've realized over the years is there were days when we used to wonder, will we last the next month or not? And in that situation, I think the human co-founders played the most important role. जो मेरे ख्याल में AI नहीं कर सकता. And so, having the support of people who share the vision, who share the purpose, who are aligned on how we have to get through this, that's the part where I think technology will take at least a much longer time to actually replace. And so I think the key message here is, should we worry about the future? The favorite answer, it depends. But I think we know what it depends on, right? And the really important thing is that we make sure that we're able to understand, we're able to retain control, we're able to make sure that human agency and intellect stays a part of the equation instead of outsourcing the thinking and the doing part all in one go. But I'll just stop here and happy to take any questions or reflections or, open up the floor to other people and talk about that. Thank you.
Thank you to our guests for such an insightful conversation. We request you to vacate the hall for the next session. beginning at 12:30 p.m. In the meantime, please visit the social junction for food and live entertainment. Also check out Mind, the immersive art experience presented by BNU in the Royal Grand Hall. See you at the next session. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you to the 19th edition of SOT Events, Company Creating Tomorrow, Humans, AI, and the Future. The SOT Event series was launched by Beacon House in 2000 to engage global communities in conversations that shape the future of schools and societies. We would like to thank our platinum sponsor, UBL, and our gold sponsor, Allied Bank, for their generous support. We also extend our appreciation to all our other sponsors. My name is John and I am an AI announcer for SOT Events. Please take a moment to note these important housekeeping points. Please ensure your cell phone is silent. Please use the SOT app to scan the QR code for session feedback. Share your thoughts on social media using the hashtags #co-creating-tomorrow and #SOT 2025. If you need assistance, our ushers are here to help. For questions, please either use the flashcards provided by the ushers or the SOT app. We are delighted to have you with us today for a frame-by-frame session which promises to be insightful and engaging. Silicon Valley or Shenzhen, choosing our digital destiny, brings together thought leaders, experts, and practitioners to share their unique perspectives, inspiring action and innovation. The session will last for about an hour, including a question and answer session. The moderator for this session is Mr. Isfandyar Kasuri. Mr. Isfandyar Kasuri is a tech entrepreneur and development sector specialist committed to using technology to create meaningful social impact in Pakistan. He serves as the CEO of New Globe, the world's leading organization supporting visionary governments in digitally transforming their public education systems. He is also a leading advocate for legal tech reform in Pakistan, working to build a digital legal marketplace that reimagines how citizens access justice. I now invite Mr. Isfandyar Kasuri to join us on stage.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. It is indeed an honor to be here at yet another SOT to discuss a really important topic that is where Pakistan places in the AI world of today and then tomorrow. I would like to thank you all for joining us. AI is the new frontier of national power. As Sam Altman put it clearly, AI is a power shift. Those who lead will write the rules of the world. For Pakistan, it's not really about picking a side. It's about rejecting a future that is shaped without us. The World Economic Forum has emphasized the biggest risk is that developing countries become AI consumers, not AI creators, widening the wealth and productivity divide. There have been many panels on AI at the SOT so far with a technology focus. The objective here today is for us to look at how Pakistan is to navigate the AI race between Silicon Valley and Shenzhen, or the US and China. And we are going to look at that question through a political, economic, and a cultural lens. And I'm very happy to be joined by my panelists. I'll, introduce Nasir Kasuri. Nasir Kasuri, please join us on the stage. He is the Director International at Beacon House. He's an avid technology enthusiast and quite the proponent of China. Joining us from the field of journalism is Muzammil Shah. He's one of the more thoughtful, intellectual-minded journalists that we have in Pakistan. And last but by no means least, we have the Vice Chancellor of BNU, former National Security Advisor, Mr. Mueed Yusuf. Gentlemen, our challenge is to adopt AI without importing helplessness or dependency. For a country like Pakistan that I think we will all agree is still struggling to emerge from a colonial state, and a country that has been wrestling with this idea of USA versus China since, in my personal life, since 2008, when I first moved to Pakistan. I dabbled in journalism myself, Muzammil. I had a show called The Washington Report, and in that I focused primarily on what Americans thought about Pakistan, the ones who weren't in government, etc. And one time after we made that show, I was asked to meet somebody in Serena, you know, one of the plainclothes establishment types. And for the first time, I was introduced to this idea that, sir, aap ye Western focus छोड़ें, East is rising, East के बारे में ज़रा सोचें. And this was pre-AI. So, you know, I wanted to kind of, you know, I've been thinking about China since 2008, and we have had a romance with China until recently. We still have a very strong relationship with them, but the nature of that relationship may be changing as we consider AI. So to like kick off the discussion, Moeed, you know, you have wrestled with this question of, you know, the US and China and Pakistan's interaction with them. How do you see that interaction evolving when contextualized against the state-driven AI policy of China, which is about shoring up their sectors, key sectors of their industries, and the American version, which is really built on this idea of learning language models and ever-evolving models? Why don't we kick off with that?
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Thank you, Andy, for having us here. I'm very glad you haven't asked me about AI, because beyond my phone, I have no clue how to use technology. So let me explain this in the following way. I'm part of a project at Harvard University looking at the question of this evolving global order and what a group of countries called middle powers, who are not these China, USs of the world, but they're still important enough that they will not be ignored in this evolving order. What does the future look like for them? And the preliminary conclusions that I at least can draw from that is that in virtually everything else, these middle powers would want to benefit from both the US and the Chinese camp. So the genius, as I explain it, or used to explain it, the genius of Pakistan's foreign policy is to delay that inevitable moment when you may have to pick a side. And the way you delay that moment is to partner with other peer countries called middle powers. Kazakhstan, Saudi Arabia, India, UAE, Nigeria, Brazil, etc. The only factor, the only variable that can change this future, where that inevitable moment will be pulled forward, is high-end technology. If the US and China decide to create a technology curtain, which no country can prevent them from, no other country can prevent them from doing. If they want to live in two parallel worlds of technology, which will be the new iron curtain of the world, these middle powers and everybody else will have to pick a side because they'll be forced to. There could be no worse outcome for Pakistan in this evolving geopolitical order than to have to choose between Silicon Valley and Shenzhen. So that, I think, is the critical point. We have to delay that as much as we can. And the way we are approaching this at this point is that we are headlong into a conversation about AI and, for that matter, crypto and whatever, without frankly understanding what this entire space is. And that's what worries me.
Okay. Okay. Building on that, Nasser, you know, China's rise is evident, and the United States is, whether it is declining or not, the discussion of Western empire's decline is all over the media and even at our homes here in Pakistan. It would seem that we should, if we have to make this choice that Moeed is fearing, that we would choose China as a rising power, and a power whose AI philosophy, at least, is centered around strengthening the state, not replacing the state. What do you think about the counter, the counter to that, basically? Why would we not go with China and go with the US or vice versa?
Yeah, thank you, Fandi. I mean, first of all, I would like to certainly agree with Moeed, whether it's artificial intelligence or any other technology. There's so many others whose, internet to be used, whose fighter jets to be used, whose GPS system to be used. We need to try to play both, well, not play both sides, but be aligned with both sides for as long as we possibly can. And I think most middle powers, throughout history have thrived on, operating in that middle ground. In terms of why, if eventually we have to make the choice, I'm not sure I'd like to take a position on this, but, from my perspective, China has, not just, as a matter of fact, for thousands of years, there are very strong trade and commercial relationships within this region. It's, the Silk Route, and their historical ties were geographically proximate, were each other's neighbors. China obviously has very, very long-term geopolitical interests in Pakistan. They have an interest in our deep sea port, minerals, many sectors, and then also geopolitically, some of the rivalries that we have coincide with China. Whereas obviously with the US, the relationship is a more complex one, and the US is diplomatic relations in the region are also more complex and less defined than those of the Chinese. So I think that, our interests coincide with theirs quite a bit. We have a lot of natural trade ties with China. So without having to specifically answer who we should side with, I can't really see any future in which it would make logical sense for us to abandon China. I mean, that would just, I can't see any situation in which that could be, a good course of action. I hope we can put off that moment for as long as possible. Jahan tak aapka dusra question hai about, whose, approach towards and whose motivation for AI development is preferable. I mean, philosophically, I think using any technology to benefit, the people of a country rather than, maybe a small group of business and political elite is certainly one that I will always prefer, because the benefits of that technology will then permeate to everyone. I also think that China is maybe better positioned to manage some of the economic and social fallout from the AI transition than, for example, the US, which is, fundamentally based on a capitalist ethos, which now I think, because there's very little labor engagement as a consequence of automation, capitalism is breaking down. I think the Americans are going to find their society is going to have more social upheaval than a very tightly state-controlled type system like China. So I think China may also manage in some ways societally the AI transition better. So yeah, without giving a definite answer,
Okay. Before we come to you, Muzammil, we're going to play two clips. I would suggest A1 and B1. These are perspectives on the China and the US AI race. We go with A1 and then B1 after. The first clip is Ian Bremmer. He's a very famous consultant and geopolitics expert, editor-at-large of Time magazine, commenting on the Chinese approach to AI.
For the Chinese, the consumer model is not where they're trying to win in AI. It's not about more and more advanced LLMs that people can engage with. DeepSeek, which is quite advanced and surprised a lot of the Americans in the space, was rolled out open source, very differently from the most advanced models, most of them in the United States. And the Chinese don't see that as how they're going to make all their money with AI. It's certainly not the important thing to them from a strategic perspective long term. They want to use AI to power advances in core industrial sectors. Biotechnology, robotics, space, advanced manufacturing. They want more efficiency. They want better energy use. They want to use AI for that.
Please.
AI does not mean American intelligence. Really, I really mean it. It's not rocket science. AI does not mean American intelligence. AI means artificial intelligence for the benefit of all, developed by all, and participated by all countries involved. But if any one country wants to build up AI dominance, do you know what will be the consequence? No one should allow any country to build up AI dominance. And I always tell my friends in the United States, including many from Yale University or from Yale Law School, don't build up American AI dominance as if AI is American intelligence. Because if any one country achieves dominance in AI, holy cow, it will dominate the world.
Yeah. So the American perspective is slightly admiring of the Chinese perspective, and the Chinese gentleman is warning that, you know, AI dominance will be terrible for the world. On first listen, it would be obvious to most of us कि भाई ये Chinese वाला जो model है ये जरा थोड़ा सा humanity के लिए बेहतर है. But we all know that you know, one should never pay attention to the words that politicians speak, but what they do actually is more important. Against this context, आप क्या समझते हैं कि the Chinese approach is the way for us, and what might be the counter to those points?
Well, thank you for having me. Before we choose a faction out of these two, I think we need to focus on our domestic infrastructure. क्योंकि अगर आप किसी भी मॉडल को बाहर से यहाँ लाके replicate कर देंगे without a strong governance model which backs it, then you are going to be vulnerable. We have recently seen in the war as well कि हमें ये report भी किया गया as journalists that electromagnetic warfare is taking the lead. Conventional armies are going redundant. So we have seen कि अब तो warfare की भी जो stage दुनिया follow कर रही है और जिसको prognosticate कर रही है आगे जाके, even that is going to be the realm of AI. So it is firstly a national security issue now. It is not something that could just, you know, stack money for us or make us a rich nation as we used to see in the ancient ages or in the British mercantilist age. Ab aakar, it's about national security as well. So firstly, we need to identify the strengths of both the mechanisms. Number one, the Chinese model, they say that the Shenzhen basically builds the body and the Silicon Valley builds the mind. So Shenzhen की जो strength है, वो क्या है? वो hardware technology है, and they move swiftly through that because there are no bureaucratic hurdles. It is a heavily centralized states, and also it has no parliamentary oversight of the sort as an impediment in the parliamentary systems of the world. तो China model की जो efficiency है, उसमें जो हम देखते हैं, जैसे पाकिस्तान के अंदर अगर बात की जाए, you go to these government departments and you'd see that there is certain hybridization that is already existing. Because आपको Huawei लगा हुआ मिलेगा, PFS से चले जाएं, PITB चले जाएं वहाँ पर, लेकिन क्लाउड की जब बात आएगी तो फिर वहाँ पर आपको अमेरिका और वेस्टर्न कैंप जो है वो उससे इंपोर्टेड टेक्नोलॉजीज दिखाई देंगी. सो वी आर मैनिफेस्टिंग द सेम हिस्टोरिकल एम्बिवलेंस इन द realm of AI as well, what we did in the Cold War, I mean after the Cold War basically, because I believe that there should be a technological non-aligned movement as well, as it used to be in the Cold War era. Because we cannot just afford to sit with one camp and just outsource our entire AI infrastructure to either America or to either China, because then it will make us vulnerable, as the other speakers have talked about it. तो बात ये है कि हम इन दोनों की स्ट्रेंथ से जब तक सीख के अपनी गवर्नेंस को स्ट्रांग नहीं करेंगे, फॉर इंस्टेंस अगर हमारा गवर्नमेंट क्लाउड जो है वो सिक्योर नहीं होगा, और दूसरी चीज़ ये है कि वेंडर लॉक-इन्स वाली जो स्टेज आती है, जिसमें जो वेंडर है उसके पास इतनी ऑटोनॉमी होती है एक टेक्नोलॉजी की, that you can acquire that technology but cannot dominate or cannot autonomously use or operate it. So that is a high risk, I think, for a country like Pakistan, जिसमें अगर आप देखें तो हमारा जो मिलिट्री हार्डवेयर है या बाकी सारा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है, आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस है या IT सेक्टर है सारा, उसमें कोई डोमेस्टिक मैन्युफैक्चरिंग तो है नहीं उस तरह से. सो सेल्फ रिलायंस की तरफ जाने से पहले तो हमें ट्रबल शूट करना है इन दोनों टेक्नोलॉजिकल फ्रेमवर्क्स को. Otherwise, we will be sitting in a very vulnerable position. But the China camp suits us more in a way that it is cost effective as well. Pakistan is a low income country. So Chinese production of जो cost है, वो almost 3 to 4 times कम है अगर हम उसको study करें. और वही चीज़ हमने even military hardware के अंदर भी देखी है. अभी recently जो conflict हुआ था इंडिया के साथ, उसमें भी ये comparisons हो रहे थे कि one Rafale jet costs around $100 million a piece. And the JF-17s that we were using were around 15 to 20 million a piece and still dominated them in the battlefield. So we have to go towards the cost-effective technology first, obviously, because we are an income-pressured country and we cannot afford to just invest a lot in this sector because we are already finding it hard to meet ends. So हमें अपनी गवर्नेंस मॉडल को पहले स्ट्रेंथन करना पड़ेगा, चाहे हम चाइना की तरफ लीन कर रहे हैं या फिर हम अमेरिका की तरफ लीन कर रहे हैं. और दूसरा ये है कि इन दोनों की स्ट्रेंथ से सीख के हमें जो DPIs हैं अपने, यानी कि जो अपना जो डोमेस्टिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है, उस पे जब तक इन्वेस्ट नहीं करेंगे और ट्रेन नहीं करेंगे लोगों को, सो वी आर नॉट गोइंग टू अंडरस्टैंड दिस बीस्ट. बिकॉज अब इस पे भी काफ़ी डिफरेंट व्यू पॉइंट्स हैं. कुछ लोग समझते हैं कि AI जो है वो एक ह्यूमन सिविलाइजेशन की ग्रोथ के लिए इस्तेमाल होगी. कुछ ये समझते हैं कि सुपर इंटेलिजेंस के आने से बिल्कुल ही इंसान जो है वो डिवॉल्व कर जाएगा और आउटसोर्स कर देगा अपनी कॉन्शियसनेस को. फॉर इंस्टेंस युval नोआ हरारी आल्सो थिंक्स दैट in the trajectory of evolution, this is a new species. So AI is not just a tool in the hands of Homo sapiens. It is a new species altogether because it is going to decide for us in future. And many people who have been associated with the field have also expressed this apprehension. For instance, Jeffrey Hinton ki agar main baat karu, who is called the father of AI. So he resigned from his position in Google as well because of the ethical concerns. And he said that I did not predict that it could be so empowered to the point that it could emancipate itself one day. And he saw it coming. वो एक बड़ी interesting analogy use करता है, tiger cub analogy. And he says that it's a cub for now, which is benign and toothless, but one day it is going to be a beast. So there are going to be a lot of problems for us as well, क्योंकि एक डिजिटल इमिग्रेशन की टर्म भी हरारी यूज करता है कि जॉब्स क्रिएशन की जहां तक हम बात करते हैं, पाकिस्तान में अभी डाटा आया है जिसमें 7% अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट रेट हो चुका है और दूसरा तकरीबन 2.5 करोड़ बच्चे हमारे स्कूलों से बाहर हैं जिनको हमें एजुकेशन सेक्टर में लेकर आना है. ऐसी सिचुएशन के अंदर आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस के आने से जॉब्स खत्म नहीं होंगी, न्यू क्रिएशन ऑफ जॉब्स होगी, बट उसके लिए हमें जो स्किल चाहिए दैट इज गोइंग टू बी डेवलप्ड, जो इस प्लेटफॉर्म पे बैठ के द रीजन व्हाई आई एम हियर एज वेल and why I think it is very important, because we need to raise a generation of Pakistanis who could understand and operate these new technologies and fill the space of these new employment opportunities that are going to be oozing out in future. So in order to train a generation of people who could understand and operate through it, we need to talk about it now and train our youngsters how to operate about it.
Okay, excellent. Excellent. There are obviously the questions of the ethics of AI, what it means to all of humanity, but I guess you also touched on the Pakistan aspect of this. Incidentally, I believe it was 3 or 4 months ago, Pakistan put together a policy for how it is going to deal with AI. To bring the audience up to speed, we can go with clip D1. That would be the 4th clip, in which there's a summary of what Pakistan intends to do to make sure it doesn't become AI dependent on other countries. And then we'll come to you, Moeed and Nasir again.
पाकिस्तान की आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस पॉलिसी है क्या? तो पाकिस्तान की आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस पॉलिसी है क्या? पहला, इस पॉलिसी के तहत गवर्नमेंट का प्लान है कि स्टार्टअप्स और इनोवेशन को बूस्ट दिया जाए. दूसरा, लोगों को लाखों नई AI ट्रेनिंग्स और स्किल्स दी जाएं और साथ साथ आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस से मुतालिक आगाही फैलाई जाए. तीसरा, एजुकेशन, हेल्थ, एग्रीकल्चर और गवर्नेंस में आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस के लिए एक क्लियर रोड मैप बनाया जाए. चौथा, डेटा सेफ्टी, एथिकल रूल्स और सबको साथ लेकर चला जाए. और आखिरी, डेटा सेंटर्स, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर और इंटरनेशनल पार्टनरशिप्स के साथ पाकिस्तान को ग्लोबल AI रेस में शामिल किया जाए. तो पाकिस्तान की आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस पॉलिसी है क्या? पहला, इस पॉलिसी के तहत गवर्नमेंट का प्लान है कि स्टार्टअप्स और इनोवेशन को बूस्ट दिया जाए. दूसरा, लोगों को लाखों नई AI ट्रेनिंग्स और स्किल्स दी जाएं और साथ साथ आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस.
In case you didn't catch it the first time. Anyway, look, the policy has been evaluated by many people, and generally हमारा जो ये 3-4 महीने पहले policy draft किया गया है, it has received thumbs up from most people. But Moeed, and this question is to you. In Pakistan, we are very good at devising policy. Muzammil was alluding to the many millions of children out of school, the justice-related issues that we have. Access to justice is a problem. We have great policies for that. But we have a real gap when it comes from policy to implementation. And given the grave nature of the AI race and the potential negative implications on humanity and Pakistani society, and what do you see are the chances that we will be able to deliver on all these prerequisites for us to be not AI dependent on either China or the US, but to chart our own digital destiny? Mohit.
देखें, ये वाली जो पॉलिसीज हैं, हैविंग सॉर्ट ऑफ बीन देयर सीन दिस, ये आप मेरे जैसे किसी बंदे को पकड़ें, उसको कहें यार को अंग्रेजी लिखो, और ये वाली तो चैट जीपीटी को कहें तो वो भी अच्छी बना लेगी. इसके अंदर एक कॉन्ट्रडिक्शन है, जो मुजामिल ने बात किया है. स्टार्ट फ्रॉम देयर. अगर आपने इसको नेशनल सिक्योरिटी इशू बना लिया, दैट्स द एंड ऑफ इट. इट्स डेड ऑन अराइवल. The whole concept of getting in the game. Pakistan, by the way, is not in the AI game at all. We don't feature anywhere. ठीक? So self-reliance to conversation ही नहीं होनी चाहिए. The question is, what partnerships can you build? You've now got UAE and Saudi Arabia that are becoming the center of gravity for some of AI, putting in a lot of money. How do you create conversations about them using us for AI human resource development, us as a real-life lab for testing of their AI models that they don't have, maybe later on sovereign tech funds or things like that. But agar conversation is taraf chali gayi ki hybrid warfare, AI, military equipment, I mean, that's my space, so it should come as a surprise that I'm saying this. It will directly undercut the fundamental premise of where we want to go, which is innovation. So pehla point hai innovation. These are contradiction in terms as we approach things. So let me give you an example. ये AI का सारा बिल्डअप कहाँ से होना है? ये आपके और मेरे एज ग्रुप ने तो नहीं करना. हमें तो AI की समझ ही बाद में आएगी जब वो हो चुका होगा. It's younger people who are thinking through this, who will train themselves, who will bring out, whether it's Chinese model, US model, how do you bring that together? There is not a single university in Pakistan that is able to produce innovation under the juggernaut of the bureaucracy that tells us what we can and cannot teach students. If a faculty member my age or twice my age is going to be teaching AI, let's not kid ourselves. For Pakistan to grow in AI, you have to allow these centers of learning to experiment and fail again and again before they succeed. Where is that ecosystem? Who's going to give it to you? What is the reason that a country of 250 million and the kind of human resource we say we have has not produced a single unicorn, whereas African countries have multiple dozens now? कोई वजह है ना उसकी. The वजह is mindset. और अगर आप वही mindset इस policy पे apply करेंगे तो वही result आएगा. So here the conversation has to switch. AI is simply a tool. It's nothing else. It's just a tool. The conversation has to switch bureaucratically to say, how do we not do things that we keep doing to constrain innovation in any space? If everything is going to become a security threat, there will be no innovation, because status quo is the only way you maintain what you know best. So ye sara kuch theek hai, we have to go in this direction, that's all great. Unless and until you can bring confidence in your centers of excellence, and these centers of excellence are not कि इतने पैसे दे दिए वहां पे एक बिल्डिंग बन गई और वहां पे लोग काम करें. Let the younger generation experiment and fail without worrying about who's going to undermine whatever that security umbrella is. Nobody will. The only thing that will undermine it, the only thing, is coming up with shoddy ways of regulating through firewalls and whatever that reduce internet speed and don't allow real innovation. वो भी करें. I'm a security person, so I'm the first one to say we need it, but not in ways that will prevent real experimentation in AI. Varna, Aswandiyar, I guarantee you, just like in the economy, our peers have passed us by, In AI, we will only be taking standards from others, and this conversation about West or East will finish because what we'll be beggars getting whatever we can. If we want to move in the direction that Muzammil is saying, you've got to think of this through an economic and a technology lens.
Okay, well, I mean, we clearly, Moeed, you believe that we must choose our own digital destiny, and we must do it through the freedom to make mistakes and have a framework that enables that to happen. And, you know, I mean, as you were saying that, I realized, you know, I was thinking practically, I mean, what does it mean really for us to be AI ready? Like he mentioned the bureaucracy. And the first thing that came to my mind was land records and then medical records. And I'm thinking which government department of ours would be willing to digitalize land records. I mean, we have cases in court that have been there for 30 years, 40 years. And you know, one of the ways in which AI could practically help Pakistan is if we gave it a set of parameters and said, go ahead and go through these 100,000 cases and figure out a solution for us. But is our government interested in doing that? I mean, we've been talking about digitalizing government records, just digitalizing them for the last, 30 years or so, and we haven't gotten anywhere. So, Nasser, you represent the private sector in Pakistan. One of the things that this policy that we've come up with states is that any kind of robust action that will keep Pakistan not in the race between China and America, but in this strategic partnership with middle countries that Moeed talks about. Do you think that the government is ready to partner with the private sector to further our position and choose our own destiny?
Yeah. I mean, I do believe that public-private partnerships, you know, are the best way forward. I mean, the government has shown in recent times an inclination to partner with the private sector. Beacon House itself, as you probably know, is running a large number of government schools in Gujranwala. I firmly believe that if they continue working with the private sector, it's the best way to address the education disparity in Pakistan. So, I mean, I hope so. And so far, the indications are that, you know, yes, they are. But unfortunately, education is one of those sectors in Pakistan that ends up being about everything but education. You know, I think historically, PIA and the education sector have been the two biggest victims of politics in Pakistan. So I think if we're going to achieve anything productive, whether it's in AI or anything else, we need to depoliticize private education in Pakistan. Now, I personally feel that there's too much baggage for the government to be able to do that themselves, and working with the private sector is the best way to do it. But you know, talking about the government's roadmap for training AI professionals, I think I agree with Moeed. It shouldn't be insular looking. Secondly, you know, AI can only really be successful if it has a large corpus of data to work on. So you know, if you want to be successful in AI development, you can't really have a very insular approach. You know, your models are going to be limited and not very robust. One of the things that actually concerns me, I think, you know, Fandi, following on from what you said, is that if we want to have robust indigenous AI models or do anything in AI, we need to digitize not just records, we need to start digitizing our culture, values, and beliefs also. You know, there's this concept of, you know, digital colonialism, techno-colonialism. I think one of the issues we face in Pakistan is that we don't put enough content out there in terms of our art, culture, music, beliefs, really for these LLMs to absorb and make part of their database. So what I fear is that if we continue to do that, we will be left out of the international AI discourse, because simply the corpus of material that these AI models study will not have enough Pakistani content in it for it to really influence the way the AI system thinks. So one of my fears, and one thing I feel we need to ensure, is that whether it's our model, whether it's Llama, Gemini, DeepSeek, any international model, when it scars the internet for material, in order to form its own thought process and cognition, there should be material out there put out by Pakistan so that our culture and beliefs are represented on the global stage. And yes, in order to use AI effectively, we need to digitize our land records, legal records, many other records, because only then will it be able to introduce the sort of efficiencies in Pakistan that can help us to propel our economy. And that's agnostic of whether it's a Chinese AI or a US AI. So I think we have very foundational issues that we need to address before the selection of the AI even really becomes relevant for us.
Thank you. But that begs the question, and I'm just going to try to, for the sake of debate, I'm going to push back, and not really even for the sake of debate. Mohit, the idea that we have to chart our own course is a great idea. We should be charting our own course, whether it's AI or health or education or governance, whatever. But Muzammil, if history is to guide us, it seems unlikely, or at least one can make the case, that we will not implement our policy and we will be playing catch up. And in that scenario, there is either a US model or a Chinese model. Where do we go?
Well, historically speaking, I mean, you're absolutely right, because if you talk about an ideal scenario, so yes, we should be using these technologies for innovation and for nation building and for job creation and for e-governance, as you have pointed out. But what we have been doing in the past is that, firstly, being a peripheral nation, we have always been catching up, as you have said so. And secondly, I mean, historically, I don't have a lot of expectations as well, because I believe in the eternal recurrence of human stupidity as well. As Harari also says that human beings are the most intelligent species, but at the same time, most delusional and self-destructive as well. In the last 5,000 years of humanity, only 250 have been of peace, the rest is complete war. So we have seen that war has been a state of existence for human beings, because whatever tools that they have invented, be it scientific or whatever they are, they have used it to achieve their political ends. So yes, we can have a discussion of an ideal scenario in which we, all of us, do not use these technologies for warfare and, for AI domination and for national security issues. But as there is a quotation as well, that ideals are peaceful, but history is violent. So this is our ideal that we need to pursue. Yes, no debate there. But the problem is कि अगर हम एक realist perspective से देखें तो science ने भी human beings को serve तो किया है, but at the same time destroy भी किया है. I mean, people like Einstein, they wrote a letter to F.D. Roosevelt and told them about doing their own nuclear test as well, because at one point he has his scientific theory, but at the other point he has to serve the state as well. तो बात ये है कि ये टेक्नोलॉजीज यूज किस तरह होती हैं, ये हमेशा से ह्यूमन एनार्की और एनार्किक इंटरनेशनल ऑर्डर डिसाइड करता आया है. और ये ही अनफॉर्चुनेट चीज़ है, बिकॉज पाकिस्तान के अंदर भी अगर देखा जाए तो जो एक पॉलिटिकल रॉट आपको नज़र आता है, जिसमें वही ब्यूरोक्रेटिक रेड टेपिज्म है जिसकी आप बात कर रहे हैं. अभी रिसेंटली ब्यूरोक्रेसी को लेके एक बहुत लंबी IMF की करप्शन रिपोर्ट भी सामने आती है. ठीक है, तो एक इनएफिशिएंसी तो है ही है, लेकिन उसके साथ साथ किसी सिटीजन को वहाँ जाकर वही फील होता है, वो जो काफका ने कहा था ना, कि काफकाएस्क फीलिंग आती है कि आपको नहीं पता कि ये ब्यूरोक्रेटिक फ्रेमवर्क किसके लिए यूज होता है, यहाँ लॉ कौन बनाता है, इस लॉ का पॉइंट क्या है. अब हम भी एज अ स्टूडेंट जो है वो हमेशा एम्बिवेलेंट ही रहे हैं कि इसको जाके ना आप ओथ कमिश्नर की स्टैंप लगवा के आए डिग्री के ऊपर. आई नेवर अंडरस्टूड व्हाई वी नीड टू डू दिस अटेस्टेशन ऑफ अ डिग्री. या फिर आप एक डिपार्टमेंट में जा रहे हैं और वो कह रहे हैं नहीं आप उसके पास चले जाएं, वो दूसरे वाला कह रहा है नहीं आप उसके पास चले जाएं. सो ब्यूरोक्रेसी इज काइंड ऑफ एग्जॉस्ट अ पर्सन, बिकॉज दे काइंड ऑफ create those juggernauts which you cannot make sense of. So ideally तो टेक्नोलॉजी को, इस ब्यूरोक्रेसी को हमें बायपास करते हुए उसके लिए इस्तेमाल करना चाहिए था कि मैं घर बैठ के हर सर्विस अपने डोर स्टेप पर इस्तेमाल कर लूँ. लेकिन पाकिस्तान के अंदर ऐसा होता है या नहीं, जिस तरह आपने कहा उसमें कॉन्फ्लिक्ट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट है. यहाँ पर तो अभी यूनिकॉर्न्स की मोहित साहब बात कर रहे थे, हमारे बिलियनियर भी वो हैं जो प्लॉट बेचते हैं. ठीक है, इसके अलावा हमारे पास आज तक कोई कमोडिटी एक्सपोर्ट वर्दी हमें समझ नहीं आई कि बाहर क्या एक्सपोर्ट करना है. अगर प्लॉट एक्सपोर्ट होता तो हम काट के भी कर देते, लेकिन अब वो नहीं हो सकता. सो تو ہمارے یہاں آپ جتنا آپ جو ہے وہ اپورڈ سوشل موبلٹی کسی کی نوٹس کریں گے باہر جا کے, اور آپ کو نظر آئے گا کہ کوئی ایک ایسی امپاورسڈ سیٹنگ سے اٹھ کے ڈی ایچ اے میں شفٹ ہو گیا, یا اچھے ہاؤس ہولڈ کی طرف چلا گیا, اچھے نیبرہڈ میں آ گیا ہے, تو اس سے پوچھیں گے کیا کرتے ہو, تو یا بڑا بھائی باہر ہوگا یا پھر ایک ہی ہاؤسنگ کالونی ہوگی, بس اس کے علاوہ کوئی ماڈل نہیں ہے. سو یہ وجہ کیا ہے, یہ وہی انوویشن کا ایشو ہے جو موہت صاحب بات کر رہے ہیں, کہ اگر ہم انڈر فنڈڈ رکھیں گے ریسرچز کو, آر این ڈی پہ انویسٹ نہیں کریں گے, یونیورسٹیز کا ہائر ایجوکیشن کا بجٹ کاٹ دیں گے, تو پھر ہماری پرائیورٹیز ویزیبل ہیں کہ ہم کیا چاہ رہے ہیں نیشن سے. بہت سے لوگ پوچھتے ہیں فیوچر کیا ہوگا پاکستان کا. یو کین سی دیٹ ان دا کرنٹ اسٹیٹ آف افیئرز ایز ویل, وین 20 million children are out of school basically, you are raising a generation of people who do not understand the modern world. ہماری تو جس طرح موہت صاحب نے بھی بات کی کہ یونیورسٹیز میں بھی اس طرح کی ایجوکیشن نہیں دی جا رہی جو کہ دی جانی چاہیے, اور 50% جو پوٹینشیل ہے بچوں کی جن کو ابھی اسکول میں ہونا چاہیے وہ تو اسکول ہی نہیں جا رہے, جو جا رہے ہیں وہ بھی پاک اسٹڈیز پڑھ رہے ہیں. تو بات یہ ہے کہ ہمیں we are not ready for this contemporary problem that is hereby troubling us as well at an international stage. اور جہاں تک پکنگ اے سائڈ کی بات ہے تو وہ تو ہمیشہ سے ہمارا فیوریٹ رہا ہے. ایک دور میں ایوب خان صاحب باہر جا کے آئزن ہاور کے منہ پہ پیار کیا کرتے تھے, ٹھیک ہے, اور ان کو ریڈ کارپٹ بچھاتے تھے ان کے سامنے لوگ, اسی لیے کہ ہم نے اینٹی سوویٹ الائنس سائن کر لیا تھا, اسی لیے کہ دے آل کائنڈ آف سو پاکستان ایز دیئر ڈارلنگ. تو جب بھی یو ایس کو بہت پیار آتا ہے پاکستان پہ, اٹس اے بیڈ نیوز, ٹھیک ہے, یہ آج کل بھی آیا ہوا ہے. تو اسی طرح اب وہ اپنا جو پاکستان کی اپنی ایک ڈومیسٹک جو ڈی پی آئیز کی میں نے بات کی, اب چائنا کے سسٹم, سوری تھوڑی لمبی ہو رہی ہے بات, بٹ چائنا کے سسٹم کے ساتھ بھی ایک ایشو یہ ہے کہ اٹ از ویری پرون ٹو سرویلنس. دیر آر 700 million CCTV cameras in China, one CCTV for 2 citizens. And I think we would love this because we would love to get into the minds of our individuals as well. Abhi recently Punjab government نے بھی ایک legislation digital media کی پاس کی تھی, اور پیکا ایکٹ کی اگر اب بات کریں, واٹس ایپ میسج پہ بھی اب نان بیلیبل FIR ہو سکتی ہے. تو ہم تو سرویلنس کو بہت پسند کرنے والے لوگ ہیں, اس کی وجہ ہے کہ وی آر آلویز کنسرنڈ وتھ تھاٹ پولیسنگ. تو اگر ہم نے وہ 1984 والی چیز کرنی ہے تو ہم AI کو بھی اپنے پولیٹیکل اینڈس کی طرف لے جا کر ڈسٹروائے کر دیں گے, کیونکہ اس کو بھی ہم اپنی اسٹیٹ سرویلنس کے لیے استعمال کریں گے. بٹ ہمیں اگر ڈیموکریٹائز کرنا ہے اس ملک کو, تو اس میں ہمیں ایتھیکل یوز آف ٹیکنالوجی کا ڈسکورس پیدا کرنا ہے, اور اس پہ انویسٹ بھی کرنا ہے, اور اس کی ایک ڈبیٹ کروانی ہے اپنی یونیورسٹیز میں, اپنے انٹلیکچوئل سرکلز میں, تاکہ ہم پش کریں ان لیجسلیٹرز کو کہ یہ ٹیکنالوجی کو ایک آپریشن کا ٹول نہ بنائیں, انوویشن کی اپرچونٹی بنائیں.
Mohit, we want to use it as innovation, use it for innovation, for developing our civilization, realizing the promise of Pakistan that is still at this moment unrealized. Will the Machiavellian side of this win? Will we use AI to develop a more authoritarian police state, one where national security is the consideration and the whole game is out the window? Or will we use it to upskill our economy, to ensure that much of the value that AI derives stays in country? We don't want to be, value exporters and then import intelligence from outside. The AI policy that Pakistan has come up with, it calls for the creation of 500,000 to 1 million AI jobs to retain that value here. Do you see us being able to do that?
دیکھیں, میرا خیال ہے فیلئر آف امیجنیشن ہے اکراس دا بورڈ, رائٹ. پاکستان over its history, unfortunately, we have perfected the art of remaining at the lowest end of the value chain in everything we do. آج سے 50 سال پہلے ہم نے کپڑا بنانا شروع کیا, بنگلہ دیش کے پاس کاٹن نہیں تھی, لیکن وہ اب دنیا کے سب سے بڑے گارمنٹ ایکسپورٹر ہیں, ہم ادھر کے ادھر ہی بیٹھے ہوئے ہیں. میں ہمیشہ اسپورٹس کا ایگزامپل دیتا ہوں. وی آر اے نیشن بلٹ آن را ٹیلنٹ and very good raw talent. As soon as we create professionalism, or we require professionalism, we are nowhere. So आप जरा पाकिस्तान की हॉकी का सोचें. You know, when you and I were growing up, hockey was a thing. अभी generation किसी को पूछे वो कहते हैं ice hockey, कौन सी hockey? Reason क्या है? जब तक आप hockey internationally grass पे खेलते थे, it was raw talent, skill, we were brilliant. AstroTurf, it equalized, it became a science, dead. Now you're seeing the same with cricket. You can see, हम कहते हैं जी PIA ने Emirates बनाई और देखें Emirates का है. It's not a coincidence because we are very good at initial raw skill based simple tasks. As soon as you require coordination and professionalism in a science, you're dead. ठीक? So AI is exactly that. Just think of this. आप एक हाई एंड मेडिकल मशीन सर्जरी के लिए मेरे जैसे किसी को पकड़ा दें जिसको समझ नहीं है तो वो गलत बटन दबाएगा और मशीन जल जाएगी. AI needs creative minds trained to solve problems, to innovate. It does not need people who have lived through rote memorization all their lives to produce innovation. It is not possible with our education system to do that. Second point, I know you're out of time. The gap between decision makers and those who have to absorb decisions is now so large that you will inevitably end up, even the best, most benevolent mind will end up with the control mechanisms rather than the innovation mechanisms because we are not hearing what's coming from the ground. जो नई generation है जिससे मैं and Nasir now we interact, they think of ourselves as dinosaurs. इतना बड़ा gap है. तो जब faculty पढ़ाने वाली is old school, they are not interested in that conversation. वहां अभी भी यही कॉन्वर्सेशन है कि फैकल्टी ने पढ़ा दिया तो सवाल क्यों पूछ रहे हैं, right? This is the difference. You've got to allow the next generation to figure out how these frontiers will be crossed. अगर हम old school national security advisor के दफ्तर में बैठ के AI को देखेंगे, it will always seem a threat. तो मैं आपको इतना आज प्रोग्रेसिव गुफ्तगू कर रहा हूं, आप मुझे वापस उस दफ्तर में भेजें, I'll be the control mechanism. And we are not getting out of that mindset. AI का एक फायदा है in the lighter vein. AI को ट्रेन कर दें कि सारा दिन ब्यूरोक्रेसी की, डिसीजन मेकर्स की, इन सब की वो सिकोफेंसी करता रहे तो आधी आपकी ब्यूरोक्रेसी फारिग हो जाएगी, काम ही कोई नहीं रहेगा. उनको इस काम पे लगा दो.
Nasir, the Americans are racing towards, or at least they say they are, towards AGI. That would be artificial general intelligence, which to, me, is kind of like an attempt at creating a godlike AI that will solve your water crisis, it will solve your education crisis, it will solve every crisis. We are in the camp here in Pakistan where we need every crisis for us solved. And it's clear from the discussion here that the people that run our country may not be up to the challenge. Would we do better to rely on an American AGI or the Chinese version of it, which really, I mean, it sounds good, China and all. For us, we love it from a geopolitical standpoint. They are our true ally and they have reason to be our ally. But, everybody in this room pretty much is very much, I guess one could say that our brains lie with the East and our hearts are with the West. The people that rule Pakistan, they talk about China, but their children study in England and in America. English is as much a second language as Balochi is, or, in our country. So culturally, from a cultural standpoint, before we go to Q&A here, USA or China?
Yeah, I mean, look, first I'd like to say that I don't think that, one should, when it comes to governance and decision making, I would not espouse that we should give up, our sovereignty to either the Americans, or the Chinese. At the end of the day, the models that the Americans are developing are also, if they're developing AGI, being developed for, their interest. right? And one would have to assume it's being predominantly trained on their data sets. And so if you're using an American AI to make decisions for your own country, then there's always a risk and a likelihood, in fact, that the advice that it gives you may actually not serve your interests ultimately, but rather serve, American interests, hence, techno imperialism again. So, I mean, I don't think that wholesale decision making on the governance, regardless of the ineptness of our bureaucracy, can be left to an intelligence that comes from another country that may well be serving the interests of that country. And I mean, despite the fact that I think we have geopolitical ties with China, I don't think that we should outsource decision making to the Chinese either. Secondly, I also feel that there's an inherent risk in outsourcing all sorts of decision making to AI. As an educator, I really fear that children and even adults are losing their faculty to make creative decisions. Every time we need to make a decision about anything, we just ask Chat GPT tells us, and we do what it tells us. And for me, that's risky, because to be honest, if you a lot of people don't actually understand how AI works. It looks really sophisticated and magical, but it's basically just a probabilistic processing engine. What it's doing is it's going onto the internet, it's seeing the relationships between different words, and it's giving you output. So a lot of times when you ask Chat GPT something, what it gives you will actually sound really intelligent, but it'll just be like a word puzzle. It'll be putting words together in a format that looks intelligible. It cannot actually yet do authentic, creative decision making. What it's really good at doing is giving you information, taking information that's already out there and reprocessing it and synthesizing it in a really useful way. But it cannot really do new ideation yet. I don't know, maybe at some point in the future it will be able to. But thankfully, right now, the creation of new knowledge and ideas is still something that humans can do much better than AI. And I think running a country as complex as Pakistan, Fandi, requires ingenuity and creativity. So I think giving up decision making to a completely mundane algorithm will result in decisions which are not creative, which are repetitive, mundane, and ultimately will not solve the complex problems that this country has. So it has, at the end of the day, decision making needs to remain intrinsically human, supported by AI, but not led by AI.
Muzammil, you're the Prime Minister of Pakistan and you have to make a decision day after tomorrow.
I'll resign the first day.
I think we'll move on to Q&A now. The first question we have here is, the US focuses on consumer AI while China focuses on industrial AI. Which model will actually create more jobs for Pakistan? Please voluntarily go for it.
Depends what we want to do with it. It's out there. What are we going to take from it is the question we have to answer. Okay, we have a choice. We can just, live as if there is no AI and keep doing what we are doing. So it's not the American model, Chinese model. I think the most jobs, by the way, for us will be created by the Gulf. If they actually become the center of gravity of technology and AI and data centers and whatever, that's where most of our, AI trained human resource is going to go. That's from where we are going to get funds to create labs, i.e. real life labs, AI test models here. That's, I think, what it's going to be. The danger is that we create that tech curtain. And by the way, tech curtain का problem हमारे लिए technology नहीं है. Overwhelming majority of economic inputs come from China and outputs go to the West. So unless we can change that structure, we don't have a choice to go in either direction. But I would frankly be looking at the Gulf if I really want to benefit from this more than either China or the US.
Yeah, we have structural challenges that clearly need to be addressed before we can even answer that question correctly. Nasir, you want to add here, or should we move to the next?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, unemployment is something that I fear when it comes to AI. Now, whether it's Chinese AI or US AI, both of them are being designed to automate, intellectual processes, right? So unemployment is something that has to be dealt with on a broader level. I don't think it's a question of what AI we choose. I think the world in general needs to decide, what is the future of humanity going to be. Faisal Bari in the panel yesterday made this very interesting conversation, a remark about, we have to move away from the idea of full employment. I mean, that's a very provocative thought, right? If we're going to move away from full employment, quite apart from the economic impacts of that, what reason for being are people going to have? Why are you going to wake up in the morning? Why are you going to get out of bed? What's going to keep you going and what's going to motivate you? So I think irrespective of what AI, Pakistan, or anyone else chooses, these fundamental human questions have to be answered. Economic questions have to be answered about, if we automate so much, how is wealth going to be redistributed? And even if wealth is redistributed through universal basic income or some other mechanism, what will people's motivation for getting up in the morning going to be? And consequently, what will the future of humanity be? I think those are questions we need to reflect on and address very quickly.
Okay. Muzammil, we'll take this one with you. Yahan pe likha hua hai, Chinese consumers often trade privacy for convenience. Is the Pakistani public willing to make that same trade-off for better services? Mujhe yaad aaya, wo China has the most sophisticated facial recognition software there is. Aap kisi dukaan mein jaate hain, aap wahan pe kitab uthate hain, the state knows what your reading is, and they really have an insight into your life that shayad Pakistan mein hame kabhi bardasht karna nahi pada. I'm not even sure ki government actually cares ki hum kar kya rahe hain in the first place. Would we be able to adjust to such a situation?
Firstly, as I've said, the facial recognition system, वो उस पे तो हमारे एक दोस्त हैं, वो उधर जाके ना सिम कार्ड लेना था उन्होंने, तो उसके लिए भी उन्होंने स्वाब टेस्ट किया, जैसे कोविड का करते हैं ना, कि उन्होंने वो जो है प्रॉपरली DNA सैंपल तक ले लिए सिम लेने के लिए. तो बात ये है कि हमारे पास, as the question puts it, that can we trade off our privacy for convenience? We will never have an option. Nobody will ask us. ये तो तब होगा ना जब हमसे पूछेंगे. अभी तो आप देखें कि अभी लास्ट गवर्नमेंट ने PDM की जो लास्ट, sorry to make it a bit political, but since I have to, because that's my bread and butter as well. So लास्ट गवर्नमेंट ने कैमरा से सर्वेलेंस को लीगलाइज कर दिया था लेजिस्लेशंस के जरिए, और अभी रिसेंटली 18 लाख लोगों का डाटा नादरा से लीक हो गया. एक छोटी सी खबर आई कि 18 लाख लोगों का डाटा लीक कर दिया गया है 2024 में. और इसके साथ साथ बाकी जो प्राइवेसी के कंसर्न्स हैं, वी आर लिविंग इन एन एब्सोल्यूट ब्लैक होल. वी डोंट नो कि जो हमारा डाटा है वो सेफ है नहीं है. टेलीकॉम स्कैम्स यहाँ पर इतने बड़े बड़े होते हैं कि उसके ऊपर भी वो चंद छोटे से एक मैग्नीट्यूड का फाइन पे करके एंड दे कैन गेट अवे विद इट. तो हमारे यहाँ जिस तरह पहले बात हो रही थी, मसला जो है वो गवर्नेंस का है कि जो लोग लेजिस्लेटर्स हैं उनको शायद पता ही नहीं है कि ये जो फ्यूचरिस्टिक डिसीजन मेकिंग है ये कैसे करनी है. हमारी टीम ने अभी रिसेंटली एक रिसर्च की थी कि लास्ट 2 असेंबलीज में एवरेज एज जो है लेजिस्लेटर्स की, दैट वाज 51. तो पाकिस्तान के अंदर 3 मेन स्ट्रीम पार्टीज हैं, तीनों की लीडरशिप 70 साल की है और यूथ के लिए लड़ रहे हैं सारे. उसमें भी आप देख लें कि कितना वाइब्रेंट और फ्रेश माइंड आपको दिखाई दे रहा है. और लेजिस्लेटर्स भी ऐसे ही हैं कि अक्सर तो जो है वो जब वोट हो रहा होता है तो वो उनको जिस मुश्किल से वहाँ तक पहुँचाते हैं पार्लियामेंट तक वोट डालने के लिए, वो भी बड़ा मुश्किल होता है. तो बात ये है कि अगर लेजिस्लेटर्स या जो डिसीजन मेकर्स हैं वो वेल वर्स्ड ही नहीं हैं, दे आर आउट ऑफ टच अबाउट व्हाट इज हैपनिंग इन द करंट डे एंड एज. क्योंकि रिसेंटली हमने देखा है, कभी टिकटॉक बैन कर दो, कभी इसको बैन कर दो, सड़क पे 500 बंदा आ गया, सड़क ब्लॉक कर दिया तो पूरे मुल्क का इंटरनेट बंद कर दो. वैसे फ्रीलांसिंग इंडस्ट्री को आप चैंपियन करते हैं और आप कहते हैं कि वी हैव ग्रेट इनोवेटर्स, हमारे जो बच्चे हैं वो बहुत टैलेंटेड हैं, उन्होंने ये सॉफ्टवेयर हाउसेस खोले, ये सब कुछ किया. लेकिन अब अगर मेरे पास इंटरनेट नहीं आ रहा और मैंने 2 दिन में प्रोजेक्ट डिलीवर करना है तो दोबारा से मुझे फ्लैग कर दिया जाएगा मेरे अकाउंट को. मुझे ना वो सेम रेट्स मिलेंगे और ना वो डील मिलेगी इंटरनेट के ऊपर जो कि बाकी सबको मिलेगी, बाकी जिस तरह पहले बात हो रही है. सो द डिसीजन मेकर्स आर कंप्लीटली आउट ऑफ टच. और जहाँ तक ये प्राइवेसी वाला मामला है तो वो तो पहले ही नहीं बची, तो इसके ट्रेड ऑफ में अगर कुछ मिल जाए तो आई थिंक इट विल बी अ बोनस. दैट्स ऑल आई कैन से.
Thank you all. We are out of time. It's an amazing discussion. This question will not be answered today. It may not be answered tomorrow, but you know, we at least try to leave everyone food for thought. The AI told me before the panel, when I asked it about what we were going to talk about, it said Pakistan races towards digital destiny with sovereignty, boundaries, language, talent. By design, not default. दुनिया उम्मीद पे कायम है, पाकिस्तान भी उम्मीद पे कायम है. I hope this is a reality one day soon. Thank you all.
Thank you to our guests for such an insightful conversation. We request you to vacate the hall for the next session, beginning at 1:50 p.m. In the meantime, please visit the social junction for food and live entertainment. Also check out Mindbind, the immersive art experience presented by BNU in the Royal Grand Hall. See you at the next session. It gives me great pleasure to
Hello,
welcome you to
check
the
one.
19th edition of SOT Events, Co-Creating Tomorrow,
Hello,
Humans,
hello,
AI, and the Future.
hello,
The SOT Event
hello,
series
check
was
one.
launched by It gives me great pleasure to welcome you to the 19th edition of SOT Events, Co-Creating Tomorrow, Humans, AI, and the Future. The SOT Event series was launched by Beacon House 25 years ago to engage global communities in conversations that shape the future of schools and societies. We would like to thank our platinum sponsor, UBL, and our gold sponsor, Allied Bank, for their generous support. We also extend our appreciation to all our other sponsors. My name is John and I am an AI announcer for SOT Events. Please take a moment to note these important housekeeping points. Please ensure your cell phone is silent. Please use the SOT app to scan the QR code for session feedback. Share your thoughts on social media using the hashtags, hashtag co-creating tomorrow and hashtag SOT 2025. If you need assistance, our ushers are here to help. For questions, please either use the flashcards provided by the ushers or the SOT app. We are delighted to have you with us today for a big conversation, which promises to be insightful and engaging. The role of entrepreneurship centers in the modern economy is a collaboration with LUM Center for Entrepreneurship, which brings together thought leaders, experts, and practitioners to share their unique perspectives, inspiring action and innovation. The session will last for about an hour, including a question and answer session. The moderator for this session is Ms. Sabah Shahid. Ms. Sabah Shahid leads stakeholder engagement, strategic partnerships, and donor-funded initiatives at the LUM Center for Entrepreneurship. With over a decade of experience, she has managed high-impact collaborations with organizations such as UNICEF, FAO, GIZ, the U.S. Department of State, AWS, and the Bank of Punjab, all aimed at strengthening startups and building resilient entrepreneurial ecosystems. Her professional journey spans think tanks, academia, and international consultancy, where she has applied cross-cultural fluency and a global perspective to strategy, capacity building, and ecosystem development. She holds an MSc in Local Economic Development from the London School of Economics and Political Science. I now invite Ms. Sabah Shahid.
Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon, everyone. I think the hall will start filling up soon enough, but we have to start on time. So on behalf of the LUM Center for Entrepreneurship, I welcome you all to today's panel on the role of entrepreneurship centers in the modern economy. As a curator of today's panel, the LUM Center for Entrepreneurship has brought together leaders who sit at the intersection of innovation, industry, and education. And this intersection lies at the heart of the School of Tomorrow's mission to explore the future of learning, opportunity, and economic possibility. Entrepreneurship centers, whether within universities, the industry, or incubators, play a critical role in shaping how ideas become enterprises, how talent becomes capability, and how a country like Pakistan can really create engines of economic growth. So today's discussion will look at that full spectrum. We'll explore how startup support can really enable a business founder, digital transformation, how the informal economy, entrepreneurship is really bringing about change, university-industry linkages, and global trends with respect to regional innovation systems as well. So I've been introduced very effectively by our AI agent, John. So you all know I do represent the LUM Center for Entrepreneurship, and I've been tasked with moderating today's panel. But I'm lucky that I'll be helped by a stellar sort of lineup of experts with me today, which will make my job very easy. So we'll begin with a quick round of introductions, and as I introduce the panel expert, I'd like them to please join me on stage. So we'll begin with Badr Khushnood. Badr is a pioneering tech entrepreneur who has shaped Pakistan's digital economy for over 2 decades. He served as the first local representative for Google, Facebook, and Twitter, spearheading their market entry and growth. He has co-founded leading market players such as Bramers, Fishery, and Publisher, driving SME and media digitization in Pakistan. He's also held key policy roles, including drafting Pakistan's first e-commerce policy and chairing Pakistan Software Houses Association. Thank you, Badr. I'd like to now invite Ahmed Khan on stage. Ahmed is a pioneering figure in Pakistan's e-commerce and technology sectors, known for founding Cheetah PK and helping launch Daraz. With over 20 years in consulting, logistics, and digital transformation, he's worked at McKinsey, Rocket Internet, and P&G. A Cambridge MPhil and LUMS graduate, Ahmed has driven large-scale business growth and innovation across multiple industries. Currently, he serves as the CEO for the Punjab Skills Development Fund. Finally, we have Ms. Minahil Zia. Minahil is Learning and Development Programs Lead at the LUMS Center for Entrepreneurship, designing training for early and growth stage startups. Previously at NIC Lahore, she's worked in community engagement, founder coaching, and investor relations. With experience in leading investor summits, preparing startups for pitching, and co-developing incubation curricula, she brings strong expertise in entrepreneurial support. Thank you everyone for being here today and joining my panel. I really am honored that everyone agreed immediately to be part of this panel discussion. And today's focus is not only entrepreneurship per se, but how entrepreneurial enablers like all of us can really contribute to how entrepreneurship builds Pakistan's economy, not just in terms of growth, but the quality of growth that entrepreneurship can really bring. So I'd like to begin with Minahil. Minahil, your experience in managing incubation programs, acceleration programs is extensive. Let's start with, the basics. In your opinion, what are key success factors that really enable startups to scale and build businesses that really make a difference?
Thank you, Sabah. So in my experience, it's not one or the other factor. I would say it's always a combination, right combination of 4 factors, which is, I count these as infrastructure, mentorship, then support in terms of funding, and then network. So these are the 4 key pillars I always see when supporting startups. And if I would like to elaborate on this, I would say infrastructure does not necessarily include only physical space. It also includes support in terms of financial and legal advisory, in terms of facilitating startups for prototyping support, and this definitely helps founders to move from ideation to market validation in a very effective and efficient manner. So infrastructure is always important for early stage ideas. Then comes mentorship, which is also a very transformative element, but if it is curated and it's needs based. So what I've seen so far in startups is that generic mentorship does not work. You have to find the stage of the startup and connect a mentor who can facilitate the startup in terms of connecting them to the actual real market experiences. So that's another important component. Then I find funding equally important as well, but that is also timing based. So let's say for idea stage startups, I would always look for grants, seed stage, small amount funding, or milestone-based investment that would encourage them to validate their market rather than just premature scalability. So also, like for founders, another important component is learning the investment readiness models. so they know how to invest capital and how to strategize capital rather than just looking for funding. Another component which amplifies all of these inputs is network. We as an incubator always has to look for right network for the founders, which includes industry connectivity, their connectivity with corporates, their connectivity with funding bodies, their connectivity with government organizations that can help them integrate their supply chains, that can help them raise funding and have global exposure. So I think it's just a right mix of all of these factors, and we have to look always for what stage the startup is at and how can we facilitate the stage accordingly. So yeah.
So Minail ended with speaking about network, but there's your important part of LCE's network. You've mentored a lot of startups as well. So I believe in addition to the sort of areas Minail mentioned, you can also spot immediately what, can really help a startup grow in the kind of sort of trajectory you want to see. So are you able to maybe summarize what these factors are where you can tell right away कि अच्छा ये ingredients हैं and this startup will go far. And then also how enablers like us can use those ingredients to really build on, focus on.
Ji, Assalamu alaikum. Thank you so much, Sabah. Absolutely, Ji. So, and thank you, Manal, for the detailed perspective. My 2 cents would be everything else aside, the passion of the founders really make a big difference on how passionate they are about their idea, and then how much can they sustain in terms of perseverance. Because if they can actually continue with their idea, continue executing, trying, pivoting, that's something which is super important for founders. Because I think the bigger challenge which I see is that we don't have a enabling environment from a policy perspective in Pakistan at all for startups. There's no continuity of policy. There is extreme trust deficit in public services. And then we are not a competitive country in terms of ease of doing business either. So with all those challenges in place, I think incubators and accelerators like LCE, they bring the fundamental infrastructure to that, but that infrastructure needs a lot of passion to be driven. And that's where if the founders' first instinct in terms of their dedication and their passion is something which I really look for and tells me whether they'll really cross that bridge or not.
Right. I think, so in my introduction, I spoke about how entrepreneurial enablers want to sort of cover the entire spectrum of entrepreneurship. And Ahmed, I'd like to bring you into the conversation because you're also working with skills development with a cohort or an audience that necessarily isn't part of formal incubation or acceleration, or even, coming with a formal educational background. So if you could talk a little bit about the informal economy, the potential for entrepreneurship, particularly with respect to your role at PSDF, and perhaps how it's a little more unique than more formal channels of entrepreneurship.
Thank you very much. So a lot of the people we deal with, so actually let me step back. A lot of the people that are...
Is it on? Is your mic
I think
on?
so. Can you guys hear me? Do you want to hear me? It's the bigger question. But anyway. So when people talk about incubators and accelerators, a lot of the conversation is around tech, right? So tech seems to be the biggest sector that is catered for in these centers for entrepreneurship. Now, the people that sort of we train and we deal with, they're a little removed from big tech and sort of nobody's going to be building a SaaS solution, nobody's going to be building the next AI, LLM, use case. The people we deal with are sort of a little lower on the pyramid. So when we talk to them about entrepreneurship, some of the very innovative ideas we've come up with or we've heard are, someone wanted to make honey and sell it in their local village, and someone wanted to, make pickle jam and sell it. A couple of, the closest we've gotten to tech is these two girls, what they started doing was they set up an e-commerce website, and they would buy from these other e-commerce players like Outfitters and Llama and these, and they would bring it to their village, and then they would sell to the local market. So I think the important distinction between what we're trying to do and sort of what other incubators are trying to do is we're catering to a class which is does not have even so Badr complained about a policy and you talked about lack of access to capital. So just multiply that by a factor and sort of account for the people we're dealing with. So इनके लिए जो हम करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं वो ये है कि we're trying to mentor them in business ideas that will provide local context. So we have a program that we're trying to get funding for, which is rural entrepreneurship centers.
Right.
So we're trying to set up a physical infrastructure space and then find mentors, as you mentioned, to teach them, okay, how are you going to set up, a barber shop? How are you going to set up a tailor shop, right? Or a stationery shop or a local printing business. So that's sort of what where we're approaching this from.
I think that's interesting that you bring that in, but even in formal incubators such as LCE, we meet a lot of stakeholders, that particularly those that are coming to LUMS from abroad or, different parts of Pakistan. And in their mind, an idea of a startup is very specific, tech-enabled, they're very global, they're thinking in terms of global markets as well. And I feel like as a center of entrepreneurship that's supporting these startups, maybe we even need to rethink our definition of what a startup is. So, someone who's selling honey and manages to scale is as good an idea as maybe someone who's setting up a very sort of high-tech e-commerce business. So, I want to bring you back into the conversation on how would you define a startup? Like fundamentally, is there a specific definition, and is that definition different for Pakistan's ecosystem?
Yeah, so I define startup as an innovation-driven venture designed around a problem-solution fit and has the capability to scale. And this definition definitely includes idea stage and early validation stage startups. While I understand that scalability or potential to scale might not be clear at an idea stage, but that is totally acceptable for us because, of course, at an idea stage, if you are getting to incubate with us, then definitely the purpose of an incubator is to test hypotheses, help validate markets, refine business models, and then see the potential of scalability. So at that point, we are there to support and intervene. But at an idea stage, if I have to look at a startup, what I'll be looking at is majorly the clarity on the problem. And then market relevance and user validation. My third point would be the potential to innovate or differentiate. And fourth and most important is the founder's commitment. So I would see the balance of these four ingredients in an early stage idea if they are to be incubated. And then, of course, the incubator would help facilitate their growth and scalability potential if exists.
Emma, do you agree with that? You're an entrepreneur yourself, and now you've completely transitioned, right? So, aapka change hua definition over time of what a startup is?
So me and Badr were on another panel जब किसी ने पूछा था कि जी startup की definition बताएं. So State Bank has its own definition, SECP has its own definition. I really think we need to define it more broadly. We're doing a program with transgenders.
Right.
ठीक है जी. And that program, Dr. Nabiha is in the audience. She's helping us figure out what the impact of that is. And now these people, they want to set up a tailor shop. They want to set up a small little beauty salon. They want to set up a a home beauty service. I would call them entrepreneurs as well, right? Like, TK, they're providing a service. So there's nothing innovative, there's nothing scalable about that. But I think, with apologies, that we need to be a little more inclusive, in our definition. I understand that, how the incubators and accelerators are not going to cater to that, but that's where people like us have to step up and cater to.
Right. Whether I'm going to बिल्कुल
करें ना
मैंने कहा पूछ लूं पहले कि लड़ाई कर सकते हैं कि नहीं so I have a little different opinion on this, not a different, but I would say I think we need to define it in a little more clarity. So I think एक तो small businesses हैं और एक startups हैं. पहले तो I think we need to differentiate between these two very clearly. Startups I believe are the ones जो अभी मिनाहिल ने define किए, जो tech enabled, fast growth, scalable, blah blah, आप जो भी उनको कहना चाहें. Standard entrepreneurship converts into small businesses, which is absolutely fine, and we also need that. उनकी ज़रूरत कितनी है, वो भी मैं थोड़ा सा आपको एक context दे देता हूँ. So, anyone has idea कि पाकिस्तान में छोटे और दरमियाने दर्जे के कितने businesses हैं? Anyone in the hall? हमारे पाकिस्तान में कितने छोटे और दरमियाने दर्जे के businesses होंगे? SMEs. जी majority हैं, but absolutely, but quantity या number idea अगर
absolute
that's
terms.
percentage of what? Like what is the absolute number? Okay. Thank you. Absolutely, तकरीबन 90% है SMEs. But quickly speaking, इस वक्त पाकिस्तान में 7 million 70 लाख छोटे और दरमियाने दर्जे के businesses हैं. By the way, ये भी हुकूमत पाकिस्तान को exact नहीं पता, किसी को नहीं पता, क्योंकि हमने कभी अपना एस्टैब्लिशमेंट सर्वे नहीं किया 2005 के बाद. तो ये हम तुक्के पे चल रहे हैं. हुकूमत पाकिस्तान देखती है कमर्शियल बिजली के मीटर कितने हैं और एक दूसरे की चीजें और उसके हिसाब से एक एस्टिमेट लगा देती है. सो दैट्स द फर्स्ट फंडामेंटल प्रॉब्लम कि हमें पता ही नहीं है कि हमारे मुल्क में कितने छोटे बिजनेसेस एग्जैक्टली हैं, किस कैटेगरी में हैं, कितनी एम्प्लॉयमेंट वो जनरेट कर रहे हैं. सो दैट्स एन अदर इशू. और जस्ट टू पुट दिस इन कॉन्टेक्स्ट, नाइजीरिया जो कि हम जैसा मुल्क है, हम उसको शायद अपने से बेहतर ना समझते हो अफ्रीका में, मगर they have about 40 million SMEs. 4 करोड़ businesses हैं वहाँ छोटे और दरमियाने. So that's a huge challenge. So that reflects जो मैं बात करता हूँ कि हुकूमत की policies ठीक नहीं है, क्योंकि लोग डरते हैं अपने business को register करने से, इसलिए हमें पता ही नहीं है कितने exactly हैं. And that's a big problem. तो जो startups हैं वो इसका भी एक बहुत ही छोटा minute percentage है जो कि tech enable होके scale करने लग रहे हैं. So I think we need to differentiate between traditional entrepreneurship, which relates to small businesses, and we really need that. 90% of Pakistan's GDP is dependent on SMEs. So small businesses बहुत ज़रूरी हैं, मगर startups भी बहुत ज़रूरी हैं because fast growth जो है वो tech enabled startups और job creation at scale जो है वो ला सकते हैं. So I think we need to differentiate these two separately. अहमद, आपका कोई अभी भी disagreement है तो बता दें.
I mean, I would like to add to that as well. I think even at LCE, the way we are looking at entrepreneurship, एक तो हमारे standard programs हैं for incubation and acceleration, but we are also diversifying in terms of how we're enabling sort of more traditional entrepreneurs that we call sort of like our project-based training that we do. But the idea is that yes, those definitions also facilitate us in understanding कि किस community को आपने कैसे sort of facilitate करने, handhold करने.
Sorry, just wanted to add one more thing. And one very important differentiation between traditional entrepreneurship and startup is value addition. जो normal traditional entrepreneur है वो उससे सिर्फ trading कर रहा हो, box moving from here to there. मगर जब तक value addition नहीं हो रही, तब तक आप, I don't think we can call them a startup.
That's where I was mentioning the problem solution.
अब लड़ाई होने वाली हमारी. So बताएं.
Yeah, I was just saying that that's where I was mentioning the problem solution fit. That's what startup is. Like you are solving a problem. And I would also vouch what Sabah has just mentioned, that like, if you don't differentiate between the SMEs and the startup, then the facilitation becomes a challenge, because we as an incubator have to define the outline and the structure of how to facilitate the different stages, levels and scale of the business. So yeah.
Ahmed, would you like to add briefly? Then we move the conversation again.
Look, I think where I agree with Badr is that they need to be looked at differently, right? They have a very
Yeah.
different set of problems. So I think we should just leave it at that. कि हाँ, we all agree that they're different. We all segmentation करने की ज़रूरत है. They have different sets of problems. They're solving one problem. We're trying to solve a different problem.
Right.
So I think that's fine.
So we're talking about success and how we're identifying those factors that really help startups scale. But the other side of the coin is also the risk or the risk of failure. I mean, I think global success rate startup is less than 5%. Pakistan mein to I think there are additional sort of factors. Over coffee, abhi before our panel, Ahmed and I were discussing how there are a lot of exogenous factors that Pakistani entrepreneurs also have to deal with in addition to, setting up their own business. So, Badr, can you comment on sort of these risk factors that can also deter people from even thinking of starting a business?
Because absolutely. So I think something which changed in Pakistan around 2010, 2012 was कि पहले generally even अभी भी हमारे majority schools, universities, colleges, they prepare kids and students for a better job. So हम job seeking mindset से जाते थे, job creating mindset हमें पढ़ाया नहीं जाता in our high school या college या university level mostly. And that's where 2012-14 में पाकिस्तान में जब incubators बनने शुरू हुए, accelerators आने शुरू हुए, तो things started to change. तो वो I think that was a tipping point. और जो मगर अभी भी हमारा mindset industrial economy से knowledge economy की तरफ नहीं गया. So a lot of startups need knowledge economy facilitation. तो for example, एक important basic सा सवाल है कि Uber, Careem, Yango जैसी कंपनियां किस मिनिस्ट्री को रिपोर्ट करें, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ आईटी को रिपोर्ट करें या मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ ट्रांसपोर्ट को रिपोर्ट करें. सो वी हैवंट येट डिसाइडेड दीज काइंड ऑफ फंडामेंटल क्वेश्चंस. हमें आज तक हुकूमत पाकिस्तान या कोई बैंक, 2 बैंक्स यहाँ स्पॉन्सर हैं, आप किसी से पूछ सकते हैं कि वो किसी कंपनी को, आईटी कंपनी को लैपटॉप्स के लिए लोन नहीं देते. फंडामेंटल चीजें बता रहा हूं आपको जो बिल्कुल हुकूमत पाकिस्तान ने भी में अगर आपने एक कंपनी बंद करनी है तो अहमद साहब बताएं कितना आसान है कंपनी बंद करना. कर रहे हैं? अच्छा, मजबूरी में कर रहे हैं या बाय चॉइस? मजबूरी में कर रहे हैं. सो कंपनी बंद करना स्टार्टअप्स के लिए बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है बिकॉज स्टार्टअप्स दे हैव टू बिकम सीरियल एंटरप्रेन्योर्स, दे हैव टू डू फंडामेंटल थिंग्स. तो टैक्सेशन, अभी आप एक इनवॉइस जनरेट करते हैं तो उसमें इनकम टैक्स एम्बेडेड होता है, उसके ऊपर हम सेल्स टैक्स भी लगाते हैं. तो यानी इनकम टैक्स की वैल्यू के ऊपर भी सेल्स टैक्स देते हैं हम. अगेन फंडामेंटली सबको पता है 25 साल से हम गलती कर रहे हैं, 30 साल से फिर हम कर रहे हैं. हम सबको पता है कि हमने विद होल्डिंग टैक्स, कंपनी का काम नहीं है इकट्ठा करना, ये टैक्स अथॉरिटी का काम है. सो देयर आर अबाउट 50-60 फंडामेंटल पॉलिसी, फंडामेंटल इश्यूज हैं जो हुकूमत पाकिस्तान ने ठीक करनी है. और एवरीवन एट द टॉप नोज समवन हैज टू मेक दैट कॉल. जब तक हम पॉलिसी की लैंडस्केप ठीक नहीं करेंगे तो हमारे वो बच्चे या लड़के लड़कियां या यंग मिडिल मैनेजर्स जो अपने नए आइडियाज को लेकर अपना स्टार्टअप बनाना चाहते हैं या अपना बिजनेस ग्रो करना चाहते हैं वो नहीं कर पाएंगे. और लास्ट बात ये, हमें अपने आप को कंपैरिजन अपने पास्ट से नहीं करना, हमें अपना कंपैरिजन आज बाहर के उन ममालिक से करना है जो इस वक्त डिजिटल नोमैड वीजा ऑफर कर रहे हैं. अभी आप जाएं, आपको मलेशिया, इंडोनेशिया, एस्टोनिया, अब तो मेरा दुबई वगैरह भी, थाईलैंड वगैरह सब $2,000 पर मंथ की इनकम पे आपको डिजिटल नोमैड वीजा दे देते हैं. 5 ईयर टैक्स फ्री हॉलिडे. हमारे यहाँ हम टैक्स वालों से लड़ाई करते रहते हैं सारा दिन, वो खत्म होती है तो प्रोफेशनल टैक्स आ जाता है, वो खत्म होता है तो वर्कर्स वेलफेयर फंड 2% ऑफ द प्रॉफिट्स आ जाता है. सो ह्यूज फंडामेंटल पॉलिसी इश्यूज जिसकी वजह से मेजॉरिटी लोग डरते हैं एक्सपेरिमेंट करने का. So we need to facilitate experimentation. Startups need experimentation. So I think that's the fundamental challenge we have right now.
I mean, Ahmed, could you add to that as well? Because I think Minahil and would attest to this because we work with startups very closely. On the one hand, is training them, but then they have to face the real world, and regulatory environment though is a serious bottleneck. So as an entrepreneur yourself in your previous life and now that you're training entrepreneurs, I mean, just comment on this policy frameworks we're dealing with.
So it's interesting, like me and Badr were together when we went to see the Prime Minister, and the one agenda item that we had was to be, how to increase the money that freelancers can bring in. Can you imagine? And this is not that long ago. This was 5 years ago. So 3-4 years ago, we had to actually go to the prime minister, and we got that approved. From $5,000, they were now allowed to bring in $25,000, right? So these are the kind of challenges that we face: taxation, government departments. We all know these issues. I think part of the problem is, companies should own it as well. Now, the question why one company would want to go to the IT industry versus the transport industry, the IT industry is taxed less. Okay? So, you have a 1% tax on IT, but you have a 17% tax on transport. So now companies like, and this is an open thing, right? Companies like Careem and Uber, if they get regulated by the transport industry, they will have to pay a much higher tax rate. So they portray themselves as a tech platform which sort of navigates it. So I think part of the problem is ours as well, right? We try to exploit these little things that are available. So but to answer your question, these realities exist at the policy level. We've been trying for 10, 15 years now, and we'll continue to try. If you think it's hard I'm inside the government now and I can't do it.
Yeah.
So there is very little hope for, people outside to do it.
Minahil, I'm curious, आप कैसे देते हो तसल्ली startups को?
Sorry?
How do you sort of convince them that it'll be fine?
Yeah, so again, I think it's a lot of, when I see entrepreneurs, I think it's a lot of resilience and their own traits to survive in this ecosystem at large. And that's why I keep mentorship at the core of all of this, because people who have done this before, when they talk to them, I think wo jo ek resonance aati hai, and then you get to hear from them and then relate to them and then also be like, okay, maybe we can survive as well. Badar is one of our mentors. I think people like and founders like Badar are very encouraging for the early stage businesses to have on their advisory to get them running in the ecosystem. That's pretty much all I can say as support.
So we've been talking about enabling startups, the success factors, jo risk factors hain. Sticking to the theme of SOT, let's talk a little bit about the future. So Badar, let's say next 3 to 5 years, what are some of the sectors, industries, startups should be focusing on, and entrepreneurial enablers should, prioritize to support those kind of startup ideas?
Thank you so much. I think मेरे ख्याल में the current state of incubators, accelerators, or the overall ecosystem has to now change rapidly. अगर आप में से जो लोग नहीं हैं technology sector में, so I can tell you one term some of you might know, which is called vibe coding. Vibe coding is a new term. So अब आप artificial intelligence जिसको हम कहते हैं, I call it AK, not AK-47, just AK, which is aggregated knowledge, not artificial intelligence. Abhi I think intelligence पे नहीं हम पहुंचे, हम knowledge aggregate कर रहे हैं. So that AK has helped us do a lot of programming. तो अब हम कोई भी चीज जो आप सोच सकते हैं, आप बना सकते हैं, क्योंकि अब आपको कोई language programming नहीं आने की जरूरत. The only language you need to know is your own language. अपनी ज़बान आनी जरूरी है. आप अंग्रेजी में, उर्दू में, अरबिक में, किसी भी AI जिसको हम जनरली कहते हैं AI के टूल को कहें तो वो आपके लिए प्रोग्राम बना देगा, मोबाइल ऐप है या वेबसाइट है, जो भी आप बनाना चाह रहे हैं. तो things will change. I think development is now a commodity. Infrastructure is now a commodity. Yeah. I think where incubators and accelerators will really work well coming soon will be जहाँ जो हम challenges की बात कर रहे हैं अभी हम सब, ये वो challenges को अगर incubators और accelerators help करेंगे solve करने में. तो मेरा अगर idea है, मैं आया हूँ, तो मुझे SECP, FBR, स्टेट बैंक ऑफ पाकिस्तान वगैरह वगैरह के जितने PRA वगैरह जितने इदारे हैं उनसे इंटरेक्ट ना करना पड़े. मुझे वो वन विंडो मिल जाए अगर, तो मेरे लिए आसानी होगी कि मैं अपने आइडिया पे फोकस करूं और अपना टाइम उधर इन्वेस्ट करूं. एंड आई थिंक दैट्स वेयर थिंग्स विल बी. तो एक ये चेंज आएगी. एक चेंज जो लानी चाहिए बड़ी जरूरी है और हम बहुत पीछे रह गए हैं, विच आई कॉल द करिकुलम लेटेंसी. हम अभी अर्ली 2000s के करिकुलम पढ़ रहे हैं, जो भी पढ़ाया जा रहा है वो बहुत पुराना हो गया है. I think we need to improve and upgrade our curriculum. And that's where HEC and Ministry of Education comes in. And since we are here at School of Tomorrow, I think it's super relevant कि हमारे curriculums change हो, AI कैसे इस्तेमाल करना है and day-to-day lives. So things will change. But last thing, अभी recently Google ने एक research launch किया, आप online देख सकते हैं. It's been a couple of years. उसका नाम है Unlocking Pakistan's Digital Economy. 200-400 सफ़ों की किताब है और उसमें बहुत रिसर्च से गूगल ने ये बताया है कि अगर पाकिस्तान अपने 10 सेक्टर्स में AI, ब्लॉकचेन, IoT वगैरह को सही तरह इंप्लीमेंट कर ले तो हम $60 बिलियन 6 अरब रुपए की नई डोमेस्टिक इकोनॉमी क्रिएट कर सकते हैं, सिर्फ डोमेस्टिक. एंड दैट्स व्हाट वी रियली नीड एज वेल, बिकॉज डोमेस्टिक स्ट्रांग होगी तो एक्सपोर्ट भी बढ़ेगी. तो आई थिंक देयर इज अ ह्यूज अपॉर्चुनिटी, जैसे अहमद ने बात की और मिनाल ने, बहुत कुछ हो सकता है. वी जस्ट नीड सम इम्पेटस टू डू इट एंड सम एनकरेजमेंट फ्रॉम द गवर्नमेंट पॉलिसी मेकिंग टू facilitate that.
I mean, I think one of the things we were discussing while we were waiting for the panel to happen was this disconnect between skills development, job creation, and entrepreneurship. And Ahmed, you were talking about, creating skills development for export. So what can we do to really retain that talent by creating entrepreneurs who can really, create that kind of employment? And are you able to maybe identify, so Badr Saab ne mentioned some of the areas that we really need to invest in, but at a sectoral level, can you identify industries that can really sort of help Pakistan make it on the map of entrepreneurship?
So I think the tech part has been covered, right? You talk about AI, blockchain, IoT, and all these things. So what we're doing now is for export sector, हम लोग देख रहे हैं कि यार, firstly, what are the skills? So what is the curriculum? Then what are the skills? And then what is the accreditation that is needed for our people to be acceptable in other countries? So so your training methodologies हैं. So first of all, international accreditation and international curriculum is very important. ठीक है? Say what you want, our education system, apart from the elite schools and elite institutions, is not very well thought of anywhere in the world. So for now, we need to bring in international, whether it's a Pearson, whether it's CTH or City and Guilds. So we need to sort of bring in these sort of certifications to help out. And then the other thing is that we need to change our training methodologies. अब वो ज़माने ख़त्म हो गए हैं कि जी आप क्लासरूम में बिठाएं, 8 कुर्सियां लगाएं, सामने टीचर ब्लैक बोर्ड के ऊपर उनको सिखाए. अब you need to train them on simulators using AR, VR, these technologies to actually, so even if you're training an electrician, rather than taking him to a plug, you show him that in 3D and you say, okay, look, when you move this part, this happens, these are the different parts of it. So simulators and that part of the technology is needed. Then the last thing that we're working on is sort of the image building, right? So I think Pakistan as a tech destination, or Pakistan as a destination for manpower, is still looked upon very skeptically by the rest of the world. So this is where the diplomacy and sort of our foreign policy and our foreign image really needs to be strengthened. And that's what what we're working on. Aapne sectors ka pucha, sorry, I know I sort of dodged your question, put my point of view, but I'm going to come back to it. So the sectors that we're focusing on very heavily are things like climate, and more specifically sustainable agriculture.
Right.
That's something that the whole world wants. That's sort of a good mix of technology and sort of your traditional sectors. We're looking at hospitality, very closely. People, hotels and restaurants, they require a lot of people. Retail sector needs a lot of trained people. All of these sectors are being shaped by technology in very different ways. Like retail is moving online, but you still need people who are going to be retail consultants. The care sector is very important. Right. Nurses ho gayi, basic caregivers ho gaye, nannies ho gaye, child care ho gaya, elderly care ho gaya. These are also sectors that are needed everywhere. Construction, again, a lot of the construction is moving to machinery. So you need to train people on these machinery, like, you had all these, beautiful masons who could do, all this sort of construction work by hand. Now there's a lot of machinery that gets used in it. So these are sort of the sectors that the world is looking at and Pakistan is looking at. to promote locally as well as internationally?
Right. I think all of those sectors are very relevant, and actually Hamara bhi, the way our incubation center is set up is we remain sector agnostic ताकि we are able to cater to these sort of changing patterns and demands. And Minal, the last question is for you on the panel before we move to Q&A. We're talking about this transition we're seeing in the education sector as well. You know, university industry linkages ki humne baat ki, and how we're actually training startups or looking at how skills development is taking place in universities. That needs to change fundamentally as well. But when you're measuring impact, or let's say you're looking at success rate of a startup, are you also exercising that fluidity in how you're defining success? How do you define success for a startup?
Acha, so now there are two components of success. Like for us as an incubator, how we define our success is mainly exactly the number of startups that are still surviving, that we have graduated or passed out. That's one component of success measure or impact for us. Then there's success for the startups that we have graduated as well. So we definitely track them on multiple factors, and I would broadly define them in four segments, which is enterprise growth and sustainability, employment generation, capital mobilization, and then innovation or expansion. So we definitely look at how startup is surviving, what are their revenue to date, and what is their progression to profitability. Have they formalized the company after leaving us or while they are with us? Then we look at the quality and quantity of employment they have created, in terms of employment for females, direct jobs, indirect jobs for females and youth. And then we also look at how they were able to mobilize capital for their startup, whether in terms of grants, fundraising, investment, or representing at international or local investment platforms. And then lastly is what we look at is how many partnerships they have successfully maintained or achieved in the industry, how many new products have they launched after graduating, and then also technology adoption, and so on. So these are multiple factors that we definitely track and also support the startup once they graduate from our programs, to facilitate all of these KPIs as well. So yeah.
Some diverse factors.
First world problems हैं ये.
हाँ जी.
मैंने कहा first world problems हैं. हम तो सिर्फ income generation देखते हैं, jobs created देखते हैं.
No, I think we keep so many metrics कि चलो एक में तो success show होगा, and we'll say they're successful.
For
we keep
us, success is different. That's what I've already identified.
Yeah. So the conversation will continue. It's just we'll give the audience now a chance to interact. If you do have questions, you can use the SOT app to put in your question, and I'm told it'll show up on the screen on the right. So if you have downloaded the app, please feel free to enter your questions now. I mean, I think I'm still learning, even though I am part of an incubator. मुझे लग रहा है आज I've learned quite a bit. But if there are questions, you can submit them and they'll show up on the, we have them, okay. So the first question is, what challenges do entrepreneurial centers face in ensuring that AI resources remain accessible to startups from diverse socio-economic backgrounds? Badr Saab, you don't think we're in the age of AI, we're in the age of AK. Do you want to take that question?
Maybe add Jalka and absolutely anyone else. So I think we are in a big challenge right now, as कि हमने पाकिस्तान में what we call हमारा sovereign stack नहीं है, हमारा कोई अपना AI model नहीं है, हमारा अपना कोई hardware stack नहीं है, कोई software stack नहीं है. We are very dependent on international models. अब हमें समझ नहीं आ रही कि हम Chinese DeepSeek को समझें या American ChatGPT समझें, और तियानमेन स्क्वायर का सवाल कहाँ पूछना है और पैलेस्टाइन का कहाँ पूछना है, because they are all biased models according to their own land law of the land. मगर हमारा अपना कोई narrative नहीं है इस पे. So we don't have any stack, and I think the ministry has not yet taken any strong initiative या policy making या government कि हम अपना AI stack तो हम किसी को क्या provide करेंगे, हमारे पास तो अभी अपने GPUs ही नहीं है, and we haven't done any R&D, but अगर कोई और add करना चाहता है तो please.
हमारे programs में we have a couple of mandatory modules, right? एक तो AI prompting का is a mandatory module. Obviously ये मतलब this is learning how to use AI, not learning how to build AI. तो जैसे बदर ने कहा building AI तो हमारे बस की बात तो नहीं है, लेकिन हम अपने सारे जो beneficiaries होते हैं या students होते हैं उनको ये जरूर सिखाते हैं and obviously then we pay for those services, right? And most of these AI resources are free, or at least you can find a free version for pretty much everything. The other thing that we focus on is soft skills, right? Which includes financial inclusion, digital financial inclusion. So everyone that goes through our program needs to have a digital wallet. Everyone who goes through our program needs to know it's important to come on time, right? So ये तीन चार चीजें, and obviously the fourth thing that we do is climate, right? कि जी how to क्या कहते हैं, be more environmentally conscious. So these are sort of the modules that we've built into every program that we do. And before this year, AI was obviously not a part of it, but now AI is a huge part of everything that we do. But even if we're teaching a tailor, we still teach them, okay, this is how you can go to ChatGPT and find what the latest designs are, find the latest techniques. So, but again, I think luckily they mostly are free, so it's not like the cost isn't a big element.
Right. Can we have
Sorry,
the
एक और
next
चीज थोड़ा मैं
question?
ऐड करना चाहूँगा. Just FYI, on the policy side, हमने AI की policy बनाई हुई है. मेरा कुछ 6-8 महीने हो गए उसको publish हुए. But हमारी कोई action items नहीं है government के. They have not yet been published. उसके rules of business नहीं बने. So I know an average person wouldn't understand कि क्यों जरूरी है. But सरकार को काम करने के लिए 2-3 चीजें जरूरी हैं. खाली policy बनाना सिर्फ तस्वीर खिंचाने के बराबर है. इसका मतलब हमने उसके आगे कोई काम नहीं किया. So on a policy level front as well, AI पे हमने कोई काम नहीं किया. To be very honest. So prompting, I absolutely agree, is very important. But I think जो सवाल था कि हमारे resources available होने चाहिए AI के, वो हमारे अपने हैं ही नहीं, तो हम available क्या करेंगे?
But luckily IT जो है ना federal subject है, तो provincial government का उसमें कोई लेना देना नहीं है.
Good answer. ठीक है.
Okay, so the next question is, how can entrepreneurial centers ensure long-term sustainability while supporting a large number of early stage ventures? I think, Manahil, this one's for you.
Yeah, so long-term sustainability of the ventures, they mean?
I think the question means for early stage ventures, how do you ensure sustainable centers sustainable in terms of the kind of support they're extending?
So we have like at our center we have a very structured program designed, which is designed with the input of a lot of founders who have already done and dusted this in the past. So I believe this is just a support that we can ensure that helps them to bring their enterprises to a level of sustainability. And then there is a lot of support that we provide in terms of ongoing mentorship, ongoing post they graduate as well. Once a startup graduates from the entrepreneurship center, it's not like we never get back to them. We always support them in terms of if they need any industry linkage, if they are looking to expand internationally and want to connect or be connected with somebody. So that's how we ensure that we provide them a sustainable support so they can grow sustainably.
Add a little bit to that. I was listening to Dr. Kamal Munir yesterday at the inauguration, and he sort of talked about this concept that we're also working on, which is a lifelong journey, the lifelong learning journey. So I think ये जो है ना कि the sustainability now, it needs to be built in such a way that they have to keep coming back for relearning. So these 6-month programs are no longer enough. So now we're building a very modular learning system. So using LMS, using AI, on-demand learning, personalized learning. कि जी आप आए, आप सीखें, साल बाद आपको वापस आना ही पड़ेगा to learn the next level. So
and creating those channels for integrating that conversation as well. So I know at our incubation center, what we do is we're constantly in touch with the industry experts. We have mentors hopefully we can now rope you in, Ahmed, as well as a official mentor to our startups as well. Badr to hai hi. And the idea is that our curriculum also is constantly evolving.
Yeah.
So that it's actually sort of responding to these changing needs. So even if the startups keep coming back throughout the journey, we're there to sort of support them and have those kind of resources at hand. Minal, you
Yeah,
want to
and
add
also
something?
just to add to your point, we have also tried to move on to an LMS model where we are trying that the entrepreneurs can adapt their learning according to
Yeah.
their needs. We have a centralized LMS which is Zamzex. So we are trying to formalize our trainings and different components of entrepreneurial learning onto the LMS. So digital learning can support the entrepreneur wherever they are, if not in the country, in the near future. So they can definitely integrate that.
If I may add a little bit, sorry, मैं थोड़ा सा challenging point से आ रहा हूँ, but I think the way we are learning is going to be changing. हमें स्कूलों में सिखाया नहीं जाता कि नई चीज कैसे सीखनी है, हमें सिर्फ रट्टा लगवाया जाता है,
Yeah.
and hence that's a big problem.
Right.
So we need to change our education system. We
Right.
need to actually teach kids on how to learn a new thing every time. हमें आदत ही नहीं नई चीज सीखने की, हम समझते हैं हमने मास्टर्स कर लिया, हम लकीर के फकीर है, अब हम पक्का यही है बस फाइनल हरफ आखिर. और मैं इसलिए ये कह रहा हूँ, मैं खुद भी आई एम पार्ट ऑफ द फैकल्टी एट लम्स एंड आई कैन टेल यू कि दैट्स अ बिग चैलेंज. People don't want to change. People don't want to learn new things. So we need to accept the reality कि change बहुत स्पीड पे आ रही है और हमारी पुरानी सीखी हुई चीजें हमें अनलर्न करनी है और नई चीजें रीलर्न करनी है. And actually that's the gap of unlearning and relearning where we are missing out. We don't accept the reality कि हमें नई चीजें सीखनी है. तो जैसे अभी अहमद ने कहा, I mean very honestly, when I go and teach is not because I'm teaching. Actually I'm learning because वो नए बच्चे जो Gen Z और Gen Alpha है, they are far ahead of us in certain things. उनके पास knowledge बहुत है, शायद wisdom नहीं है, वो हम थोड़ा सा ले आते हैं. But I think it's a bi-directional learning both ways for everyone. So I think that's also important.
I think so. The next question is related to what you're saying, and there is so our education system में तो है ही inequality, right? You have certain schools that are teaching critical skills or those soft skills that maybe prepare them to be a better entrepreneur in terms of maybe how they're accessing market or starting a business. The question is, what is one thing that entrepreneurial centers can do to make it easier for ordinary people, not just tech founders or people from really, great educational backing, grow a business in Pakistan? Ahmed, do you want to go first?
मैं लड़ाई कर लूँ थोड़ी सी फिर मनाहिल पे हम एंटरप्रेन्योर सेंटर हैं. नहीं आप पहले शुरू करें.
This is a tough one, right? To give one thing that क्या कहते हैं, to start and grow a business. So देखिए, हम लोग तो access दे सकते हैं, right? I think the number one thing that we should do is just give access to everyone. The problem with, I feel, with incubators and accelerators is कि अभी भी there's so few and they're sort of very elite focused. They're only in our top universities. They're only housed, in the top companies. So I think थोड़ा सा inclusivity की तरफ जाना पड़ेगा to give access to other people as well. I've sat on these panels at LCE and NIC or Plan 9 and all of these, and there's just such a heavy bias towards the big thing, the buzzwords and all of that. So I think we need to sort of, again, now that I do more mass work, for the people, so I think थोड़ा सा उस पे मेरा तो bias अब उस तरफ ज़्यादा होगा.
So yeah, if I may add, तो जो accessibility की बात है, I think one accessibility could be from the mode of delivery, language of delivery, which is like if you say for maybe very ordinary people, definitely I understand LAMS's curriculum and our trainings are very heavy in terms of English language of training. But then we have, like in the past, also tried to make our center, our support very accessible by also including bilingual, and then also at the core curriculum we have in incubation now is on LAMSX and would now be translated into Urdu as well.
Right.
So entirely Urdu is one, I think, that would bring accessibility to a larger pool. Then also LUM Center for Entrepreneurship in the past has also brought in a lot of micro entrepreneurs to train them on the entrepreneurial skills. We have done in the past multiple projects. So a lot of our support comes through the projects based activities where we directly facilitate the SMEs, I would say, in terms of learning these entrepreneurial skills. باقی جو in terms of I think bias کی بات ہے, I wouldn't agree to that honestly, because I think it's a reluctance in general public regarding the university-led incubators. I think آپ LUMS کا نام لیتے ہیں تو بہت لوگ generally reluctant ہو جاتے ہیں in terms of applying, which is not the case and shouldn't be the case, because our selection criteria is very unbiased and it's very explicit. I think Badr would know we do our final selection of startups with external panelists, and it has nothing to do at all on the evaluation criteria with your education background, with your degree, or with your background in terms of like the social economic background. That has nothing to do. We have had founders in the past who are just like matriculate and have survived throughout our incubation. So I would say the reluctance is from the other side, not in terms of our selection. So yeah, we are trying to make it more accessible.
کل وہ ہو جاتا ہے نا کہ جی نہیں جی میں تو سب کے لیے کھلا ہے, وہ غریب آدمی نہیں آنا چاہتا, اس میں میرا کیا قصور ہے.
ویسے نہیں, I think I agree to you کہ bias exist کرتا ہے, but I have again a different opinion to that. But recently ابھی LUM Center for Entrepreneurship نے ایک startup weekend host کیا ہوا تھا, and it was refreshing to see a food panda rider win the hackathon. Food panda rider, اور وہ رائڈر ہے, اور اس نے آئیڈینٹیفائی کیا کہ فوڈ پانڈا ایک کام کیا نہیں کرتا جو مجھے کر لینا چاہیے, اور اس کے لیے اس نے اسٹیٹ بینک کو بھی اپلیکیشن ڈال کے ان کے سینڈ باکس میں پہنچ گیا. سو آئی واز امپریسڈ تھورلی بائی دا وے. بٹ اینی وے میرا اوپینین تھوڑا سا فرق ہے, میرے حساب سے یہ سوال ہی غلط ہے. یہ کچھ سینٹرز فار انٹرپرینورشپ پبلک ایٹ لارج کو نہیں بینیفٹ دے سکتے, اور کبھی بھی ہو ہی نہیں سکتا ہے, کبھی اسکیل ہی نہیں ہو سکتا. So I think we need to change our education system. We need to start teaching entrepreneurship at school level to the kids. ہمارے بچوں کو پتا ہونا چاہیے کہ میں نے جاب نہیں ڈھونڈنی, میں نے جاب کریٹ کرنی ہے. یہ مائنڈ سیٹ ارلی اسٹیج پرائمری لیول سے شروع ہونا چاہیے. So we need to change the education system fundamentally. Absolutely. دوسرا میرا اس پہ ایک اور بہت بڑا پوائنٹ آف ویو یہ ہے کہ ہم اسٹوڈنٹس کی بات کرتے ہیں, ہم جنرل ایجوکیشن سسٹم کی بات کرتے ہیں, ہم فیکلٹی کی بات نہیں کرتے. تو فیکلٹی کو بھی اپ اسکل کرنا ضروری ہے, اینڈ دیٹس اے بگ گیپ. میجورٹی, اینڈ اگین آئی سے بیکاز آئی ایم آلسو پارٹ آف دا فیکلٹی, میجورٹی فیکلٹی ایٹ ہائر ایجوکیشن انسٹیٹیوٹس نے وہیں سے پڑھا اور وہیں پڑھا رہے ہیں. انہوں نے مارکیٹ کا ایک بھی دھکا نہیں کھایا. جب تک آپ مارکیٹ کے دھکے نہیں کھائیں گے آپ بچوں کو صحیح نہیں پڑھا سکتے کہ انٹرپرینورشپ کیا ہوگی. سو انٹرپرینورشپ پڑھانے والے بھی صرف وہی ہونے چاہیے جو انٹرپرینورز ہوں پریکٹیکلی. سو ایک وہ مسئلہ ہے. سو فیکلٹی کی اپ اسکلنگ ضروری ہے. تیسرا مسئلہ HEC کی پالیسی ہے. HEC کی پالیسی کے مطابق کسی فیکلٹی کی پروموشن کا کوئی کرائٹیریا بچے کی سکسیس سے تعلق نہیں رکھتا. ان کی پروموشن ہوتی ہے ان کی ریسرچ کی بیسس پہ. اگر آپ میں سے کسی نے آج تک پاکستانی کسی فیکلٹی ممبر کی ریسرچ پڑھ کے استعمال کیے کام میں تو ہاتھ کھڑا کر دیں. And I can tell you, yeah.
نہیں, I think تو یہ conversation تو can continue.
ایک میں لاسٹ, sorry, I know we need to wrap up, but ایک میں لاسٹ بتا دوں کہ یہ کیوں ضروری ہے. جو سوال ہے بہت ضروری ہے اور یہ کرنا چاہیے. ایک آپ نے ایکسپورٹ کا سوال کیا تھا, and I wanted to connect this to that. So پاکستان کی آبادی 225 ملین کے قریب ہے, 20-25 کروڑ کے قریب ہم لوگ ہیں, اور ہماری ایکسپورٹ ابھی $40 بلین نہیں ٹچ کر سک رہی. سنگاپور کی آبادی صرف 50 یا 60 لاکھ لوگ ہیں, 50 یا 60 لاکھ, 5 ملین میکس پاپولیشن ہے. ان کی ایکسپورٹ $500 بلین ہے سالانہ, اینڈ زیرو را مٹیریل. ہمارے پاس پانی, کاپر, آئل, گیس, ووڈ, واٹر, کیا نہیں ہے ہمارے پاس, یورینیم, ایوری تھنگ. और हमारे पास 225 मिलियन लोग हैं, उनके पास सिर्फ 5 मिलियन लोग हैं और $500 billion of export. We certainly need to reset the system. We can't fix the system. The system is completely broken. So the policy making जो थोड़ी-थोड़ी हम करते हैं, इससे कुछ नहीं होना. And we are going south. Very honestly, the real numbers तस्वीरें खिंचाने से आगे जाने की जरूरत है हमें. We certainly need to kill the MOU culture. जो MOU culture हमारा बना हुआ है, we need to kill that. And sorry, it's not nothing. मैंने भी गवर्नमेंट में काम किया, and I can tell you, we certainly need to completely reset the system.
So
That's my take
with
on
that passionate appeal, I will conclude the session because we're running out of time. But you have these sort of amazing brains on stage. इनको आपने घेर लेना है, जाने नहीं देना. The moment they get off the stage, pick their brains. But I do want to really summarize very quickly some key takeaways from our discussion today. I think as entrepreneurial enablers, you know, it's very inspiring, but it's also very frustrating for us to watch a startup's journey, you know. हम जितना भी उनको support कर लें, there are a lot of exogenous factors that they have to deal with that can also, in the end, make or break their journey. So that regulatory environment, the structural support they need, the infrastructure, the policy environment that they need, these are all very, very important. And I feel like bottom line, entrepreneurial centers, they of course need to work on expanding their inclusivity, institutions like PSDF, even at an individual level, mentors such as yourself, the support they can provide, it's absolutely crucial because fail fast wala hum jitna marzi de dein advice, the chances of restarting are not innumerable for Pakistani startups. So the bottom line is that entrepreneurial centers, enablers are as important as part of the startup journey as the startup founder themselves. So with that, I'd like to thank all of our panelists, Minahil, Ahmed, Badr, thank you so much for being part of our panel, and also the organizers at SOT for inviting us, for being so immaculate in your coordination and your organization. And we invite you to sort of fill out the feedback forms that you have on the app. And please do engage with our panelists. Don't let them leave very easily. Thank you.
Thank you to our guests for such an insightful conversation. We request you to vacate the hall for the next session, beginning at 3:10 p.m. In the meantime, please visit the social junction for food and live entertainment. Also check out Mindbind, the immersive art experience presented by BNU in the Royal Grand Hall. See you at the next session. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you to the 19th edition of SOT Events, Co-Creating Tomorrow, Humans, AI, and the Future. The SOT Event series was launched by Beacon House 25 years ago to engage global communities in conversations that shape the future of schools and societies. We would like to thank our platinum sponsor, UBL, and our gold sponsor, Allied Bank, for their generous support. We also extend our appreciation to all our other sponsors. My name is John and I am an AI announcer for SOT Events. Please take a moment to note these important housekeeping points. Please ensure your cell phone is silent. Please use the SOT app to scan the QR code for session feedback. Share your thoughts on social media using the hashtags #co-creating-tomorrow and #SOT 2025. If you need assistance, our ushers are here to help. For questions, please either use the flashcards provided by the ushers or the SOT app. We are delighted to have you with us today for Lens Trilogy, which promises to be insightful and engaging. The session will last for about an hour, followed by a question and answer session. Many Faces of Inclusion in a Changing World brings together thought leaders, experts, and practitioners to share their unique perspectives, inspiring action and innovation. The moderator for this session is Ms. Umber Rahim Shamzeh. Ms. Umber Rahim Shamzeh is the Pakistan editor at Nukta and an award-winning multimedia journalist with nearly 2 decades of experience across digital, print, and broadcast media. She previously served as director at the Center for Excellence in Journalism at IBA, where she expanded institutional partnerships and launched UNDP's I-Verify Pakistan fact-checking initiative. Her career includes anchoring and reporting roles at Samar TV, Hum News, and Dawn News, as well as reporting and editing at the Herald magazine. She also worked at the BBC World Service from 2010 to 2016 as a bilingual journalist breaking major stories in both English and Urdu. Her writing and commentary have appeared in Dawn, Al Jazeera, Arab News, and on international platforms including CNN, BBC, Al Jazeera, VOA, and NPR, making her one of Pakistan's most respected voices in journalism and public discourse. I now invite Ms. Umber Rahim Shamzeh to join us on stage.
Thank you so much. I know this is post-lunch, which is why I sense that the sort of participants, they're not as many as I would like to hope. But given the excellent panelists that we have, I hope you listen, because when we were told about this session, the Lens Trilogy, seeing inclusion through 3 different lenses, I couldn't have hoped for a better set of panelists to be speaking about this. I'd like to first introduce Mr. Daniel Sobel. He's a globally recognized authority on inclusive education. He's an author. He's published more than 100 articles and 3 best-selling books. And please, Mr. Daniel, if you could just come on stage. I'd like to invite Saim Sadiq, a filmmaker, onto the stage as well. You know him because of Joyland, a film that has had international acclaim. It made its premiere at the Cannes Film Festival as an official selection. It went on to win the jury prize. It went on to premiere at the Sundance Film Festival and Toronto International Film Festival as well. And it was also shortlisted for the Best International Film at the Oscars. His other work, I believe his academic work was on his short film Darling, which I plan to watch tonight. I haven't seen it yet, but Saim, please come on stage. And finally, Aisha Rayan. She's a human rights and development specialist. She's based in Islamabad, managing programs and partnerships for Adam Smith International's portfolio of Pakistan development programming. She is also serving as a member of Amnesty International Canada's board of directors. Aisha, please come on stage. Thank you. Because Simon is sitting next to me, when I think of trilogies, I think of films, to be honest. There's a prequel and then there's the actual event, then a post-sequel and then a spin-off. But here is how I see the Lens trilogy in terms of inclusion. It's about ability, identity, and belonging. I've introduced our three panelists, and I'd kind of like you to raise your hands when I call out their names. When we think of ability, identity, or belonging, so for instance, ability, do you think of Daniel, who's an educationist? Raise your hands. Only one hand. Okay, identity. Do you think of, let me see, Simon? Nobody. No, there's no identity. I guess my last one would have been belonging for Aisha, but I'm guessing that nobody's going to raise their hand for that either. But it's okay, but this is how I see all these three panelists and what they'll be speaking about. I'd like to begin with Daniel, whose expertise is in education. This particular session is being organized by University Neurodivergence. As an example, ADHD, autism is a big conversation on how do we include children on these spectrums? How do we teach them? So my question for Daniel would be, what is the one simplest way of ensuring that children with different abilities, neurodivergence, how you can include them in the education sector?
When I was at school, my ADHD was not identified. I was thought of as being lazy and stupid. And I did not graduate school or go to university until I was able to go straight to master's level in my mid-20s and did various masters and wrote PhD and things like this. I think my personal narrative and my personal experience in the education sector of having seen the education world 30 years ago not really be able to identify the basics of dyslexia or autism or ADHD and the spectrum of, the very broad spectrum of neurodiversity, to now being aware of it. I would imagine that most teachers here, if you're a teacher here and you've heard of dyslexia, would you raise your hand? Would you raise your hand if you've heard of autism? And if you were asked that question 20 years ago, the vast majority of people wouldn't have raised their hands. So we've had a huge shift in knowledge and an understanding. But the main thing that we've had a shift in is understanding the problem. And so I'm getting there, bear with me. There was a friend of mine who did a piece of research at one of Cambridge University's colleges looking at the prevalence of neurodiversity in the maths and science departments of Cambridge University, looking at the students and the professors. And she found that there were indicators of neurodiversity at around 90%. And actually, in every domain of human endeavor, from whoever invented this screen and the chemistry and the electronics and the engineering that went into it, whoever invented the technology in this microphone that I'm speaking into and the light bulb and all of these sorts of things were made by people not who just parroted the same because they were the same, but because they pushed the frontiers of what it means to be human. And so I see this in every endeavor of humankind. For example, in Hollywood, or Bollywood probably, I don't know, but Hollywood certainly, you have a high percentage of actors and filmmakers with dyslexia. In Silicon Valley in America, I'm not sure you're even allowed in if you're not neurodiverse, if you're not on the autistic spectrum. I don't think it's possible, personally, I don't think it's possible to be a Nobel Prize winner unless you're neurodiverse. I don't think that the human experience of our advancing world is anything other than the human experience of what neurodivergents do when they're given the tools. Essentially, I think that we live in a neurodivergent world, and we just let the neurotypicals walk among us for now. So let me mention something to you that you asked me, what is the most essential point, the one singular point that would shift, is thinking of neurodiversity as disability, shifting that thought to thinking of neurodiversity as a different form of high ability. The end.
Oh, okay. So I'm going to ask a follow-up question here, because our education and work systems are built for a certain kind of mind. How can work systems and education systems include more diverse minds? I mean, I know that you've sort of simplified this, and I'm sure it's much more complex. I want to probe a little more deeper into this.
The latest book I've been working on is examples of flagship education schools, schools from around the world, where what's common in terms of their amazing education, forward-thinking, modern thinking education, is that the environments adapt to the individual child, not the child having to adapt to the environment. And that is essentially the difference between what I would describe as inclusion 1.0 versus inclusion 2.0. The more forward-thinking, modern thinking way of, which at least I parrot, and I'm writing about and thinking about, is that it's very easy to adapt a school environment if you put your mind to it. There are many books, not least the ones that I've written, but there are many examples of how to do it. It really isn't rocket science. It's not like we think, somebody with ADHD, what could we possibly do? It's a mystery. How could we include them? These are the questions that people were asking in the 1980s and 90s. We are 30 years on from that conversation. And so the most, simple way of learning how to adapt your school to be able to meet the needs of all children is, well, just simply reading a book about it might be a good start. And there are some very good ones. And I'm sounding frustrated because, my team and I work in 140 countries. And the idea is that we're just trying to provide very simple information that all teachers should know anyway. And I think personally, having spent much of my career working on this issue, that I think that it's easier to be a teacher of an adapting environment for all types of children than not. The old way of teaching, where you are the dominant teacher at the front, getting everybody to listen in the same way, act in the same way, and think in the same way, is really very exhausting. And there's a shift, I suppose, in thinking, are you doing a teacher-led class, or are you facilitating opportunities of learning across the classroom for actually lots of different minds that are before you? This is such a big topic, and I praise myself for limiting my words just to 3 minutes. I can't believe I did that. Right.
All right, we'll come back to you. We'll come back to you, because I do want to, I want to take what you said about adapting and neurotypical minds. As I said, my question was about how education and work systems seem to be built for a certain kind of mind. But then you also spoke about reading a book on it. People don't read as much as they used to, which is why we have film, Simon. And I think that has a lot of tremendous amount of impact. I also think just Joyland itself did not tell a stereotypical story. There's a hero, there's a villain, there's a love interest, there's a opposition, and then there's resolution. This was a complex story about identity and belonging from a very Pakistani perspective that made it to the sort of global stage. How much do you think art and film impact our understanding of identity and belonging compared to campaigns or books?
Assalamu alaikum. Yeah, I think, it depends on what the purpose is. For example, I mean, awareness campaigns have their own place, and I think they're probably, if you make a 1 minute or 30-second or 2 minute little sizzle reel or campaign video about a particular message that you want the masses to know about, obviously it's way more accessible. You can put it on YouTube, it's a 30-second spot on TV, so of course way more people are watching that and consuming that. Versus a 2-hour film where there's a lot of choice involved. Is somebody going to actually watch it? There's so much choice in terms of what you can and cannot watch these days anyway. So I think that's why for me, I don't think the purpose of art to begin with is to pass on a message or to educate people. I think that's what schools are for. That's what, again, awareness campaigns are for. So I never take that pressure of like, oh, I know something so smart and so intelligent and so unique that I must take on the endeavor of imparting that knowledge through a film. Like I can write an essay or like, I don't know, a Facebook post about it. I don't think films are for that. I think films are there to communicate a certain emotion, a certain lived reality of yourself or somebody else that you find fascinating. And they're not there to preach you something. They're mostly there to kind of allow you for an hour and a half or for 2 hours to shut your brain off, to pause your own life and to try, I mean, at least with a good film, to put yourself in somebody else's shoes or to live their life, like that's what happens when you're moved by watching a film that has nothing to do with you, about people who you probably will never encounter in your real life. But you now see them in front of you in such a sort of visceral way that you're moved by them. It's almost like this is something that's happening to you. And I think that kind of emotional resonance is just good for the soul. Is that impact in terms of numbers the same impact that an awareness campaign would do? Obviously not. But I think that impact is more lasting and different. And it's just a different purpose compared to, what awareness campaigns do. Yeah.
But do you think, for instance, I mean, I just want to get a comparison here. I think it's interesting. Your film was about gender and desire and identity, and these are controversial subjects in a country like Pakistan. You were challenging, at least you attempted to challenge people's perceptions of certain communities or certain kinds of people. What was the reception in Pakistan compared to the reception that you found globally?
Well, the reception in Pakistan is the one thing that everybody knows about Joyland. Even if they haven't seen Joyland, they know what the reception was for Joyland, which was not very good. And that's okay. It was my first film. I really had such low expectations from it. I just wanted to make it. For me, the win was just to be able to tell the story that I wanted to tell and do it in an honest way. And just when we finished the film, for me, it was over. Even if nobody else saw it, I didn't honestly care. Now I care because I made one film. For my next film, I would have those worries. But for Joyland, I didn't. But of course, in Pakistan, while there was, a lot of people talk about the ban, a lot of people talk about the backlash, and that's mostly, if you know about Joyland, you would be well aware of that. But very few people talk about the fact that I got so much love also from Pakistani audiences who actually bothered to go and watch it. The hate mostly came from people who had never seen the film, which again is, their ignorance, and I wish them well. I got a lot of love and a lot of I was surprised by how many people actually campaigned online when the ban was happening for the film to unban it, for example. We were not alone. There were a lot of activists and a lot of people in general. And not necessarily you would think that, oh, because it was a film with a trans character and that was the reason why it was getting banned. So, I mean, at least the stated reason, that it would mostly be people like that. But it was just generally, I think people were really offended more than I thought that they would be about, I don't know, the assumption that they're stupid enough to not know what they can and cannot watch. And for me, I think that was surprising that our Pakistani audiences are evolved enough. We don't give them enough credit. I think we always kind of tend to look down on them. Okay, oh, they only want to watch a certain kind of story. But I think I found that there was a big horde of people who were offended and who did think that, it's not the job of the government or the state to tell them what they can and cannot watch, and that they're not smart enough to watch a film and take whatever they want to from it. That if they watch this film, I don't know, something will happen. A joke that my friends used to make was like, oh, they read a comment somewhere, कि Joyland नहीं देखनी वरना हम सब gay बन जाएंगे. Like just by watching the film, you'll all sort of, change your sexuality or change your gender. which of course is a stupid thing, and I'm glad that there are enough intelligent Pakistanis who think so. So I always tend to focus on that reception. Of course, globally it was, got a much more easy route of release and reception as well. But you'd be surprised how many people have seen it in Pakistan as well on pirated links. So I'm quite happy with whatever happened in retrospect.
All right, fantastic. Thank you. Aisha, I'm going to move to the third lens, obviously, which is, I would say it's belonging in a way. You straddle worlds, Pakistan, Canada as well. You're from the development sector that designs programs to help people be included in various programs. But I find, when I've worked with the development sector, that often the people sitting and deciding what these programs should be are not at the table, right? So how can we make sure that they become co-creators rather than this top-down approach that Simon was talking about, which is that the state decides what you should and shouldn't watch, or a development sector consultant decides what program there should be to make it more inclusive?
Yeah, thank you. That's an excellent question. And I entirely agree. The people who are making the decisions are not typically the people who are going to be impacted by the development programming that's happening here in Pakistan or in general around the world. And I actually just kind of picking up a little bit on what Simon was saying, I think one of the reasons for that, just to kind of elaborate on the premise of the question a little bit, is because when those decisions are being made, people are not putting themselves in the shoes of the people who are supposed to be the beneficiaries of these programs. So I've been getting a little bit into sociology recently, and there's a lot of interesting writing that highlights how wildly different the worlds that we inhabit are. So even within the development sector, you have the donors, maybe the British High Commission, maybe German aid, and what they're thinking about is, in our current political climate, what can we say to sell aid as a priority to the voters at home? And then you have the people in the embassies, high commissions in Islamabad, commissions in Lahore, who are thinking in terms of meeting targets and metrics, and the professional scripts and the logics and the things that you need to do to perform as a successful person are super, super different for every role in the development sector. And unfortunately, none of those roles actually align with what the beneficiaries of this program want. So when it comes to changing that, that's a really difficult question. Well, it's both easy and it's difficult. So if you're looking at the development literature, there are actually best practices that are there. So the first thing that comes up is localization. So we need people who are from the context you're trying to affect to actually be the ones who are designing and implementing these programs. It doesn't make much sense for someone in London to be designing a program for Chakbal. However, that's just not how the system, it's not how it works right now, but that would be one great thing, would be localization. The second thing that comes up often, nearly on a daily basis in my own work, is that a lot of what's happening in these development programs is not actually demand-driven. So a lot of the time, instead of going to the people who you're trying to help and saying, what would you actually like? What do you need? There are people, very educated bureaucrats and development experts, which I say with love because a lot of these people are absolutely fantastic at their jobs, who are reading a lot of books, not actually talking to a lot of people and saying, here's what I think the problem is, let me design a solution. And there's so much momentum in that process. It's institutionalized, it's professionalized. When those mistakes are made, there's not much you can do to kind of roll it back. So I think that the solution is very simple. It's talking to the people you're trying to affect, and it's doing what you can to put yourselves in their shoes when you're doing development.
No, I think Simon's hit upon the big theme that we're talking about here, right? Put yourself in another person's shoes. And I'm going to sort of take that to Daniel a little bit, because I do feel when we talk about, I'm pivoting a little bit, but taking from what Simon talked about. Daniel, I find that the pop culture idea of neurodivergence is one of, excellence. Think of, for instance, that movie with Tom Cruise, I forgot what's the name of it. No, not just Top Gun. It was in which he's I think he's autistic and he's brilliant. And it's always exactly Rain Man. That's the one. So that's I guess, stereotype that we've seen on pop culture. We're not really. What is that pressure on neurodivergent children, for instance, to not follow that stereotype? And what is the challenge for educators as well? That expectation.
One of the biggest challenges for people with neurodivergence is hiding it. And that's especially true for girls. Right now in England and Australia and America and Canada, there is a proliferation of women in their 30s and 40s who are realizing that they were neurodivergent and that they've been masking that for their whole lives. Masking and girls is itself a huge issue that causes huge psychological damage. And that is only something which I've noticed is being discussed in the last 2-3 years. The issue which you're referring to has this idea at the heart of it of needing to try and fit in with everyone else. And that has to do with the culture of your school. It has to do with the culture of your parents. If you want homogeneity, if you want everyone to look and sound and feel the same, then, well, good luck to you. You're going to be killing creativity and killing excellence, because excellence is not born out of homogeneity. I think I'll perhaps add a couple more points to this, if I may. There are a couple of global south ideas which I'm very influenced by and I find very interesting. In the educational economy of all for themselves, each individual child is essentially competing against the other. So in that way of thinking around education, at least 50% will essentially be failing the school system. And the school system is not only producing successes, but almost by definition producing failures as well. There is a new way of thinking, or not a new way, there is an ancient way, I suppose, of thinking, which is a global south way called Ubuntu. Now, Ubuntu means many things, and it's actually an active term, when I worked in places like Zambia or Botswana, and my shirt comes from Zambia. It means something very practical, but let me give you a ramification that I've seen in certain schools, not just in Africa, but applied this concept around the world. Imagine that the idea that you say to a classroom that no one child will pass their exams or succeed, whatever that means, unless everybody succeeds. And what do you think would happen? Suddenly, we're all responsible for each other. And what would you say would happen if you said to your teachers, no one teacher here is going to get a pay rise by the end of the year unless all of your students succeed, right? And if all of your students succeed, then you get a serious pay rise. What do you think would happen? This is a very different way, you could clap that. This is a very different way of thinking around inclusion. Inclusion almost doesn't work in this sort of hierarchical, competitive environment that for some reason we've imposed on the concept of transmitting knowledge between generations. That idea of hierarchical competition is really flawed. And pretty much everything that we're saying here is flawed by the way that we bring children up into there are those who are better and those who are worse. And you've encountered this knowledge in this very specific way and been assessed in this very specific way to see if for 5 minutes you manage to hold on to this information enough that you can then write the exam in this particular way, and then congratulations, you're now one of us, the successful people. I mean, I'm telling you now, in 200 years' time, they will look back on this age and they will say, that was stupid. In the same way as we look back 100 years ago and we say, the idea of hitting children was wrong, yeah? We have the same issue. I'll just say one more thing. Is it all right?
Yes.
I mean, I'm doing it anyway, even if it's not all right. A lovely term I wanted to mention global south ideas because I'm very strongly of the opinion that inclusion should not be a white European export that we're imposing on the rest of the world. I think that is almost by definition a contradiction in terms. And so I wanted to just sort of promote some ideas. And one of them was, I love the Maori concept of autism. There is a beautiful Maori term, which I can't pronounce, so I'll just give you the definition is, they walk in their own way. As if to say, we all walk, yeah? I mean, we all get there eventually somehow, not all of us can walk, but we all journey, but some of us journey in our own way, and maybe that's okay. And the idea of trying to get that person who's journeying in that way to do it in this way is ridiculous, you know, and causes only really psychological pain. I'll pause.
No, I think you've given me sort of two themes that I want to pick up on, and I'm going to take to the other panelists as well. And this is, because it's a lens trilogy, this is another lens, which is your personal experience. And I love the fact that you talked about acceptance. So this is a very deeply personal question, Saim. When and where did you feel accepted for your differences, how you were different from society as a whole?
I'm trying to think if it has happened, if I've ever felt like fully accepted. I don't know. I think I've stopped looking for acceptance in that way from other people. You know, and it's more for me to be to have some kind of self-acceptance of the ways in which I'm different from other people, and I've sort of learned to like those things and understand that those things actually have a purpose and they make me who I am, and I probably would be boring and dull and would not know what to do with my life if I did not have all of those things that make me a bit different, you know. So if I had to think of a moment where I felt like very accepted, I guess on a film set, I would say, and particularly
where
on
you
the set
didn't
of
have to
Roland.
mask yourself, as Daniel spoke about that.
Yeah, I didn't, and I just, because it was like really truly something that I wanted to do. It was the story that I wanted to tell, and it was just and it was not like somebody came up to me and said, okay, oh, we like all the ways in which you are different, but it was more to do with the fact that everybody on set was collectively trying to create something, and that just by action makes you feel very accepted, and makes you feel less lonely about the fact that, no, this is not something that only I'm interested in or only I want to do. There are a lot of other people who think this is valuable or interesting or worth exploring. And it also just, for me, I think the funniest or the cutest thing that happened on our set, it's a small story, was the oldest member on our set was, I think, some 60 years old. He was a focus puller. A focus puller is a guy who pulls the focus of the camera. So when the actor moves, he makes sure that they're in focus. And he comes from a very old conservative way of thinking. And then he lands on this set of Joyland, where there's the lead actress is a trans girl. And the character is a trans character and is being played by a trans actress. And we had a whole session before the shooting began that, whatever, these are the languages that you need to sort of, stay away from, be respectful, etc., and come and ask questions if you have any questions. And now this guy, he starts figuring out that, okay, the lead actress is a trans person or a trans girl. And he starts he gets very awkward and very nervous. And this is the start of a 40-day shoot. And he like doesn't communicate with her directly if he has to tell her, "Ke kadam aage aa jaye, kadam piche aa jaye." He always talks through me or talks through other people. This is day one of the set. Sometimes misgenders her, uses the wrong pronouns, etc. When talking about her, not out of any like maliciousness, but just because he doesn't know. And then by the end of the shoot, she was his favorite actress, because he was like, out of all the people on set, this girl is the one that I like to watch the most when I'm watching the monitor and pulling focus on her. And I would see them during lunch, sitting by the end of the shoot, having a meal at the same table and talking to each other, which is not something that anybody forced on them, on either of them, but it's something that you allowed by creating a space where they could coexist and co-create something, despite maybe coming from very, very different backgrounds. And by the end of that, they would come together organically. And I think that's probably the nicest way to see a manifestation of inclusion. And also, just as the director of that film, just made me feel very, I don't know, included.
So not only did you feel accepted, you actually
Yeah.
created a space where other people could feel accepted for who they are.
Yeah, I'm not
I think is
giving
lovely.
myself credit for that. I'm saying they created the space themselves, and I
That's
think people
amazing,
have
but you
that.
enabled it.
People have that kind of capacity that no matter what age or what background you come from, people do have the capacity to evolve and change if they're put in the right circumstances, if they're allowed to ask questions, and if they're allowed to take their time. Then you would be surprised how many people would have a different opinion or would grow in a different direction than you would thought that was not possible earlier.
Aisha, I'm going to ask you the same question. When and where did you feel like you felt accepted, you could take off the mask, and you could shine with your own differences and abilities?
Yeah, lovely question. I think so I'm a talker, and I bond through talking, and I feel those feelings of safety through talking. And this is a very nerdy response, but I think in some of my academic seminars, there have been some spaces where I've been surrounded by people who were super, super different, but we all had a shared perspective for the world. So this was I'm a development practitioner. This was in a development-focused class. And I think even though the space was international and there was a variety of age ranges and a variety of things that we believed, we all were there because we were interested in making a more kind of equitable world. And that connects to something, again, on the topic of inclusion that I was thinking of.
So you found your tribe, is what you're saying. Your
Yeah.
calling, your tribe.
I definitely found my tribe, and part of what made me really connect with these people was we had this belief in inclusion at an individual level, like show up as you are. But we also believed that inclusion doesn't just mean when you walk into a space you feel free to be yourself. It also has structural implications.
That's really important.
Like for example, this conference is really focused on AI, and we can think about things and we should be thinking about things like since it's being trained on mostly English, what Anglocentric biases when it comes to Islamophobia, when it comes to racism, gender, sexual orientation. We should be thinking of that individual language level as it affects individual people, but we should also be thinking about on a macro scale, what does that mean for Pakistanis, the majority of whom don't speak English and won't be able to tap into this innovation as much? What does it mean for the underpaid wage workers who are being used to, for example, train these models how to have a sense of morality? In places like Kenya, in India, in the Philippines, we have people being paid $1.50, $2 a day to screen horrific, explicit, violent content to make ChatGPT safe for the rest of us. So I think it's important to think about inclusion when it comes to the political, the economic, that macro scale. So I'm happiest in spaces where people agree with me on stuff like that.
Lovely, thank you. Daniel, I'm just gonna, I mean, you opened the conversation for me about unmasking acceptance, but there's another point you made about, homogeneity. And I think our fear with AI is, obviously technology and AI also makes education, information much more accessible. But at the same time, it is also because of the biases at the back end of it and the data, it also makes the technology is also, I think the output is homogeneous. How worried are you as somebody who thinks, talks, writes about education, and the panel that I had in the morning, there was a whole conversation about how universities will no longer be the same 10, 20 years from now because of AI and homogeneity.
Can I just say something about the acceptance, personal
Please, I would love to hear it, yes. I shouldn't have skipped. That was discriminatory and non-inclusive.
It's fine. I have something to say about it because, there was a great moment where I was a school leader for however many years, and I was going to work in support of schools full-time as a consultant and speaker and writer. And my wife said to me, lovingly, she said, well, look, Daniel, no one's going to take you seriously in education because you're too fat and eccentric and you're not suited and booted. I mean, she's right, of course. And I decided I'm just going to lean into it and I'll be as eccentric as I want and I'll be as fat as I am, take me or leave me. And what my sense of, like, I'm going to be me and I really don't care what anyone else thinks, has somehow been quite a successful formula for me, because I ended up building an organization that spread out across the world. I've met education ministers from all over the world, and it hasn't seemed to got in the way. The success piece for me is about me not being stuck in my limitations, but by being just accepting me, not trying to get anyone else to accept me. I don't care if you accept me or not. I'll accept me, thank you. Now you asked a really good question. What was it?
It was about sameness, homogeneity, because of new technologies.
Yeah, I mean, I mentioned this yesterday, actually, that the thing I'm worried about is how do you harness fascination in children when everything is at your fingertips on such a superficial level? So how do you have that experience of depth and love, and passion for something? One of the things I'm quite passionate about is jazz. Now, I would say to you that if you want to listen to your first piece of jazz, that I would introduce you to John Coltrane.
Miles Davis.
Hang on, let's go. I'm the teacher here. Right? John Coltrane as your starting point. But I'll say to you, listen to this piece. A few of my favorite things is the name of the piece. But listen to it 5 or 6 times. And only after listening to it 6, maybe 7 times, will you begin to get it. I think that's a really good analogy for depth thinking, is plummeting the depth of something is how you can develop a relationship with ideas. And I think that is exactly what AI is getting in the way of. I'll give you one example of how I used AI to help me learn a bit of French, because my wife is a super brilliant woman who speaks lots of languages, went to Cambridge and all of that. She's exactly the opposite of me. And we went to France for a holiday, and I know that she speaks fluent French, and I thought I'll just learn a bit of French, right? So I used some AI, I used some apps. I learned at least, I think, 200 words, which isn't bad considering I can't remember the name of my children sometimes. And when I got to France, I couldn't speak a word of French. And the reason why I'm saying this is because learning it in a really superficial way and just accessing just a certain part of your brain keeps this information just like there, but it doesn't seep down to here and your lived experience of knowledge. That, I think, is for me the biggest concern about what AI has to offer. And in that regard, I don't in any way feel threatened by AI in terms of education, because at the moment it seems to be generations off that very concept. Right.
I'm going to ask my last follow-up from Daniel, and then I'll open the floor up to questions from the audience, because I think it's interesting. Do you think AI is inclusive or not? Daniel.
Sorry, is
AI inclusive?
Well, it's not inclusive if you don't have
Because
access.
if you could learn French.
Well, if it's not inclusive if you don't have access to
You don't need to go to a
computer.
library, you don't need a teacher, you can learn French through an app. You're sorted.
I mean, I don't know what you're sorted with. Firstly, by the way, there is a huge divide in the world, even in Pakistan, between those who have access to computers and the internet and those who don't. So this conversation is only relevant for those who do, right? And then for those who do, what are you getting from AI exactly? I know that within my particular slither of knowledge that I have, which is a very, very small aspect of education that I know about. I don't know about geography in education or other types of it. I know about jazz education, obviously. But I don't know about other things. But this little slither of knowledge I have, there is nothing interesting or impressive that any AI has ever told me that either I didn't know about already or wasn't essentially wrong. So I haven't yet come across anything that's like amazing. Oh, look, AI came up with this. I think the thing that kind of it has been useful for is making, quantitative comparisons. I mentioned before, as we were sharing as writers, I've tried using AI to write books. I'm telling you, it's useless. Absolutely useless. Anything I use on AI, I need to rewrite because you made a very nice. Who said it? Somebody said before about it being like a very obedient intern. Such a good analogy. So. Is it inclusive? I don't really think of it as being inclusive or not inclusive. I don't really see the inclusion in it, really. I think I don't see the potential yet. I'm yet to be convinced. I'm also yet to be convinced that this isn't just yet another rabbit hole to send our children down to be glued to screens, even more so, which is pretty much antithetical to the way that the world is thinking around, the dangers of phones, the dangers of screen time, and all of these sorts of things as parents. So I'm not sat here feeling like, yeah, AI is really inclusive. I don't really get it.
All right, so Daniel is
Please
confident.
applaud to that.
So I'm pretty sure none of our panelists think that AI will replace them, right? Right? No. Pretty confident, don't know. I'm not sure about myself. I'd like to open the floor up for questions. Agar mic hai, to please pass it around. I would request if you could introduce yourself and also the speaker to whom the question is directed. Questions, raise your hands. Oh yes, we can also see some questions coming in. I'll just read them out. How can AI dataset curation be redesigned to ensure that the concept of belonging is equally experienced by users from globally diverse cultural and ethnic backgrounds in terms of ethical frameworks and language models? That's a very deep question. I understood about half of it. And I'm going to throw this to Aisha.
Sure. It's a very long question, so I'm kind of just processing it. Okay, AI data set curation and doing that to make sure marginalized people are included. Yeah, excellent question. So I think there's, a few different angles to this. The first one is, and a really important one to focus on, is the languages that AI is being trained on. So the vast majority of the data that's going into LLMs today is English. And that means that these tools are a lot more effective for English speakers. Because, you know, I think there is research now that shows that if you are using AI, a lot of, you know, the chat GPTs, etc., in Urdu, in Punjabi, the quality of the information that you're getting out is a lot worse. So just in terms of the increases in productivity and effectiveness, there's already that language barrier. But not just, but it goes beyond the language, because what's encoded in languages? A lot of the assumptions that we have about the world, the types of knowledge that are precious to us, the types of biases that we hold. So all of those biases, those assumptions, those worldviews that AI is expressing are based on what it's learned. So the worldviews of people who speak other languages are not represented. And even you can think about something that's quite like close to my heart is, you know, the well-being of Indigenous communities as well. A lot of those communities aren't even textual to begin with. So all of their language, which is passed down through oral history, also isn't being learned. So that representation is missing. But I think I'll make one last point. So yeah, you can try to make the language more representative, but sometimes sometimes the AI models are actually too good. And what I mean by that is sometimes the data is absolutely excellent because it's being leveraged by states who are authoritarian and who want to do bad things to their own citizens. So when it comes, you know, the question was about marginalized people. My main concern when it comes to AI and marginalized people is actually what happens when that data is being leveraged against them. For example, in Xinjiang, in China, the state has an algorithm-driven tool that looks at things like your biometric information. It looks at things like how often you've gone to the mosque even, the kind of electricity that you're using. And this algorithm will then suggest people for preventative interventions. Things like sending them to re-education camps, detaining them by the police, restricting their internet use. So I think it can do wonders for inclusion, but only if there are significant safeguards and a lot more that's done to prevent these risks from being carried out as well.
All right, thank you. The next question is, if AI is used to redefine ability, how do we ensure that AI-driven tools for neurodiversity, example, adaptive learning, personalized communication aids, genuinely unlock human potential? Daniel, it's for you.
How does AI unlock human potential?
Especially through you know, tools such as adaptive learning and personalized communication aids.
Okay, so forgive me if you were in my talk yesterday, but the things I mentioned, the discussions that I've been having with Google and other companies around the world, we're working on things like your computer being able to tell just by the way that you type how you learn, and be able to pick up things like dyslexia, speech language issues, processing issues. And that's really interesting. And that is using AI technology. We have incorporated AI buddies into our training so that if you have a question about how this applies to your particular student in your class, then you could ask our AI to explain it, you know. So you just learn about ADHD and exactly all about it and what to do and what not to do. And then you say, well, look, I've got a child in my class who's struggling like this. What do I do? And then you can have that discussion with the AI. The other AI major innovation which we've been working on is, I mentioned yesterday, again, forgive me if you were there, so just to repeat it, that there will never be enough education psychologists, speech and language therapists, occupational health therapists in the world. But using our AI and platform with Google, you'll be able to make those available to all parents and all teachers around the world at an instant, and to do that at cost. And that's a phenomenon. That is a massive game shifter in understanding and supporting and so on. I'll just pause there, but there are a lot of very interesting innovations. I don't think that, I mean, this is what I was saying yesterday, is that I don't think that we should be thinking about, at this stage, anything other than how do we support the teachers in freeing them up to get to know the children more, in supporting, you know, by minimizing the paperwork and minimizing the stresses of teaching, by helping the teachers get to know the children more, and so on and so forth. Forget trying to get AI to do the work with the children. I'm not keen on that. It's a real big, I think it's a real dangerous rabbit hole. There are technologies that can help us understand the children, yeah? I'm not interested in anything that's promoting yet more screen time. And I think that you will find that that will be counter prevalent to the wave that's going across the world in wanting to shift children away from screens. So, you know, careful what you wish for.
All right, here's another question, and I will throw it to both you, Aisha, and Daniel as well. So the question is, what concrete, measurable steps can policymakers and, well, I'm a media person and Simon is a media person, media people, take to shift the focus of media products from merely representing marginalized groups to actively empowering them as equal creators? Simon, that is for you.
I mean, this is a very sort of sophisticated question for our very unsophisticated state of affairs that we live in. I mean, I think we're quite a few decades behind from when this actually becomes a relevant question to where we are at. I think for now, policymakers, if they were just to leave media people alone and let them do what they're doing, that would be a great start. Instead of trying to help us or help anyone really, just like, you know, we're so far behind from just a basic sense of freedom of speech. I think that that's probably a starting point. It's, again, not a very sophisticated problem to have, but that is the problem that we actually have. So I don't really expect policymakers to do much for us in terms of empowering us, because I think with that empowerment also come a lot of strings about, okay, here's a couple of grants that we're giving now to 10 filmmakers, but what are they going to make? You know, they're going to make something that, you know, projects this institution in this light and that idea in this light, and, you know, so it ends up going into this territory of propaganda. So for me, I think in a state like ours, if artists and media people are just left alone, I think that's a great win for now.
All right, thank you. And another question, what are the biggest barriers to inclusion in today's world, especially for marginalized communities? I'll make this the final question, and I would actually like each of you to answer it, if you could please. What are the biggest barriers to inclusion in today's world, especially for marginalized communities? So, Daniel, I'll just go one by one. Daniel, Aisha, Simon. Final thoughts.
In specific application to education, the biggest barriers around the world to inclusion, apart from attitude and perception, so that's another barrier, I suppose, but the real barriers are money, stress, and time. So if inclusion means it's going to take more time for a teacher, it won't happen. If it's going to cause a teacher more stress, it's not going to happen. And if it's going to cost the school principal more money, it ain't going to happen. So the only conditions around the world, including in Beacon House, that inclusion can really thrive is if it doesn't cost more time, more money, or more stress. And therefore, you have to read my books to know how to do that.
Excellent, thank you. Aisha.
I'll make this brief. I think the biggest barrier to inclusion, well, I think inclusion is a function of how much power a community has. So the problem is that they are disempowered, and specifically that our governance structures don't allow marginalized communities to make decisions for themselves.
That's a beautiful thought. Thank you. And Simon.
I don't know, just to add on to that, I mean, I agree, but just to make it more specific to just the overall conversation about inclusion, because that's, again, like I think Daniel mentioned it at the beginning, that that word kind of has a certain westernized connotation. And I think just to make it specific to Pakistan, I think there's, if we reframe the conversation sometimes and talk about unlearning the exclusion that we learned, which is not from our land, which is not from us. Like, for example, there's a lot of exclusionary behaviors that we adopted from the British during colonization that are not rooted in South Asian culture, that are not rooted in South Asian history. It comes back to the whole conversation about gender minorities and sexual minorities, etc., who had a very different place in our country and in this part of the land before the British came here. So I think more than trying to learn inclusion from the West, I think maybe sometimes we should think about it in terms of unlearning the exclusion that we learned from them in the first place and going back to where we started and who we were.
Brilliant, thank you. I want to thank SOT School of Tomorrow for giving this the opportunity to talk about identity, belonging, and inclusion. And I really thought that I would be able to separate these three lenses, as it were. But I think all three of our panelists spoke about them and challenged, hopefully, our assumptions. Thank you so much.
Thank you to our guests for such an insightful conversation. We request you to vacate the hall for the next session, beginning at 4:30 p.m. In the meantime, please visit the social junction for food and live entertainment. Also check out Mind, the immersive art experience presented by BNU in the Royal Grand Hall. See you at the next session. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you to the 19th edition of SOT Events, Co-Creating Tomorrow, Humans, AI, and the Future. The SOT Event series was launched by Beacon House 25 years ago to engage global communities in conversations that shape the future of schools and societies. We would like to thank our platinum sponsor, UBL, and our gold sponsor, Allied Bank, for their generous support. We also extend our appreciation to all our other sponsors. My name is John and I am an AI announcer for SOT Events. Please take a moment to note these important housekeeping points. Please ensure your cell phone is silent. Please use the SOT app to scan the QR code for session feedback. Share your thoughts on social media using the hashtags, hashtag co-creating tomorrow and hashtag SOT 2025. If you need assistance, our ushers are here to help. For questions, please either use the flashcards provided by the ushers or the SOT app. We are delighted to have you with us today for a big conversation, which promises to be insightful and engaging. Tech Juice Session, AI in the Newsroom, Friend or Foe, brings together thought leaders, experts, and practitioners to share their unique perspectives, inspiring action and innovation. The session will last for about an hour, including a question and answer session. The moderator for this session is Mr. Rai Aslan. Mr. Rai Aslan is a multifaceted media and communication professional and pop culture commentator with expertise spanning digital marketing, sports communication, and cultural critique. He has led impactful initiatives in the digital space, notably elevating Pakistan's cricket team and the Pakistan Super League social media presence as head of digital media wing at the Pakistan Cricket Board. He has advised prominent organizations through freelance consultancy in ENG production and sports social communications. His media management portfolio includes roles with Mardan Warriors, Pakistan Junior League 2022, and Karachi Kings, Pakistan Super League since 2023. Mr. Aslan has been recognized as a bilingual blogger with nominations for the Pakistan Blog Awards. He actively engages in citizen journalism and digital communication as an editor at Global Voices Urdu and a member of the Global Voices Community Council. His literary work includes a published short story by Oxford University Press. I now invite Mr. Rai Aslan to join us on stage.
Good evening, everyone, and a very warm welcome. मैं expect नहीं कर रहा था इतने से भी लोग होंगे, but thank you very much for everyone for making time for this. अगर आप चाहें तो थोड़ा आगे आ जाएं, सफ़े सीधी कर लें. Thank you all for joining us for what promises to be a fascinating and critically important discussion, AI in the newsroom, friend or foe, powered by TechJuice, our digital media partner for the SOT 2025. My name is Rai Muhammad Aslan, as this good old AI told you, and I'll be your moderator today. We are privileged to have with us truly exceptional group of experts, each bringing a unique and essential perspective to this conversation. Please join me in welcoming our distinguished panel. Talal Chaudhary is the CEO of TechJuice, one of Pakistan's most influential technology media platforms. With over 6 years of experience in digital media and tech journalism, he has played a critical role in shaping country's tech narrative and highlighting innovations and drive economic and social impact. Welcome, Talal. Next up is Ms. Farwa Waheed, who is a prominent Pakistani journalist and primetime anchor, and is recognized for her sharp analysis, strong on-air presence, and nuanced understanding of Pakistan's political and media landscape. Next, we have Asad Shabir, who is leading digital communication at the Ministry of Information and Broadcast, an experienced entrepreneur turned civil servant. He brings over a decade global expertise in leading data-driven terms and developing digital solutions for sectors including media, journalism, telecom, and tourism. Welcome, sir. And last but not the least, Mr. Sarfraz Ali, who is the head of digital media at Daily Pakistan and Daily Pakistan Global. He is a seasoned journalist. He has extensive experience across Pakistan, traditional and digital news landscape, leading efforts to modernize newsroom operations and strengthen the organization's digital presence. I welcome you all, and can I have a loud round of applause for our esteemed panel. Now, to set the stage for our discussion, artificial intelligence is no longer a futuristic concept. It is an active player in the newsroom, reshaping the very foundation of how we create and consume information. On one hand, it promises to be powerful ally, supercharging efficiency, personalizing content, and unearthing hidden data trends that a human might miss. But on the other hand, we must confront its darker side. The viral spread of deepfakes, the insidious nature of algorithmic bias, and profound questions about the future of journalistic jobs and integrity. We have already seen startling examples of AI news anchors and security forces tweeting content written by AI. So we stand at a pivotal moment. The core tension we have here to explore is this. Can we harness AI's power to foster a more informed and engaged public, or does it risk becoming an unchecked force that erodes the very trust our society is built upon? This brings us directly to our first and perhaps the most fundamental question for the panel. Where should news organizations draw a line between using AI as a tool for efficiency and compromising core journalistic principles and human oversight? Talal, perhaps we could start with you.
Okay, Aslan, first we need to understand that AI can make your work go faster, make your work go steady, but it cannot replace your editorial guidelines. So the most important thing that happens in news organization is the editorial guideline and the bias that they carry. Every newspaper, every news organization carry a certain bias, carry a certain editorial policy that they follow. When you put it all to the AI, what it does is that algorithm shuffles the information that it has and creates its own bias and give it to you, just like the example you gave of Dawn. What they did, I believe the reporter must have provided the initial information and then run it through ChatGPT to make it look better or something. But what he didn't do was to keep editorial check. He did not keep the editorial check, which turned into a PR disaster. We saw 2 days, Dawn was like apologizing in front of the whole nation. And that basically subjects the credibility of a very big news organization. So what news organizations can do is make a certain AI policy, like Reuters, like AP and other international organizations. They have a certain AI policy, and all the content that is generated by AI is labeled as AI generated content. What we are lacking here is that news organizations like Dawn, Tribune, and others, they lack the AI policy. When the fiasco unrolled, Dawn released its first AI policy, and then they said they were not supposed to do it and they will not do it again. And all the AI policy was put in front. But other organizations need to follow this guidelines that every news organization should have an AI policy that is supposed to be there, that is supposed to be on the website, on the TV channel. So everybody should know what they're reading, what they're watching, and what they're digesting. If we do not clear this emergency situation right now, what we will be doing is we'll be leading with AI-driven content, AI-driven articles, AI-driven editorials, AI-driven talk shows. We would not be able to differentiate what the actual creative thinking process is. So news organizations should make ethical boundaries very clear. How to use AI, when to use AI. Definitely it can shape the work, it can improve your speed, it can improve your efficiency, but it cannot influence your editorial guidelines.
हमारे यहाँ ड्यू क्रेडिट नहीं मिलता एआई पॉलिसी तो बहुत दूर की बात है। सरफराज साहब मैं आप पे आऊँगा। दलाल ने जिक्र किया कि एडिटोरियल पॉलिसी होती है और एडिटोरियल पॉलिसी फॉलो किया जाता है, बट वी हैव सीन विद द एडवेंट ऑफ ब्लॉग्स स्पेशली इन लेट 2000s में जब सेल्फ पब्लिशिंग का एलिमेंट आ गया कि मुझे किसी एडिटर की ज़रूरत नहीं, मैं अपने ब्लॉग पे खुद छाप लूँगा, मुझे किसी एडिटर की उस तरह से ज़रूरत नहीं है, मैं अपने यूट्यूब चैनल पे खुद से पब्लिश कर दूँगा। तो क्या हमारे जो इंस्टीट्यूशंस हैं, इदारे जो हैं, वो अभी भी वो 1856 वाली एडिटोरियल पॉलिसी में फंसे हुए हैं कि या उन्होंने 21वीं सदी के हिसाब से अपनी एडिटोरियल पॉलिसी को एट पेस किया है, और क्या हमारे इदारे इस वक्त तैयार हैं इस चीज़ के लिए, कंसीडरिंग दिस क्वेश्चन कि एआई के आने के बाद हम अपने क्या करना है?
एक्चुअली आपने देखा हो कि हम लोग स्पेशली जब कोई भी नई टेक्नोलॉजी आती है तो उसको अडॉप्ट करते हुए थोड़ा सा डरते हैं। आपने देखा हो कि शुरू में जैसे कैलकुलेटर आया तो हम लोगों ने समझा कि शायद बच्चों को मैथ नहीं आएगा, फिर उसके बाद जैसे जैसे वो कैलकुलेटर साइंटिफिक होता गया और हम उसको अडॉप्ट करने गए, इसी तरह जैसे स्टार्ट में हमने देखा कि जब वो फार्मिंग में हमारे यहाँ ट्रैक्टर आया तो लोगों ने कहा कि फार्मर शायद में भी खत्म हो जाए, बट आजकल आप देखें तो वो एआई स्मार्ट जिस पे एग्रीकल्चर पे चले गए हैं, स्मार्ट इरिगेशन पे चले गए, मतलब टेक्नोलॉजी को जब भी हम उसको अडॉप्ट करते हैं तो हम थोड़ा सा डरते हैं। इसी तरह हम अपनी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में 2020 से एआई को यूज कर रहे हैं। तो मेरा ख्याल है कि पहली बात तो मैं ये क्लियर कर दूं कि एआई का हमारे जर्नलिज्म में सेक्टर में कोई थ्रेट नहीं है, ना किसी की। अगर हम देखें 3 सालों से ना हमारे यहाँ कोई इस किस्म का कोई हुआ है कि किसी की जॉब चली गई। अब जर्नलिज्म में हम देखें तो कुछ टाइम पहले जब सिर्फ न्यूज़पेपर थे तो वो कातब लिखते थे, तो जब कंप्यूटर आया तो लोगों ने कहा जी कंपोजिंग आ गई, वो कातब खत्म हो गए, वही कातब जो थे वो शिफ्ट हो गए कंपोजिंग पे। तो उसके बाद वो लेआउट डिजाइनर बन गए, चीजें चलती गई। बट जो अभी एआई आया है उसको थोड़ा सा मेरे ख्याल से हमारे यहाँ एक मिथ बन गई कि पता नहीं जॉब सारी खत्म हो जाएंगी, ऐसा कोई चक्कर नहीं है। बट जैसे आपने कहा कि कुछ पॉलिसीज होती हैं, तो हमारे यहाँ एक इसकी एआई की बकायदा हमारी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में पॉलिसी है। वो पॉलिसी ये है कि हम जब भी कोई न्यूज़ लिखते हैं, हमारे यहाँ ये बिल्कुल सख्ती से मना है ये कि आपने कोई न्यूज़ जो है एआई से जनरेट नहीं करनी, ना एडिट करनी है। तो हम लोग सिर्फ रिसर्च करते हैं। उससे ये हुआ कि जो स्पेशली सोशल मीडिया के लिए कि हमने बहुत सारे ऐसे स्क्रिप्ट लिखने हैं, बड़े फास्टली उसको लिख लेते हैं और उसके बाद उसको ह्यूमनाइज कर देते हैं। तो अल्टीमेटली कंटेंट इज द किंग। ऑर्गेनाइजेशन बड़ी हो छोटी हो, अगर आपका कंटेंट अच्छा है और ह्यूमनाइज है तो वो एंगेज भी होता है। तो कंटेंट को किंग करने के लिए बहुत ज़रूरी है कि हम उसको ह्यूमनाइज करें, बजाय कि सारा कहीं से आप एआई से जनरेट कर लें। और ये मॉरली और एथिकली भी गलत है कि कोई भी रीडर आपके पास आता है, आपकी वेबसाइट खोलता है, न्यूज़पेपर पैसे दे के पढ़ता है और उसके बाद वो इंटरनेट पे पैसे दे के आपकी साइट खोलता है और आप उसको एआई जनरेटेड कंटेंट दे दें। तो मेरे ख्याल से इसमें कोई ऐसा थ्रेट वाली चीज़ नहीं है, बल्कि हमने बहुत सारा इम्प्रूव किया है। और स्पेशली वो जो बच्चे यहाँ स्टूडेंट्स बैठे हुए हैं अपने कंटेंट को एंगेज करना चाह रहे हैं, मोनेटाइज करवाना चाह रहे हैं, तो उनके लिए बहुत ज़रूरी है कि इसको ह्यूमनाइज करें। आपने एआई को खुद कंट्रोल करना है, एआई ने आपको कंट्रोल नहीं करना, इसलिए थ्रेट तो है ही नहीं। पहली बात, आपने कुछ भी करना है। और जो मेरे नज़दीक अभी फौरी तौर पर पाकिस्तान में करने की ज़रूरत है वो ये है कि हम एआई स्पेशली जो न्यूज़ रूम के जर्नलिस्ट हैं उनको इसकी प्रॉपर ट्रेनिंग हो। अभी ट्रेनिंग नहीं है क्योंकि जो प्रॉम्प्ट इंजीनियरिंग है वो हमारे यहाँ उसका बड़ा फुकदान है। हमने करना कुछ होता है, प्रॉम्प्ट उसको कुछ देते हैं, फिर हम कहते हैं कि जी वो एआई ने हम पे ऊपर कमांड कर ली। तो मेरा ख्याल है थोड़ा सा इसमें प्रॉपर ट्रेनिंग की ज़रूरत है। और दूसरा ये कि एआई पॉलिसी बनाने की ज़रूरत है, वो हर इदारा बनाए। और यहाँ गवर्नमेंट ऑफिशियल भी हमारे दोस्त बैठे हुए हैं और मेरा ख्याल कि जहाँ पे हमारी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के लिए ज़रूरत है कि वो एआई पॉलिसी बनाए, गवर्नमेंट भी बुलाए और उस पर इम्प्लीमेंटेशन कराए, ताकि जो फेक कंटेंट है, फेक वीडियोस हैं, फेक पिक्चर्स हैं, जैसे आजकल बम्बार्डमेंट हुई हुई है, और उसकी वजह ये है कि हमारे यहाँ की पॉलिसी नहीं है। अभी रिसेंटली एक पेपर से गलती हुई है, उसकी रीज़न ये है कि जब हम अपने जर्नलिस्ट को, अपने मीडिया पर्सन को बहुत ज़्यादा उलझा देंगे तो फिर उसका रिजल्ट वो सामने ही आता है।
उनका क्लेम था कि हमारी नो एआई पॉलिसी है। एनीहाउ उसी से मुझे याद आया कि इजहारुल हसन बर्नी बहुत बड़ा नाम इंग्लिश जर्नलिज्म का, सिटी पेज के एडिटर हुआ करते थे डॉन के, एंड देन रिटायरमेंट के बाद जब don.com आया तो उनको एज ए कंसल्टेंट हायर किया गया था। वो आखिरी वक्त तक कंप्यूटर इस्तेमाल नहीं करते थे, वो टाइप राइटर पे टाइप करते थे कि ये क्या मजाक है, पहले मैं कंप्यूटर पे लिखूं, फिर तुम्हें ईमेल करूं और फिर मैं प्रिंट आउट निकालूं, मैं जब लिखता हूं तो मेरी कॉपी रेडी होती है। सो वो जो एलिमेंट है कि चेंज से हम थोड़ा भागते हैं। और फिर दूसरा एआई के साथ जो एक ह्यूमन साइकी भी है कि जो चीज़ इंसान को समझ नहीं आती या तो उसकी पूजा शुरू कर देता है या उसे डरना शुरू कर देता है। सो डर से मैं जाऊंगा फरवा की जानिब, नॉट दैट मुझे आपसे डर लग रहा है। पिछले 2023 में हमने एक रुझान देखा था कि 2 मीडिया में रुझान आते, एक तो ये प्राइवेट मीडिया में कि कौन ज़्यादा बेहतर पीटीवी 2 बन सकता है, और दूसरा ये था कि हम एआई एंकर्स लेके आ रहे हैं। तो एआई एंकर्स से आपको कितना खतरा या डर महसूस हो रहा है?
थैंक यू सो मच अजलान एंड गुड इवनिंग एवरीबॉडी। बड़ा अच्छा लग रहा है एसओटी की प्लेटफॉर्म से हम एक ऐसा टॉपिक डिस्कस कर रहे हैं विच इज़ नीड ऑफ आवर, और ये अभी डिस्कस नहीं होगा तो इट विल बी लेट, टू लेट, और उसके जो इफ़ेक्ट्स हैं वुड बी डिज़ास्ट्रस। सो being in the media industry, یہ جو ازلان نے کوٹ کی ہے بات کہ نیوز اینکرز اے آئی کے آئے تھے, it happened and it is happening around the world. لیکن مسئلہ یہ نہیں ہے کہ اے آئی کے اینکرز آ گئے. میرے نزدیک مسئلہ یہ ہے کہ کیا لوگوں کو آئیڈینٹیفیکیشن کا پتہ ہے کہ یہ جو خبر پڑھ رہی ہے یا پڑھ رہا ہے یہ اے آئی جنریٹڈ ہے یا ایک چلتا پھرتا ہماری طرح کا انسان. تو اے آئی کا جو میڈیم یا ٹول ہے اٹ از اے مکسڈ بیگ. On one hand, you can get something beneficial for journalism, and on the other hand, you can get something extremely bad for it. And it is neither friend nor foe, because it depends on how you manufacture it and uses it. Just like social media, back 10 years back or 12 years back, when we entered in the industry of journalism, we were taught that it depends on you how you angle the news or you know instill in your program. So to me it is a matter of concern. Why? Because this tool AI can be extremely helpful. We have so many examples coming from China, Europe and America, but on the other hand it is disastrous. Why? Kyunki hamare yahan pe more than 60% جو لوگ انٹرنیٹ یوز کرتے ہیں they do not even know how to recognize whether it's AI generated or it's actually existing. تو پرابلم یہ ہے کہ جب تک آپ نے بات کی اے آئی لیبل کی, بہت سارے لوگوں کو تو اے آئی لیبل کا بھی نہیں پتا کہ یہ اوپر کیسے آ رہا ہوتا ہے. وہ سمجھتے ہیں شاید کوئی ٹیگ لائن لگی ہوئی ہے جو انٹرنیٹ نے خود ہی لگا دی ہے. So they see people think کہ جب تک وہ کسی کی ڈیپ فیک ویڈیو, کسی کی ٹیمپرڈ کی ہوئی گفتگو, فون کال, جب تک وہ نکلتی ہے وہ اسپریڈ ہو چکی ہوتی ہے, اور آپ پھر لاکھ انسانوں کو, بشر کو بٹھا کے سمجھائیں کہ دس از اے آئی جنریٹڈ, وہ کہیں گے جھوٹ بول رہے ہو. We have seen it. یہ دیکھیں کلپ. This happened with me as well. سو پوائنٹ یہ ہے کہ جتنا زور ہم نے اس کے استعمال اور درست استعمال پر لگانا ہے اتنا ہی زور ہمیں لوگوں کو سمجھانے میں بھی لگانا ہے کہ ان کے پاس نالج ہو کہ یہ خود سیلف آئیڈینٹیفیکیشن کر سکیں کہ whether it's AI or not. Because that's the only way to determine that AI is a friend or foe. So to me, it's a matter of concern that most of our young generation and the majority in the world, جہاں پر ہم بہت سارے گولز اچیو کر رہے ہیں دنیا کو 2050 تک فلی انٹرنیٹ ایکسس دینے کی, وہاں پر ہم یہ بھول گئے ہیں کہ اس طرح کے جب ٹولز انٹروڈیوس ہوتے ہیں تو بہت سے لوگوں کو اس کو کاؤنٹر کرنا نہیں آتا, پلیجرزم نہیں آتا. And I'll tell you, جرنلسٹ کو بھی نہیں پتا how to deal with this technology because they have no knowledge about it. That's not how they were taught in the beginning when they were entering media industry. So the paradigm shift has its own consequences, and whether it's good or bad, it depends how you see that, how you pursue it and how you tackle it. کیونکہ آپ کی ایک بہت بڑی جنریشن ہے جو جب جرنلزم میں انٹر ہوگی تو ان کو اس طرح کے چیلنجز کا سامنا کرنا پڑے گا جو ابھی ہمارے لیے نئے ہیں اور ان کے دور میں آ چکے ہیں. تو اے آئی بہت اچھی چیز ہے لیکن اے آئی اتنی ہی مشکل ہے جتنی آپ کو دکھنے میں آسان. اے آئی اٹس ناٹ دیٹ سمپل. اگر اے آئی کی ایک ویڈیو سے یوکرین کے پریزیڈنٹ کی جو خاتون اول ہیں ان کی ایک ویڈیو بنا کے وائرل کی جا سکتی ہے کہ وہ رشوت یعنی فنڈ کے پیسوں سے خریداری کر رہی ہیں اور ان کو ایکسپلینیشن دیتے ہوئے 6 مہینے لگے.
Also that famous video of Michelle Obama جو ایک پوری
Exactly, and I'll tell you one more incident. There was an account میں ازلان کو بھی بتا رہی تھی which I used to follow کیونکہ وہ پاکستانی امریکن اکاؤنٹ تھا, more than 1 point something million followers on Instagram, and I thought بڑی sensible بات کرتی ہیں. Then I got to know it's AI generated. Can you believe this? And people were commenting on that. اور مجھے بھی لگا ایک منٹ کے لیے کہ she really exists.
اور کتنے اس کے عشق میں مبتلا ہو چکے ہوں گے.
Exactly. So this all depends on how we see things, and are we capable of pointing out the actual footage, and are we educated enough to know कि इसके consequences कहाँ तक हो सकते हैं, जैसे कहाँ तक न्यूक्लियर बन गया पर आज तक एंटी न्यूक्लियर नहीं आ सका. So I don't want AI to be the digital tech nuclear of
There's no
today's
antidote to
world.
that.
Yeah.
With that, I move to you, Asad Saab. Since you were representing government here, if I can say that, तो क्या government के level पर AI को दोस्त समझा जा रहा है या foe समझा जा रहा है? Because not to criticize the government, but governments बड़ी मोहतात हुआ करती हैं. हम आज तक crypto के ऊपर उस तरह से decision नहीं ले सके because एक एहतियात का element होता है government के end पे. तो AI के हवाले से government क्या सोच रही है? I'm sure मौजूदा जो government है उसमें बहुत young लोग भी हैं. मेरी उम्र के बहुत से लोग होंगे. I still consider myself young. तो हमारी जो जनरेशन है वो इतनी ज़्यादा एंटी टेक्नोलॉजी नहीं है, वो अडॉप्ट करना चाहती है बिकॉज हम समझते हैं कि टेक्नोलॉजी एक तरह से डेमोक्रेटिक टूल है बिकॉज वो डेमोक्रेटाइज कर देता है इन्फॉर्मेशन को. तो गवर्नमेंट या आपकी मिनिस्ट्री किस तरह से देख रही है एआई को?
जी अस्सलाम वालेकुम. फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल सर आपका भी शुक्रिया करूंगा, मैं SOT का भी करूंगा फॉर गिविंग अस द अपॉर्चुनिटी टू टॉक अबाउट व्हाट आई बिलीव इज अ वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट एंड पर्टिनेंट क्वेश्चन. Simply put, sir, सबसे पहले आपका सवाल का जवाब, as Madam Farwa said, इस पे the greatest foe, the topic is friend or foe. The greatest foe, I believe, is within us to combat. So it is a friend or a foe if you make it so.
वो जो इफरीत हमारे अंदर बसता है.
सरफराज साहब ने सर बात की थी threats की. I'll start there. Whether AI will replace journalists, whether AI will cannibalize the media sector, journalism किस तरह से impact होगी. I think the threat isn't whether AI starts to think like us. I think it's more that we will stop thinking altogether. जहाँ तक AI in the newsrooms की बात होती है, तो the line that which defines whether it's right or it's wrong is when AI stops being assistive and starts becoming not editorial policy में interfere करे, but when it starts becoming interpretive. So if you're using AI to generate metadata for your media assets, अगर आप story अपनी summarize कर रहे हैं, कोई meeting of minutes of meeting या कोई document scan कर रहे हैं, वहाँ तक it might be fine. But when you take sensitive topics होते हैं, sensitive topics could be national security, it could be economy, it could be health. अभी COVID गुजरा है, 4 साल हुए हैं. Right, the amount of fake news, the amount of disinformation coming from bad actors, when you start using that data which has been fed through various LLM models और आप उसी को फिर interpret करके अपनी story बनाते हैं, that is crossing the line. इसमें but on the other side, आपके जो on the other side, a lot of our language can be fixed. I'll give you one example, and I think it's very pertinent. There are 2 words: human trafficking, irregular migration. If I am migrating illegally, I am a criminal, hand and glove. But a human trafficking is a very heinous crime where I would be a victim. Ab hum often media houses hain, even well-credentialed organizations, they conflate and equate both of these words, which is very, very unfair to victims of human trafficking. So उस तरह की चीजें जो हैं, वहाँ AI can step in, as long as we maintain those logs, as long as we don't feed any sensitive information into the system. Second last मेरा point है कि objectivity is a myth. Everyone is biased. When you use these AI platforms, आप अपने cultural sensitivities, when you look at the government, you have to take care of the entire country. सेंट्रल लाहौर में या इस्लामाबाद में बैठ के आपके जो आपको लग रहा है कि दुनिया में मुल्क में चल रहा है AI और ये टेक्नोलॉजी और सारा कुछ, it doesn't translate to everything. You have a very diverse country. आपकी literacy rates aren't great. आपके पास multiple communication preferences हैं. You have digital literacy के बहुत differences आ जाते हैं. वहाँ जब आप global defaults का एक सिस्टम, जो आपका AI की जो प्लेटफॉर्म है जो ट्रेन हुआ हुआ है ग्लोबल डेटा पे, which is not going to take care of your regional, cultural, religious sensitivities, that becomes the problem. آخری اس پہ جو میں کوشچن کرنا چاہوں گا, ہم بات کر رہے ہیں اے آئی کے اوپر. اس ملک میں ابھی بھی there are people that don't have 2G, that don't have 3G. We have low literacy rates. You have some of the fastest data penetration rates in the world. Data is very cheap. ہم یورپ جاتے ہیں, باہر جاتے ہیں, we turn off our data. But in Pakistan, in 2,000 rupees, you can buy 25, 50, 100 GBs of data. On top of that, you have digital divides. We might be all digitally literate, but gender-based digital literacy, digital divide still exists in this country. آپ کا جتنا یہ widen ہو رہا ہے gap, that is going to be a huge problem in the future. And اس کے لیے we don't just need to focus on digital literacy with special reference to AI, but digital literacy period. That is the biggest challenge for a country جس کی 50-60% آبادی is under the age of 35, where you have democratization of media, where you have children that have millions of followers on TikTok, and they're going unchecked without that digital literacy. It can be a huge, not your friend, but it can become a foe for you as a societal level.
Thanks for reminding کہ اب میں وہ 40% کی مائنورٹی میں آ گیا ہوں because I'm not 35 anymore. طلال, آپ سے میں ایک سوال کرنا چاہوں گا. بائس کی بات ہو رہی تھی کہ بائس ہم سب کا ہوتا ہے, اسی طرح سے الگوریدم کا اپنا بھی ایک بائس ہے. So how can we identify and mitigate the inherent bias within AI algorithms جو کہ پھر ایمپلیفائی بھی کرتا ہے سوشل انیکویلٹیز کو؟ بیکاز فار انسٹنس اگر میں نے غزہ کے متعلق کو سوال کرنا ہے تو اکثر تو مجھے وہ سوال الاؤ ہی نہیں کیا جاتا, ایون آن اے آئی. اگر کیا بھی جاتا ہے تو اس میں بہت اس طرح کی انفارمیشن ہوتی ہے کہ جو مے بی وہ والا نیریٹو نہیں ہے جو ایکچوئل ہے یا غزہ کا اپنا نیریٹو ہے. دوسرا, ابھی بھی ہمارے ایریا کی انفارمیشن اس کے پاس کم ہے, بیکاز میں ایک کتاب پڑھ رہا تھا, اس میں گول باغ کا ذکر ہو رہا تھا, اینڈ آئی ہیو نیور ہرڈ کہ لاہور میں گول باغ کے نام کی کوئی جگہ تھی. اور جب میں نے اے آئی سے پوچھنے کی کوشش کی تو اس نے مجھے کسی اور ہی باغ کا بتا دیا تھا. اٹ ٹرنڈ آؤٹ کہ وہ ناصر باغ کا نام پہلے گول باغ ہوا کرتا تھا. بٹ ابھی بھی اس میں وہ ایک الگورتھمک بائس موجود ہے, اس کی ویسٹرن نالج زیادہ ہے, ایسٹرن یورپین لینگویجز کے متعلق بھی اس کی انفارمیشن کم ہے. تو اس بائس کو ہم ایز اے ٹیک یوزر یا ٹیک انفلوئنسر اس کو کس طرح سے میٹیگیٹ کرتے ہیں؟
اچھا, اس میں سب سے پہلے ہمیں ایک چیز دیکھنی ہوگی کہ ہم جس چیز کو اے آئی بائس یا جس چیز کو الگوریدم بائس کہتے ہیں وہ ایکچولی ایک بائس نہیں ہے. جتنے بھی اے آئی ماڈلس ہیں, جتنے بھی ایل ایل ایمس ہیں, یہ ڈیٹا کے اوپر ٹرین ہوتے ہیں, اور جو ڈیٹا, جس طرح کا ڈیٹا ان کو فیڈ کیا جاتا ہے وہ اسی پہ اپنے آپ کو ٹرین کرتے ہیں, اسی کے اوپر اپنا ایک اوپینین بناتے ہیں, اور اسی کے متعلق جو ہے وہ آپ کو جواب دیتے ہیں اور اسی پہ بات کرتے ہیں. جس طرح لیٹ سپوز اگر آپ ڈیپ سیک پہ جائیں جو کہ ایک چائنیز ماڈل ہے, اگر آپ اس سے کوئی بھی چائنا سینسٹیو ٹاپک پہ بات کریں, تائیوان پہ بات کریں, دوسری چیزوں پہ بات کریں, تو اٹ ول اوائڈ, کیونکہ اس پہ جو ڈیٹا سیٹس انٹر کیے گئے ہیں وہ اس کو ریسٹرکٹ کرتے ہیں کہ ان ٹاپکس پہ یہ ہمارا اوپینین ہے اینڈ یو کین ناٹ گو بیونڈ دس. اسی طرح اگر ہم اوپن اے آئی والی سائٹ پہ جاتے ہیں تو اوپن اے آئی والی سائٹ پہ obviously ویسٹرن بائس ہے, وہ چائنا میں آپ کو شن یانگ پہ بھی بات کرے گا, باقی چیزوں پہ بھی بات کرے گا, لیکن وہ جو غزہ میں سچویشن ہو رہی ہے اور جو مسلمس کے ساتھ ہو رہی ہے اسپیسیفکلی, یا جو ایک ورلڈ آرڈر چینج ہو رہا ہے اس پہ وہ بات نہیں کرے گا, کیونکہ اس کے ڈیٹا سیٹس اس طرح سے ٹرینڈ ہیں. تو وٹ وی ایز جرنلسٹ یا وٹ وی ایز ٹیک کمیونٹی پروجیکٹ اور ریپرزینٹ از کہ ہم سب سے پہلے جو بھی آپ کو اے آئی انفارمیشن مل رہی ہے, جو بھی آپ کو کوئی بھی ڈیٹا سیٹ مل رہا ہے, آپ اس کو پروسیس کریں, ٹیک اے ڈیپ بریتھ, اپنی کامن سینس کا استعمال کریں, کیونکہ پاکستانی میں بہت زیادہ کامن سینس استعمال کرنے کی عادت نہیں ہے, کامن سینس بہت زیادہ کامن نہیں ہے, تو ہمیں اپنی کامن سینس کا استعمال کرنا ہے. اکثر ہم نے دیکھا ہے کہ اے آئی ماڈلس ہیلوسینیٹ کرتے ہیں, جس طرح ابھی آپ نے بات کی. اسی طرح ایک ایگزامپل تھی, ایک ابھی ریسنٹلی ایک کیس فائل ہوا تھا اوپن اے آئی پہ. اس میں کیا ہوا کہ اوپن اے آئی نے ایک بگ کمپنی کو رپورٹس بنا کے دی, ان میں سیلف کریٹڈ ریفرنسز تھے, سیلف کریٹڈ ڈیٹا تھا. جب وہ کورٹ میں گئے اور جب وہ چیز ہوئی تو اٹ آل بیک فائرڈ, کیونکہ وہ چیزیں ایگزسٹ ہی نہیں کرتی تھی. تو ہمیں سب سے پہلے اپنے آپ کو تھوڑا سا ایک بیک سیٹ پہ لینا ہے, جو ڈیٹا ہمارے پاس آ رہا ہے ہم نے اس کو کراس ویریفائی کرنا ہے, ہم نے سورس سب سے پہلے دیکھنا ہے کہ کریڈیبل ہے یا نہیں ہے, جو بندہ اس کو رپورٹ کر رہا ہے وہ کریڈیبل ہے یا نہیں ہے. اسی انفارمیشن کی بیسس پہ ڈفرینٹ سورسز ایگزسٹ کرتے ہیں یا نہیں کرتے وہ ہم نے دیکھنا ہے. جس طرح ابھی اسد نے بات کی کہ ہمیں سب سے پہلے اپنے اندر دیکھنا ہے کہ ہم اس کو ایز اے فو دیکھ رہے ہیں یا فرینڈ دیکھ رہے ہیں. تو اگر ہم اس کو ایز اے فرینڈ دیکھیں گے تو ہم تھوڑا اس پہ کام کریں گے, تھوڑا اس کو ویریفائی کریں گے, پھر شیئر کریں گے. ابھی جس طرح ریسنٹلی جس طرح فروا نے بات کی کہ ابھی بہت ساری اے آئی ویڈیوز مارکیٹ میں آئی, بہت ساری ڈیپ فیکس مارکیٹ میں آئی, اور اٹ وینٹ وائرل لائک اینی تھنگ ان دا ورلڈ. تو وہ وائرل کیوں ہوئی؟ کیونکہ دے ور ٹو گڈ ٹو بی ٹرو. جو بھی چیز انٹرنیٹ پہ ٹو گڈ ٹو بی ٹرو آپ کو نظر آ رہی ہے یا آپ کو لگ رہا ہے کہ یہ آؤٹ آف دا ورلڈ ہے, کچھ بھی آپ کو لگ رہا ہے کہ بہت ان یوزول ہے, آپ کو اس کو ایٹ لیسٹ 3 to 4 times ویریفائی کرنا چاہیے, کیونکہ جو ٹو گڈ ٹو بی ٹرو ہوتا ہے دیٹ از ڈیفینیٹلی اے آئی جنریٹڈ. آئی ووڈ لائک ٹو پبلکلی اپریشیٹ اسد. ہم اس پہ فیڈرل گورنمنٹ کے ساتھ ٹیک جوس نے اس پہ کام کیا, ہم نے ٹریننگس کنڈکٹ کی ہیں اسلام آباد میں, باقی شہروں میں بھی پریس انفارمیشن ڈپارٹمنٹ نے اس پہ ٹریننگ کی ہے کہ آپ اے آئی کو کس طرح یوز کر سکتے ہیں اور ہاؤ کین یو ڈفرینشیٹ بٹوین آڈیو اینڈ ویڈیو ویژولس دیٹ آر اے آئی جنریٹڈ. تو جب تک ہم اپنے لوگوں کو, اپنے جو یوتھ ہے اس کو فیئر یوز آف اے آئی نہیں سمجھائیں گے تو اٹ از لائک اے وائلڈ فائر دیٹ ول اسپریڈ.
اور آپ نے ماڈل کی بات کی تو گروک تو اتنا بے تکلف ہو جاتا ہے کہ وہ یار اور تو تڑا پہ اتر آتا ہے میرے ساتھ.
بالکل ایسے ہی ہے. It depends on the training of the models.
So اسد صاحب آپ بتائیے گا, یہ جو بائس کی آپ نے بات بھی کی تھی, تو یہ جو ایمپلیفائڈ سوشل انکوالٹیز ہے بیکاز آف دس بائس, تو اس کو کس طرح سے میٹیگیٹ کیا جا سکتا ہے؟
Sorry, can you repeat that?
So how can we identify and mitigate the inherent biases within the AI algorithms?
Right, so اس میں دیکھیں, میں آپ کے سوال پہ ایک سیکنڈ میں بس آتا ہوں. میں just want to add on to Talal. There is a reason کہ you and I can't go out right now and we can't buy the equipment and the GPUs to train our own LLMs. There is a reason DeepSeek versus ChatGPT and وہ پورا ہوا تھا. There is a reason why data is, لوگ کہتے ہیں it's the new oil, right? So جب ہم گلوبل ڈیفالٹ کسی اور کا یوز کر رہے ہیں, ہم سارا اپنا انفارمیشن وہاں فیڈ کر رہے ہیں, when people are starting to use LLMs on a personal level, people aren't going to therapists but they're telling ChatGPT their personal problems. So that corpus of data is a very valuable asset. And again اسی پہ جب آپ ٹرین کرتے ہو, جو bias آپ کا ہے وہاں سے پھر واضح ہوتا ہے جو گلوبل ڈیفالٹ ہے. So for that we need regional contextualized data sets. I don't like to read Urdu on my phone. I like to read Roman Urdu. You might read Saraiki. Madam jo hai, she might have some other regional language that she will have. So jab tak aap sab ko nahi sare contextualized data sets pe with certain jargon, state culture, thana culture, these are linguistic jargon جو صرف یہاں ہی چلتا ہے, اس ملک میں ہی چلتا ہے. So جب تک we don't contextualize our data sets, جب تک we don't try to go for an indigenization of AI, and again this won't happen in silos, telling the government to do it or telling one prominent news network to do it. Silos میں جب بھی اس طرح کا effort ہوتا ہے اس میں you're going to leave out a lot of things. So I think we need to have a concerted effort to have indigenization and again catering of every economic, ethnic, linguistic, regional data set, تاکہ آپ کا bias جو ہے یہ ختم نہیں ہو سکے گا لیکن minimize ہو سکے.
سرفراز صاحب آپ سے میرا سوال ہوگا کہ اگر ہم میڈیا کی اگر بات کر لیں تو اس کی KPI تبدیل ہوتی رہی ہے, سرکولیشن, ریڈرشپ سے ویوز پہ اب آ گئے, لائکس پہ آ گئے, اور اس سب میں ہم نے ایک اور فیکٹر دیکھا, وہ تھا ڈس انفارمیشن کا, جو کہ مختلف شیپ اینڈ فارمز میں ہمیں نظر آتا رہا. لیکن اے آئی کے آنے کے بعد مس انفارمیشن یا ڈس انفارمیشن کے آنے کے خدشات ذرا زیادہ ہیں. سو ایز اے پرسن ہو از پارٹ آف دا نیوز روم, ہو از پارٹ آف دا ایڈیٹوریل, کون سا اسکل سیٹ ہونا چاہیے یا کون سی چیک لسٹ ہونی چاہیے ایز اے جرنلسٹ یا ایز این ایڈیٹر میرے پاس, کہ میں ان چیزوں کو پہلے پرکھ لوں اور پھر میں ڈیسائڈ کروں کہ یہ خبر آگے جانی ہے یا نہیں جانی ہے؟ بیکاز وہ خبر بہت اچھی ہو سکتی ہے, مجھے اس سے لاکھوں کروڑوں ویوز مل سکتے ہیں, بیکاز ایٹ دی اینڈ آف دا ڈے ویو از آلسو اے کرنسی. تو وہ کون سی لسٹ ہے کہ جو, یا وہ کون سی ایک کہہ لیں کہ میری اپنی ایک انٹیگرل ایتھکس ہیں کہ ان کو فالو کرتے ہوئے میں آج بھی ان کو دیکھ سکوں کہ یہ خبر آگے جا سکتی ہے یا نہیں؟
ایکچولی اس میں جیسے پہلے اسد صاحب اس پہ بات کر رہے تھے میڈیا بائس پہ, دیکھیں ایکچولی جو اے آئی ہے نا وہ بائس نہیں ہے, بائس جو بندہ اس کو پرومپٹ دے رہا ہے نا وہ ہے. تو پہلے تو سب سے اس کو یہ دیکھنا پڑے گا ہمیں کہ ہم اس کو پرومپٹ اے آئی کو کیا دے رہے ہیں. وہ بے شک اسٹوڈنٹس ہیں, جرنلسٹ ہیں, کوئی بھی ہے, تو وہ بائسنس اسی وقت ہی ختم ہوگی جب وہ آپ کے پاس کنٹینٹ آئے گا اور آپ اس کو ہیومنائز کریں گے اور دیکھیں گے, پھر بائسنس ختم ہو جائے گی. اچھا دوسرا جو آپ کا کویشچن ہے, جیسے فرما نے پہلے کہا ہے کہ ہمارے ہاں جو سوشل میڈیا پہ ہے بہت زیادہ اویئرنیس نہیں ہے، اور اسد نے یہ کہا ہے کہ لوگوں کے ملین فالورز ہیں اور کوئی چیک اینڈ بیلنس نہیں ہے. یہ دو چیزیں جو آج کل میں سمجھ رہا ہوں کہ جو مین اسٹریم میڈیا ہے ان کے لیے ایک بڑا بہت زیادہ رسپانسبلٹی ان پہ آ گئی ہے. اب دیکھیں اگر ریسنٹلی آپ دیکھیں کوئی ود ان 1 year and 6 month کے اتنا فیک کنٹینٹ آ گیا ہے، اور جو وزٹر ہے یا ویورز ہے ان کو یہ سمجھ ہی نہیں آ رہی کہ بھئی یہ صحیح ہے کہ غلط ہے. اور اب انہوں نے اس کو ویریفائی کرنا تو وہ کیسے کرنا، وہ تو ظاہر ہے مین اسٹریم میڈیا کرے گا. اب مین اسٹریم میڈیا کے پاس بہت زیادہ ہمارے پاس ٹائم نہیں ہوتا ہے کہ ہم اس کو ویریفائی کریں. ہم ویریفائی تو فوراً کر لیتے ہیں، فیکٹ چیک بنا ہوا ہے ہمارے، یعنی کہ نیوز روم میں 3 لوگ بیٹھے ہیں جو فیکٹ چیک کرتے ہیں، سارا دن ان کا یہی کام ہے. پہلے وہ جیسے فار ایگزامپل میں ایک ایگزامپل کوٹ کرتا ہوں یہاں پہ. ہمارے ہاں یہ ایک نوٹیفیکیشن آتا ہے گورنمنٹ کی طرف سے، وہ گورنمنٹ کی طرف سے ایکچولی ہوتا نہیں ہے، اس کو آلٹرٹ کر کے وہ دے دیتے ہیں یہ کل چھٹی ہے. اب پورے ملک میں یہ ہو جاتا ہے کہ چھٹی، وہ نوٹیفیکیشن تو جعلی ہوتا ہے. اب نوٹیفیکیشن کو اوریجنل کرنے کے لیے ہم سافٹ ویئر جب یوز کرتے ہیں تو وہ سملر ہی ہوتا ہے. اب اس کو فیکٹ چیک کرنے کے لیے بہت ضروری ہے کہ اب رات 12 بجے ہم یا ڈی سی او کو فون کریں یا منسٹر آفس میں فون کریں. تو یہاں پہ نا ہماری رسپانسبلٹی بہت زیادہ بڑھ گئی ہے. اب جیسے آپ نے کہا جی کہ وہ جب آپ ویورشپ لیتے ہیں تو آپ کون سی چیزیں ذہن میں رکھتے ہیں، تو پہلی تو ہمارے ذہن میں یہی چیز ہوتی ہے کہ یہ جو ہم کنٹینٹ دینا چاہ رہے ہیں اس پہ جو اس کا جو امپیکٹ ہے وہ کتنی سوسائٹی پہ، کتنے لوگوں پر یہ افیکٹ ہو رہا ہے. تو اے آئی نے بہت ساری چیزیں یہاں پہ ہمارے لیے بہت فاسٹلی اس کو ہم کور کر لیتے ہیں، بٹ بہت ساری جگہوں پہ یہ بھی ہے کہ آپ کو ڈبل ٹرپل چیک کرنا پڑتا ہے. پہلے جیسے ایڈیٹرز کا کام ہوتا تھا کہ وہ ایز اے گیٹ کیپر یا واچ ڈاگ کام کرتے تھے. آج کل تو وہ یہ ہوگا کہ ان کی رسپانسبلٹیز جو ہے نا بہت بڑھ گئی ہیں، تو اس کی وجہ سے اب وہ چیزیں تو رہی نہیں کہ وہ کس طرح ان چیزوں کو کاؤنٹر کریں. جب بھی آپ دیکھتے ہوں گے کہ بہت ساری فیک نیوز آ گئی، فیک پکچرز آ گئی، ویڈیوز آ گئی، اور اس کی آئیڈینٹیفیکیشن پہ کافی ٹائم لگتا ہے. اب جو فیک نیوز میں اب ریسنٹلی دیکھ لیں کہ ایک پولیٹیکل پارٹی کی طرف سے کوئی آئی ہے، لیکن اس میں جو فیک کنٹینٹ ہے اس کے مڈل میں لگایا گیا. شروع میں بھی ویڈیو ٹھیک ہے، اینڈ پہ انٹرو بھی ٹھیک ہے، ایکسٹرو بھی ٹھیک، بٹ ان دی مڈل ایک ورڈ غلط گیا ہے. اب دیکھیں اس کا کتنا امپیکٹ ہوا ہے. اب مین اسٹریم میڈیا کو وہ دیکھتے دیکھتے بڑا ٹائم لگتا ہے. تو ہماری جو زیادہ تر کوشش ہوتی ہے آج کل یہی ہے کہ اپنا جو ٹرسٹ میڈیا کا، مین اسٹریم میڈیا کا، یا اس کی کریڈیبلٹی، اس کو ریسٹور رکھنے کے لیے، بحال کرنے کے لیے میں تو سمجھتا ہوں کہ جب سے یہی ہے ہمیں تو بالکل ابھی سمجھ نہیں آ رہی کہ کس طرح اس کو ہینڈل کرنا ہے. تو یہ تھوڑا سا ہے کہ ہمیں یہ جو سوشل میڈیا کا، جس طرح گورنمنٹ نے کافی پالیسی بھی بنائی ہے، اب تو پیکا اور بہت چیزیں بن گئی ہیں. ہم ایز اے جرنلسٹ تو پیکا کو بہت غلط کہتے ہیں، بٹ میرا خیال ہے کہ یہ چیزوں کو کاؤنٹر کرنے کے لیے نا یہ کسی حد تک میں ان کے گورنمنٹ کی پالیسی کو یعنی کہ جسٹیفائی بھی کرتا ہوں.
فروا ویل کم ٹو یو. سو آپ نے ڈیپ فیکس کا ذکر کیا تھا، تو جب اے آئی جنریٹ کانٹینٹ آ رہا ہے، ڈیپ فیکس آ رہے ہیں، تو ایز اے پرسن جو کہ مطلب اینکر کو اکثر یہی کہا جاتا ہے نا چینل کا چہرہ ہے، تو ایز اے فیس آف اے پرٹیکولر چینل وٹ نیو اسکلز اینڈ کریٹیکل لٹریسی آپ کے خیال میں آپ کو ایز اے میڈیا پرسن اور پبلک کو چاہیے ہوگا کہ وہ کریڈیبل نیوز کو سامنے رکھے اور جو انفارمیشن ہے اس کو ڈس انفارمیشن ہونے سے بچائے. سو وٹ آر دا اسکل سیٹس فار اے میڈیا پرسن اینڈ وٹ آر دا اسکل سیٹ فار دا پبلک؟
اوکے، جتنا میں سوال سمجھی ہوں اس حساب سے میں اس کو ایڈریس کرنے کی کوشش کرتی ہوں، لیکن سوال پہ آنے سے پہلے اتنا سیریس ٹاپک ہو گیا ہے، اتنا گھبرائے نا. پاکستان وہ خطہ ضرور تھا جس نے، ملک ضرور تھا جس نے خطے میں 5G کا پہلا تجربہ کیا تھا، لیکن آپ کے یہاں پہ 1 سال تک ٹویٹر بند رہا ہے، تو اب بھی وہ اتنے افیکٹ نہیں ملیں گے. اٹ واز آن اے لائٹر نوٹ. دا ادر پوائنٹ آف کنسرن فار می از کہ حکومت نے ڈیفامیشن کوڈ بنایا ہے، صحافی خبر دے گا تو اس پہ تو ڈیفامیشن ہو جائے گی، اگر اے آئی کی انفارمیشن پہ دے گا تو کس پہ؟
اس کو کون پکڑے گا؟
It's something to just to make sure کہ گورنمنٹ جو ہے وہ صحیح ڈائریکشن پہ جائے. جیسے ٹرمپ صاحب نے اپنا ڈپارٹمنٹ کا نام چینج کر کے وار ڈپارٹمنٹ رکھ دیا، میرا خیال سے یہ بھی کوئی نام چینج کر کے اس طرح کا کوئی نام رکھنا چاہیے.
ہاں تو ہٹلر کا پروپیگنڈا ڈپارٹمنٹ ہوتا تھا نا، انفارمیشن
پروپیگنڈا ڈپارٹمنٹ ہونا چاہیے. اینی ویز دیکھیں، ہم ایک ایسی قوم ہے جو فیک کو اوریجنل اور اوریجنل کو فیک کرنے کی حتی الامکان کوشش کرتے ہیں اور مان بھی لیتے ہیں. کمنگ ٹو دا پوائنٹ، آپ نے جو مس انفارمیشن کا ذکر کیا ہے، हर प्लेटफॉर्म पे ये रिक्वायर्ड है कि हम इंफॉर्मेशन को मुख्तलिफ चीज़ों से गुजारें. जैसे सरफराज साहब ने जिक्र किया कि एक सहाफ़ी जो है वो जब खबर लेने के लिए निकलता है, अखबारों के दौर तो पीछे रह गए, फ़ोन शोन पे काम हो जाते हैं. एक टाइम वो भी था कि जब सहाफ़ी जो है फिज़िकली जाके रिपोर्ट करता था कि आया ये है या नहीं है, और फिर जब वो एडिटर के पास रिपोर्ट लेकर आता था खबर छाप के, तो एडिटर उसे क्रॉस चेक करवाता था और फिर उसकी गलतियाँ, उसकी तस्हीह, उसमें से ये निकाल दो, ये लफ्ज़ ठीक नहीं है, ऐसे हेडलाइन कर दो, ये कर लो. ये सब काम न्यूज़ में होते थे, अखबारात में, प्रिंट की बात कर रही हूँ. पर जब थोड़ा सा शिफ्ट हुआ और लोग जो हैं वो कन्वेंशनल मीडिया की तरफ आए, मेन स्ट्रीम मीडिया की तरफ, तो फिर ज़ाहिर है कि वही लोग जो अखबारात में काम करते थे, जब वो हमारे यहाँ पे उस्ताद आए तो उन्होंने भी वही रवैया अपनाया कि भाई खबर बताओ कि चेक करो है कि नहीं है. फिर एक रिपोर्टर की खबर को किसी दूसरे रिपोर्टर से कंफर्म कराया जा रहा है, या फिर एसएचओ की बात को कहा जा रहा है कि जी इससे पूछे, और यहाँ तक कि दूसरा चैनल चला ले फिर हम आएंगे, ये भी काम होते हैं. दैट मीन्स कि डायरेक्टली आप जो खबर है उसको ओन नहीं कर रहे इस खदशे से कि वो जो बल्ली है वो आप पे ना आ जाए. बट एआई के दौर में एवरीथिंग इज चेंज्ड. उसकी वजह ये है, मैंने वो वाकई मजाक में बात नहीं की थी डेफोमेशन कोर्ट वाली, कि अगर आप इन्फॉर्मेशन, एक सहाफ़ी इन्फॉर्मेशन एआई से ले रहा है तो फिर आप डेफोमेशन केस किस पे करेंगे? एआई पे करेंगे या उस सहाफ़ी पे करेंगे जो आपको सोर्स बताएगा, सर जी मैंने तो यहाँ से निकाली थी इन्फॉर्मेशन. तो इट मीन्स कि वी नीड टू बी वेरी शार्प with the handling of the tools that we were around. तो मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन को कैसे बचा जाए या उसको कैसे हैंडल किया जाए, वन ऑफ द मोस्ट इफेक्टिव वेज टू मी इज कि आप जितना हो सके इस बारे में काम करें, क्योंकि आप इस खत्ते में चाइना को देख रहे हैं काम कर रहा है, इंडिया टेक में आपसे कितना आगे है, वेस्टर्न तो है ही साइड सारी, लेकिन आपने क्या कंट्रीब्यूट किया है. हम तो बहुत सारे सॉफ्टवेयर्स गवर्नमेंट जो है वो बाहर से ख़रीदती है, लाती है और फिर उसे इम्प्लीमेंट करती है, और फिर उसी पे ही कभी नेट स्लो हो जाता है, कभी तेज़ हो जाता है. तो हमने क्या किया है? क्या हमने कोई अपने घर में ऐसा सॉफ्टवेयर बनाया है, या हमारे जो बच्चे हैं उनको इतना इनकरेज किया है, क्योंकि बहुत अच्छे दिमाग पाकिस्तान से बाहर चले जाते हैं, तो क्या हमने उनको यूज़ किया है इन टर्म्स ऑफ कि हमें भी कोई ऐसी चीज़ बना के दी जाए कि जिससे हम लोगों को बता सकें कि आया ये ठीक है कि नहीं ठीक है. दूसरी बात ये है कि बीइंग अ जर्नलिस्ट मेरे प्लेटफॉर्म से या मेरे लेवल से ये हो सकता है कि हम इसके बारे में बात करें. द मोर यू विल टॉक अबाउट इट, मेरा ख्याल से ईज बढ़ जाएगी टू आइडेंटिफाई, टू डिस्कस थिंग्स, क्योंकि बहुत सारी चीज़ें आपके इर्द गिर्द ऐसी चल रही होती हैं कि आज भी हमारे यहाँ हेजिटेट करते हैं लोग कि अगर मैं फलां से पूछूंगा ये कैसे चलती है तो शायद मैं थोड़ा सा बैकवर्ड फील होगा मुझे कि शायद मुझे पता ही नहीं है टेक्नोलॉजी का. इवन माई सेल्फ, आई एम नॉट अ टेक पर्सन, मुझे बहुत सारी चीज़ें समटाइम्स आई कॉल एज लर्न फॉर दैट. तो बहुत सारी चीज़ें ऐसी हैं कि आपको नहीं पता होती, तो डोंट हेजिटेट, आस्क. तीसरी और बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट चीज़ जो मुझे लगती है वो ये है कि आपको अपने निसाब को थोड़ा खोलना पड़ेगा, वास्ट करना पड़ेगा. आपको हर चीज़ बच्चों को बिफोर टाइम इसीलिए बतानी पड़ेगी क्योंकि बिफोर टाइम वाला सिचुएशन आ गई है.
सो ए फॉर एप्पल की जगह ए फॉर आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस हो जाए.
सॉरी व्हाट?
ए फॉर एप्पल की जगह ए फॉर आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस करने का वक्त हो गया.
एग्जैक्टली, और ये हो रहा है पूरी दुनिया में. आई वाज एस्टोनिश्ड कि अमेरिका के अंदर बाकायदा जो एआई का सब्जेक्ट है वो 5वीं जमात से पढ़ाना शुरू कर रहे हैं, और हमारे बच्चे बहुत पीछे रह गए हैं. तो हमें एक तो, क्योंकि 64% यूथ रखने वाला मुल्क जो है, अल्टीमेटली जब ये वाली जनरेशन बड़ी होगी तो ये यूथ में इजाफा ही करेगी, कमी नहीं करेगी. तो जब इनको पता ही नहीं होगा कुछ, तो ये डायरेक्शन लेस हो जाएंगे, और डायरेक्शन हासिल करने के लिए आपको इनको बताना पड़ेगा कि ये जो टूल इजाद हुआ है ये आपने इस्तेमाल कैसे करना है. एंड ट्रस्ट मी, इट कैन चेंज everything. Everything, when I mean everything, from your kitchen recipes to how to make a okay, तो ये सब कुछ जो है ना, how to make a bomb, ये सब कुछ आपको यही बता देगा. Now it depends on you कि आप इसे ट्रांसफर कैसे कर रहे हैं और इस पे चेक एंड बैलेंस कैसे रख रहे हैं. मेरा ख्याल है ना सिर्फ मीडिया चौथा सतून है, मैं तो मानती हूँ, तो ना सिर्फ चौथा सतून बल्कि जो आपके लॉज रेगुलेट करते हैं लेजिस्लेटर्स, उनको भी चाहिए कि उस हवाले से कोई रेगुलेशन के लिए लॉ लेके आए. गवर्नमेंट को भी चाहिए कि वो कुछ अच्छे दिमागों को बिठा के कोई पॉलिसीज طے کریں اور اس میں کوئی قباحت نہیں ہے کیونکہ آج نہیں کیا تو پھر کبھی نہیں کریں گے.
Right. We have like a few minutes before I can move to the پبلک کے کوشچن آنسر. تو اگر آپ لوگوں کے کوئی سوال ہیں تو کیو کارڈ ہمارے پاس موجود ہیں, آپ اپنے سوال بھیج سکتے ہیں. سو اسد صاحب, میرا آپ سے سوال ہوگا, اے آئی جنریٹڈ کانٹینٹ, ڈیپ فیکس, ابھی جو مے والا پورا ایپیسوڈ ہوا تھا, ہم جو بھی اس کو نام لے لیں, میں اس کو جنگ اور مارکا ہی کہوں گا, اس میں بھی ہم نے مس انفارمیشن دیکھی, اس میں بھی ڈس انفارمیشن دیکھی. تو ایسی سچویشن میں ایز اے گورنمنٹ کا رول بڑھ جاتا ہے, بیکاز اس میں اس کے پاس دو ذمہ داریاں ہیں, ایک تو انفارم کرنے کی اور دوسرا لوگوں کو پروٹیکٹ بھی کرنے کی. So, ان چیزوں کو ذہن میں رکھتے ہوئے ایٹ جنرل بھی what regulatory frameworks or industry standards are necessary to ensure transparency and accountability in the use of AI by media companies. So گورنمنٹ کو اس لیول پہ کیا کرنے کی ضرورت ہے, دین میرا یہ سوال آپ سب سے باری باری بھی ہوگا.
Right. So first of all, MOIB, Ministry of Information and Broadcasting.
Before that, MOIB did phenomenal job during the war.
Sorry?
MOIB did phenomenal job during the war.
I'm sorry, I can't.
MOIB did phenomenal job during the war.
Thank you so much. War سے میں شروع کروں گا. So MOIB operates a fact checking mechanism. اب سرفراز صاحب نے بات کی ہے کہ وہ نوٹیفیکیشنز آ جاتی ہیں اور ہم بھی بڑے خوش ہو جاتے ہیں, MOIB میں بیٹھ کے خوش ہو جاتے ہیں جب چھٹی کا آتا ہے, and then we are told by our own fact checking cell کہ یہ غلط ہے. So we do operate that. اس کے علاوہ there is a greater focus on having our communication and outreach interventions be governed by data driven systems. آپ کا بیس لائن انٹروینشن سے پہلے بیس لائن سروے, اینڈ لائن سروے, ساتھ ساتھ آپ سینٹیمنٹ انالیسس کے اوپر فوکس کرتے ہیں تاکہ یو کین ٹارگیٹ یور کمیونیکیشن رادر دین رن اٹ اکراس دا کنٹری. دیٹ بینگ سیڈ, media is considered the fourth pillar of your government. اور جو ہمارا, this is my personal opinion now, a fact checker in my opinion cannot fundamentally be run by the government. It has to be independent. And that's where the topic of today's AI, I think, is pertinent, because you need to fight fire with fire. You have to hire AI experts, machine learning, data analysts in media houses جو audit کر سکیں, جو آپ کے logs اور آپ کا AI کی interventions کو اس کے derivatives سے جو data نکل رہا ہے اس کو استعمال کر کے they need to work together to build independent fact checkers that are enhanced by AI. تیسرا اس میں جو انسٹیٹیوشنل ایک ہمیں چیز چاہیے, that is the increase in the number of digital publishers. Madam Farwa belongs to what I would call mainstream media. But there are a lot of people. I can go home right now and I can start my own digital publisher, and in 3 months it's as legitimate as a mainstream media, because digital pay, there are no barriers to entry. So there needs to be some third party audit industry. There needs to be a couple of players that can identify and conduct audits, that can help do trainings and kind of provide these internal AI usage policies. آپ نے شروع میں آپ کے بالکل پیچھے سے ایک وہ گزر رہا تھا, ایک prominent اخبار جس نے شاید AI کی کوئی پالیسی کی تھی, and I think that's a very good thing. It was a very, very fortunate mistake, because that mistake revealed a lot in it of itself, کیونکہ اس کے بعد انہوں نے بتایا کہ ہماری AI پالیسی ہے. I hope other mainstream and digital publishers follow through and come up with their own internal policy, and they need to have random checks to see where you're letting it intervene. And again, wo intervention jo hai, as long as it's assistive and not interpretive, that uske liye you need a watchdog. And I don't think personally it has to be a personal responsibility, an institutional responsibility, a societal responsibility, and then obviously it also falls under the purview of the government.
We are running out of time. Quickly, Talal, same question from you. What regulatory framework or industry standards are necessary to ensure transparency and accountability in the use of AI by media companies? So you representing a media company, so آپ کے خیال میں طلال کیا ہونا چاہیے؟
ایز اے میڈیا اونر, جس طرح اسد نے بات کی اور جہاں سے ہم نے کنورسیشن اسٹارٹ کی تھی, ہمیں اے آئی پالیسیز کی طرف آنا ہوگا, اور ہمیں صرف ایز اے آرگنائزیشن اے آئی پالیسیز کی طرف نہیں آنا ہوگا, ہمیں ایک اوور آل ایک اسٹرکچر کریٹ کرنا ہوگا MOIB کے نیچے, MOIT کے نیچے, کہ ہم کس طرح اے آئی کو یوز کریں گے, کس طرح اس کا یوز ہونا چاہیے, کیا اس کے ایتھکس ہونے چاہیے, کیا اس کے جو وے آف ورکنگ ہونا چاہیے اور کس طرح آرگنائزیشن اس کو کریٹ کر سکتی ہیں, یوز کر سکتی ہیں. جس طرح میں آپ کو ایک مثال دیتا ہوں کہ ڈفرینٹ آرگنائزیشنز, ڈفرینٹ اسمال سافٹ ویئر کمپنیز, وٹ دے آر ڈوئنگ از سیلنگ اے آئی جنریٹڈ ویڈیوز, اے آئی جنریٹڈ کانٹینٹ, اے آئی جنریٹڈ ویڈیوز. اب یہ انڈسٹری بڑھتے بڑھتے اتنی بڑی ہو گئی ہے کہ آپ کی اور میری پرائیویسی اسٹیک پہ آ گئی ہے. ہماری کوئی بھی انفارمیشن سیف نہیں ہے, کوئی بھی انفارمیشن ہماری جو ہے وہ پبلک نہ ہونے کے برابر ہے. اٹس جسٹ لائک ایک ٹرینڈ آتا ہے, اے آئی کا ٹرینڈ آتا ہے کہ آپ امیج اس طرح کریٹ کریں, جس طرح جبلی آرٹ آیا, باقی دوسرے تیسرے آئے. ابھی پرسوں میں دیکھ رہا تھا, ہماری ٹیم نے ہائی لائٹ کیا کہ اب وہ سی این آئی سی کا ٹرینڈ آ گیا کہ آپ اپنا فیک سی این آئی سی جنریٹ کر سکتے ہیں اے آئی سے. تو
انڈیا میں کیس آیا آدھار کارڈ کا.
یس, دس از ویری اسکیری ایٹ دا سیم ٹائم کہ آپ کے جو نیشنل آئی ڈی ڈاکومنٹس ہیں وہ بھی اے آئی جنریٹ کرنا شروع ہو گیا. تو پہلے ہم دیکھتے تھے کہ دیر یوز ٹو بی اے لارج فریم ورک یا لارج انڈر گراؤنڈ سیٹس آف پیپل جو اس طرح کا کام کرتے تھے, اور بہت شیڈی طریقے سے یہ کام ہوتا تھا, بہت آپ کو مشکل طریقے سے یہ کام ہوتا تھا, ہر کوئی نہیں کر سکتا تھا. اور اسی لیے جو ہماری سیکورٹی ایجنسیز تھی وہ ایزیلی ٹریک بھی کر لیتی تھی کہ یہ چیز کہاں سے جنریٹ ہوئی ہے. اب وہ چیز اتنی مین اسٹریم ہو گئی ہے, اتنی آسان ہو گئی ہے کہ ہمیں کہیں سے بھی آپ آئی ڈی کارڈ جنریٹ کر سکتے ہیں, کہیں سے بھی آپ کوئی ڈاکومنٹ جنریٹ کر سکتے ہیں, کہیں سے بھی. ہم نے وی رین این ایکٹیویٹی ان آور آفس, ہم نے ایک فیک ٹیک جوس کا برانڈنگ کارڈ جو ہمارا امپلائی کارڈ ہے وہ جنریٹ کر لیا. تو اینی بڈی کین ڈو اٹ, اور آپ اس کو ویریفائی بھی نہیں کر سکتے. جیسے سرفراز صاحب اور رسل
میں
نے,
ڈرائیونگ کی لائسنس بنوا سکتا ہوں؟
ہاں بنا سکتے ہیں, لیکن اس کے بعد جو آپ کے ساتھ ہوگا اس کی کوئی گارنٹی نہیں.
اسد صاحب آپ نے نہیں سنا یہ. Yeah, it won't. It won't.
Obviously, on a lighter note, لیکن it is very scary at the same time.
It is.
تو ہمیں ان چیزوں کو اپنی پالیسی میں, اپنی پالیسی میکنگ میں, اپنی ایک پرسنل ایتھکس میں یہ چیز انٹیگریٹ کرنی ہے, اور تاکہ ہم جو آنے والی جنریشن ہے, جین زی ہے, اس کے بعد جین الفا ہے, ہم ان کو سکھائیں کہ آپ جو اے آئی یوز کر رہے ہیں اس کو آپ نے کس طرح لے کے چلنا ہے. جس طرح ہمیں پتہ ہے کہ جب ہم نے وہ انٹرنیٹ بوم یا انٹرنیٹ ببل دیکھا تو تب ہمارے پیرنٹس کو, ہمیں اتنی عقل سمجھ نہیں تھی کہ ہم کس طرح انٹرنیٹ کو نیویگیٹ کریں. ہم نے آہستہ آہستہ اس کو نیویگیٹ کیا, اور ہم نے دیکھا کہ یوٹیوب بین بھی ہم نے دیکھا, باقی چیزیں بھی دیکھی, اور ہم نے آہستہ آہستہ اس کو نیویگیٹ کیا. ابھی وی آر ان اے سچویشن, ان اے بلیسڈ سچویشن آئی وڈ سے, کہ ہم اس کو دیکھ سکتے ہیں. ہم ایز اے ملینیلز اس کو دیکھ سکتے ہیں, فورسی کر سکتے ہیں ہاؤ ویئر اٹس گوئنگ. تو ہم, یہ ہمارے پہ ایک پرسنل رسپانسبلٹی ہے, ایک سوسائٹل رسپانسبلٹی ہے کہ ہم کس طرح اس کو نیویگیٹ کریں گے, کس طرح ہم اپنی نیکسٹ جنریشن میں وہ چیز پاس آن کریں گے, کہ آپ اس کو کس طرح یوز کر سکتے ہیں, کس طرح آپ اس کو دیکھ سکتے ہیں. تو دیٹس ہاؤ وی آر گوئنگ ٹو ڈو اباؤٹ.
ٹھیک ہے, اب مجھے بار بار اشارے کیے جا رہے ہیں اور سرخ رنگ کی جھنڈیاں دکھائی جا رہی ہیں کہ اس وقت ختم ہو گیا. آئی تھنک ہال کا وقت بھی ختم ہو گیا, میں دھکے کے یہاں سے پہلے نکالا جائے. سو لیٹ می ریپ اٹ اپ. آئی ہوپ کہ ہمارے پاس مزید وقت ہوتا. میں ہماری ایک پوڈ کاسٹ سیریز بھی ایس او ٹی ٹاکیز کے نام سے, تو آئی ول ڈیفینیٹلی انوائٹ یو فار دیٹ ایز ویل. سو اگر میں اس کو ریپ اپ کر پاؤں تو وہ مجھے شعر یاد نہیں رہتے, اگر یاد رہ جائیں تو شعر نہیں رہتے. تو وہ جو ہے کہ دوست ہوتا نہیں ہر ہاتھ ملانے والا. تو اے آئی بھی آپ کا نہ دوست ہے نہ دشمن ہے, وہ آپ کے اپنے اوپر ہے کہ آپ اس کو کس طرح سے کرتے ہیں. اچھی بات یہ ہے کہ اے آئی نے جب کبھی بھی آپ کی جاب کھانی ہے, اس سے پہلے آپ اے آئی کو سمجھ لیں, بیکاز ابھی آپ کے پاس وقت ہے کہ آپ اس کو اپنے آپ کو ایٹ پیس کر سکتے ہیں.
اچھا, ویری امپورٹنٹلی وی مسڈ اے پوائنٹ. ہم نے ایک بہت بڑا ببل بنایا ہوا ہے کہ اے آئی جابس کھا جائے گا.
پہلے میرے پاس ہو تو صحیح جاب, پہلے میرے پاس جاب ہو تو صحیح, پھر ہی کھائے گا.
نہیں, سب سے پہلے ہم اس کو ایک میڈیا انڈسٹری پہ جب اپلائی کرتے ہیں, میرے سے بہت سے لوگ اکثر سوال پوچھتے ہیں کہ میڈیا جابس ختم ہو جائیں گی. میرا ان کو ایک ہی جواب ہوتا ہے کہ میڈیا جابس اے آئی کی وجہ سے ختم نہیں ہو سکتی. اس سے
آئی تھنک بڑھ جائیں گے.
ہاں ایگزیکٹلی بڑھ جائیں گی, کیونکہ جو سورس آف انفارمیشن ہے وہ ایک اینکر نے, وہ ایک میڈیا پرسن نے, وہ ایک جرنلسٹ نے جنریٹ کرنا ہے. اے آئی کین پروسیس دا انفارمیشن بٹ اٹ کین ناٹ جنریٹ دا انفارمیشن. جب وہ انفارمیشن جنریٹ کرتا ہے وہ ہلوسینیٹ کرتا ہے.
On that note, let's finish it up. And thank you so much everyone for being such a nice audience. Have a good evening. Khuda Hafiz.
Thank you.
Thank you to our guests for a truly insightful conversation. That's all from SOT Events Edition 19. We hope you had a wonderful time and look forward to seeing you next year. Goodbye.